everyone, and welcome to stream. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. It's okay, you can put me on the naughty list. Hey, I'm always on the naughty list. I'm NCC, and welcome. Welcome to a very special Christmas, generously given to us by Keffals, right? Keffals, if you don't know, was visited by the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future last night, and I'm told has decided to completely change her ways. Aren't you excited for that, chat? Keffals' redemption arc. That's what we're doing today. Yeah, because you know, the three Christmas ghosts got to Keffals, made Keffals realize the errors of her ways. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That music? Do you like the music? Are you here for that? This isn't my normal music, but I thought I'd do something festive for today. Are we okay being festive? Just a little bit festive today? Oh my god. You got an ad break already? No, wait, you got a 1 minute. Twitch, if you're in the chat, right? You have 1 minute to try to do something about your possible lack of a sub. Otherwise, you're gonna be watching a little ad. Irene is an earthquake. Do I sound like an earthquake? What's up, Donald Duck? Good to see you here. We got all the MR crew here. We got all the Vanguard. The Vanguard will be there. The Vanguard is here. The Vanguard chat, the MR chat, and the Letterhack chat, right? All friends of the VOD. Why are we bouncing? I always bounce, right? I mean, usually, sometimes people pay me to bounce, but I usually bounce for free anyway. Spectacular Snyderman says, I'm okay with bouncing. That's good. I'm on a horse, that's right. Does it look like I'm on a horse? I'm gonna be on a horse tomorrow, right? Because tomorrow's all about the Civil War that has been brought back into the discourse thanks to Nikki Haley. And, you know, unwittingly, a certain drama streamer has gotten himself into that drama as well. So we'll be talking about him and his takes on why PragerU is actually not so bad. Bouncing makes you feel good? Yeah, we're on a trampoline. I'm sorry, I should have said. I should have told you right away. Yeah, I'm on a trampoline. For those who are unfamiliar with me, I am Irene Geller, also known as NCC, the infamous NCC. Watch out, because she's got a dossier on you. She's got files on everyone, apparently, right? My reputation precedes me. And we've definitely got some files on Xanderhal, Keffals, and Hassan today to go over, which I'm looking forward to. Oh wait, am I missing something? Am I forgetting something? Yes. Yeah, that's part of my dark enchantress look. See, like, I'm like trading cards, right? Or NFTs, you gotta get like different versions of me. You gotta catch them all, right? All the different cosplays, the blue hair NCC. Today's look, the dark enchantress. Bouncing makes you feel good. You want, you're making me want to play that song. One of the few songs that I know that I have the commercial rights to. Unlike this one, I'm just hoping that, like, Atlas Gaming feels about me the way that I feel about them, which is good. It's really good. Globbits, welcome everybody. Ad break ends. Yeah, some of you may be seeing ads right now, so you might not even be able to hear me. But there we are, Dark Enchantress, activated. Yeah, I had to get all of the entire costume together. Anyway, yeah, bouncing does make me feel good. Bouncing gets me ready for the inane drama that we're gonna go over today. Don't worry though. All the shallowness of today's stream will be made up by some depth of tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream's one of those streams that I'm always happy when I can cover stuff that's interesting to people, stuff that's juicy, salacious even, but combine it with some history, combine it with some knowledge, combine it with something that's actually useful. Why, speaking of useful, what is going on with Twitch? It seems to be missing something. Hit that, and there we go with the start goal. That's right, that is your sub goal, Twitch. Twitch has actually been coming back lately, right? We always have like a little competition, a little friendly competition, right? Because we appreciate all the chatters from all the different platforms that I'm on. But yeah, we're trying to make that sub goal go. We're trying to get that extra content. We're trying to open up those that extra time in the stream for me to be able to cover even more stuff than I normally do. And believe me, I've got a lot to cover. Vamps, thank you for the resubscribe. 36 months, and meow back at you. What's up, Catalina Gearbox? Oh my God, Catalina, I don't know if you, like, we're gonna be talking about Dusty Smith tomorrow, right? I'm not gonna show my cards just yet. You'll see the thumbnail soon enough, right? About what we're talking about tomorrow. But yeah, Dusty Smith is involved, strangely, through no fault of his own, actually. Dusty didn't really do anything to get himself into this drama. It's just a drama streamer decided to pull him in, and I think Dusty's right about this one. I'm on Dusty's side for sure on what's going on tomorrow. I'm selling you so much on what's going on tomorrow just to make sure that you come back for tomorrow. But we got some really exciting stuff today, right? We've got a holiday tale for all times, right? It's very you know, anybody that streams with their cats, like, I gotta have respect for. I gotta have respect for you know, for Dusty bringing his cats onto the green screen. That's something I appreciate. I would bring my cats onto the green screen, but they're not nearly well behaved enough. They're kind of naughty. They're really, you saw the time where I was on and I got scratched by one of the cats through the green screen, right behind me, obviously. I mean, breaking the fourth wall here. It's a green screen, you know? Yeah. And one of the cats got behind there, and I was bumping up against the green screen, and you know how, like, when you like move your hand, oh my God, here we go. Just getting started. Wait, what just got it started for us? Was that Vamps's resub that got us started? Well, whatever it is, I am is there a clip of the cat attack? There should be. Look, oh my God, Princess Monocle, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for getting us started off with the hype train. The hype train, oh wait, is it incoming? Is it happening? We are doing a hype train. We are on a hype. We are on hype alert. Well, I'm feeling hype today, so I will bounce some more. That's my job. That's my job. Yeah, so as far as clips go, right, to have those things, I really do need people to make those for me. And unfortunately, YouTube doesn't have a great system for making clips. If you are some kind of wizard and you know how to use OBS, of course, you can make a clip of me on YouTube pretty easily. But most of you don't use OBS, and you're not wizards yet. You're studying. Look at the, it kind of looks like Hogwarts. I don't know. Anything British looks like Hogwarts to me, right? But you will learn. You will learn to become wizards in your own right, right? Because that's the journey that we're going on together. Twitch, there's some shade coming from Twitch towards YouTube, but I'm gonna ignore that for now. I appreciate the friendly competition, but yeah. As far as making clips, yeah, it kind of has to be done on Twitch, right? In terms of what's like easiest to do. Twitch has a good clipping system. Unfortunately, it limits you to like 2 minutes or so. No, maybe it's 90 seconds. It's a limit of 90 seconds, but yeah, I kind of need those clips to be made like when the things happen. But if you look back in the VODs, you will see the moment when I got attacked by my cat. And it was cute. Like, I couldn't be mad. I couldn't be mad at the cat, because it was adorable. Like, right? Because you know, like when you're in your, you know how like if you move something under a blanket, a cat will pounce on it and try to, like, a cat is convinced if something moves under a blanket, it must be a mouse, right? So they'll just like pounce and they'll jump on it and they'll scratch and they'll do all that stuff, right? So this green screen, when something's moving on the other side of the green screen, it kind of looks like a mouse to them. So that's why I got attacked with claws, which kind of hurt, but it was very funny too. I thought it was physiotherapy. I mean, it could be like, what do you call it? Acupuncture? It's like acupuncture. Are you telling me to run? Wait, there's a way to do that on Trampoline, right? Is it like this? Oh my God. Yeah, you can. Although I kind of feel like I'm skiing. It kind of feels like I'm skiing or something when I... There we go. Yeah, we got all the exercises today. In honor of the hype train, which Princess Monocle and Vamps were kind enough to start for us today. But yeah, if you don't know what this topic is about, right? We're talking about some streamer drama today. which is just built up and built up and built up. And I definitely don't want to be talking about it like all day, all the time. There's other stuff that we have to get to. There's news. There's less news right now, so we can kind of do a deep dive into figuring out exactly what's going on with this drama. But most of the time it's kind of distracting, right? But this time I just thought it would be fun. I thought it'd be like a get your popcorn sort of day. So this all started... Wait, when did this all start? How do I explain? How do I get us back to this, right? This all centers around somebody that I would call like a drama personality, and that's Keffals, right? Keffals, if you know Keffals from back in the day, Keffals used to be a like a news politics streamer who talked about trans rights a lot, you know, who raised money for to help fight anti-trans legislation, and even took on the final boss of the internet before kind of becoming what she hated, right? If you want to understand Keffals' arc, it's like a Anakin Skywalker kind of thing, right? It's like, you know, somebody with a lot of promise, somebody who seemed really awesome, and then just like turned into like the worst example of what she was fighting against, and has most recently been seen, I'm told, okay, this is all allegedly, I don't want to get sued, I don't want to get like a Irish lawyer, you know, in my email box here, but allegedly has just doxed foreign man in a foreign land. We'll have to see what that's about too, right? That's the most recent news, right? Is that Keffals has gone scorched earth on all of her enemies, and has basically put out some very personal information, some very identifying information about a foreign man in a foreign land who had the gall to mention Keffals once in a video. But yeah, we'll have to get into that. Right now, we're looking at, oh my god, hype train complete. That is... Better luck next time. Okay, we will hope for better luck next time on those hype trains, right? Because if you want to get onto those, if you're, you know, thinking about getting a sub, that's the time to do it. That's the time where you can unlock extra emotes and make Twitch even more fun than it already is. Keffals is kind of a legend, that's true. You gotta appreciate Keffals in that she is the drama, the source of drama that keeps giving. Like, you know, almost like milk or something, right? Almost like she's producing lulz for, I don't want to get into what that could mean, right, chat, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah, we're hype in here. Well, you just missed the hype train, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll catch it again on the next go around, okay? Starting to think Keffals is addicted to drama. I don't know. Here's my theory about that, right? I think that Keffals, when the thing with Xanderhal happened, it reignited Keffals' audience, right? And she has been rinsing and repeating ever since. Also, she hates a lot of people, right? She's got a lot of hate. Like, anybody that's ever criticized her, she's got hate for, and she wants to get back at them. And, you know, if she can get back at them and get a lot of people in chat, whether or not they're gonna actually stay in chat after the drama's over, but, you know, if Keffals just keeps on getting in fight after fight after fight, then maybe she can keep those numbers up. That's her, that would be Keffals' version of the...
Dingus Gambit.
Yes, that is Keffals' Dingus Gambit. We'll see if it works, right? Because one of the people that she's up against, one of the enemies that she's chosen is none other than Hassan Piker, right? Hassan Piker, she has released the Discord logs on Hassan Piker, and we're gonna see later why that sounds a lot sexier than it actually is, right? It's just like, I don't know, you'll see. The Xanderhal thing happened earlier this month, right? It started earlier this month, and it centers around another content creator named Shoeonhead. One in chat if you know who Shoeonhead is. Hassan knows better than to feed the troll. That's right, no free clout is Hassan's slogan. We know about Shoeonhead here. Keffals, I don't know, I feel like she's gone nuclear, and she's like how much more nuclear can she go? She's gonna try to keep it up, right? Because she wants to feel like she's on an upswing, right? Even though in terms of like people's trust for her, that's, you know, that's gone downhill ever since about a year ago, right? But the Xanderhal thing all started around Shoe on Head, right? Shoe on Head, as you may or may not know, was one of the old anti-SJW channels back in the day. If you look at any of those meme war pictures, you'll see Shoe on Head standing with the right-wingers, and that's because she was a right-winger. Some would say that she still is a right-winger, but nonetheless, she's been allowed to rebrand herself as a progressive populist, I guess is the best way to describe, you know, the brand of politics that she carries, which means that she's gotta punch at some minorities at some point, and she's chosen trans people, or you know, just kind of LGBT people in general. Every Kink at Pride, Shoe on Head is there with a video feeding into right-wing narratives about queer people. And this was, you know, something that they just put up with at first. Like, right, they didn't, Vosh, Xan, and the rest of them, I don't think they necessarily liked her doing the it's not gonna lick itself thing, but they put up with it, right? When the Balenciaga thing came by, though, they were like, Xan at least, Xan and Demon Mama were like, oh no, we are not having this, right? Because, and the dangerous thing with the Balenciaga thing, right, it's not about Balenciaga. It's about Shoe using the Balenciaga story to feed into narratives, to feed into kind of the groomer narratives, that like there's some kind of weird, like dark alignment between queer people and corporations, right? Because we know how woke the corporations are now. The corporations are too woke, and so that to turn your kids, I don't know, to trans your kids, right? That's basically the narrative, and Shoe has fed into this narrative hardcore, right? Despite the fact that, you know, she's not doing it with malice or with apparent malice, she's doing it, I guess, out of ignorance. But it's a weird thing to be ignorant about, because you should realize, you know, where all that stuff leads, where feeding into those Pizzagate style narratives like lead, right? It's a moral panic, and moral panics have a tendency to put marginalized people in danger, especially when you've got a group like trans people that have been targeted year after year, especially this year by the likes of Matt Walsh. Did Bernie flip Shoe? Maybe that's why Shoe started to grift on the left. I don't know, Vosh, some people would say Vosh flipped Shoe, but in reality, here's what it is, okay? Anti-SJW audiences were drying up, right? That's how Shoe used to make her money, off of like dunking on feminists, right? That was her game back in the day, right? So then, you know, when that dries up, she's gotta move somewhere if she wants her channel to keep growing. There just wasn't room for her to keep doing another video after about Brie Larson or whatever. So she needed to do something different, right? But, you know, to do that, she needs at least somebody on the left to be like, yeah, you know, Shoe on Head, she's okay now. And she found that in Vosh. And now, why does this work for Vosh? Because Vosh is, at best, a leftist with a lot to unpack, and with a large community that has like no interest in actually holding him to account on any of this stuff, right? So Vosh wants more edgy lefties. He sees Shoe, who, like I said, I mean, really sus, you know, viewpoints, right? You know, ostensibly, you know, for things like Medicare for all, but at the same time, like very suspicious about things like Pride, right? About Pride events and how they might be, you know, completely inappropriate for children, and how LGBT people are putting children at risk, right? So you've got this combination of social conservatism with lefty-esque, you know, economic policies that Shoe on Head has, right? And for Vosh, this worked out really nicely. It got him to have another person, another big person on the left who would be like, hey, Vosh is okay, right? We're cool with Vosh, right? Vosh is not that bad, and if you think he's that bad, you're just practicing identity politics. That's the only thing that could possibly make you go against Vosh, right? Is a penchant for identity politics. So Shoe watches Vosh's back, Vosh has Shoe's back, right? They're mutually beneficial for each other. And it all works out until Pride comes up. And every single year, it seems like Shoe's gotta attack queer people on Pride, and this becomes inconvenient because the one thing that Vosh won't do, right, the one group that he tries not to visibly go against, at least since the Thought Slime stream, am I right, is LGBT people, right? So this is off-brand. To be associated with somebody like that is totally off-brand for Vosh. It puts, you know, Xanderhal-Demon Mama, all the people that have given Shu a pass, it puts them all at risk. And, you know, they don't want to lose their access to, they don't want to lose their, you know, access to money either. It's the same way that Shu didn't want to lose her access to money after the anti-SJW grift dried up. So they gotta say something, and they did say something. They made videos about the Kink at Pride. They disagreed, I think, mostly. No, wait, actually, maybe Vosh actually had some sus views in the first Kink at Pride go-around. But by the second Kink at Pride go-round, you know, they were all in line of saying that this groomer narrative that Shu-on-Head is feeding into is really dangerous, right? And, you know, some of them disagreed with Shu and then forgave her, right? Let bygones be bygones. And some of them felt hurt by Shu, because when Xanderhal and Demon Mama made videos about Shu, they kind of left for some openings for Shu to attack them back, and attack them back she did. Shu hit them back on those issues, on, you know, in terms of something that Demon Mama had said that was kind of like subtly like implying that Shu was interested in Pedialyte or something like that. I don't know why Demon Mama said that, but of course Shu-on-Head threw that accusation back at people like Xanderhal and Demon Mama, and they couldn't forget that, right? They're, I guess, somewhat okay attacking, you know, queer people every year. You know, they're going to say something about it, they're going to disagree, but they're not going to cut ties with Shu, right? But when Shu attacks Xanderhal and Shu attacks Demon Mama, that caused them to cut the ties. One person who hadn't cut those ties, though, is Keffals, because Shu-on-Head is useful for Keffals. Shu-on-Head is one of these people that's going to say, hey, you know, this whole Pikru invasion, this whole literal digital blackface that you know, Keffals is encouraging her community to engage in, this is not so bad. This is not so bad. And if you think it is bad, you probably practice identity politics, right? So yeah, here we are. We got, you know, Xanderhal, who still really hates Shu, doesn't want to have anything to do with Shu. You got Vosh and Keffals, who are like, Shu is still useful to them. Like, having a relationship with Shu-on-Head is something that they want to maintain, right? And when Keffals talks to Shu and doesn't ask her any questions about, like, hey, you know, when you accuse Xanderhal and Demon Mama of, you know, whatever, like of being G rumors, you know that that was kind of wrong, right? Keffals doesn't say that. Keffals is just nice and chill with Shu-on-Head, and so that causes Xanderhal to really have a problem with Keffals and to debate her on stream. Unfortunately for us, though, although Xanderhal did finally come around to the right perspective on Shu-on-Head, he's been such a hypocrite. When Shu's useful to him, he's useful to Shu. So it's all about him. It's all about him getting criticized. That's what causes Xanderhal to actually stand up against Shu and say, maybe we shouldn't be supporting this person. And so it makes for an easy debate for Keffals to win. Also, Keffals can say, you're just like not letting me be friends with who I want to be friends with. And right, it becomes this whole thing of like, you're policing who I can be friendly with, right? From Keffals. So Keffals comes off with like the optical W on that one. And against Xan, and Xan's just getting saltier and saltier. And he finally clicks like on a tweet from somebody talking about Keffals' ex's accusations against Keffals. Now, I'm not going to get into these accusations, right? Because at this point, we have accusations against Keffals from Keffals' ex, accusations of abuse, right? And then Keffals making counter accusations. And like I said, I am a survivor of that kind of thing, of the kind of accusations that we're talking about. And I can't really get into that without getting kind of triggered myself. So I'm gonna leave that part off, but after Xan's signal boosting, essentially Keffals' ex, Keffals does a drama stream on her ex, right? And shows receipts, which, you know, like, I mean, I've looked at them, none of it's super convincing, right? I don't want to say I don't believe, you know, Keffals if Keffals is saying that she was victimized, but it's just like in the context that it's given, it looks like a convenient way to push away accusations against herself. So yeah, without wading into that stuff too heavily, right? This really blew up in Xan's face because the Vosh audience is primed to freak out, not on somebody that's doing abuse, but somebody that's making accusations at a creator that they like, that they deem to be false. Like, you can look at the Thought Slime Vosh, or the Thought Slime Xanderhal thing. You can look at any number of things. You know how, like, Xan doesn't have a sex cult, right? You know how DJ Mule's the worst person in the world because DJ Mule made accusations against Xanderhal, right? It's that sort of thing. That's what they get mad about. So, right? So, of course, the audience, their audience, Keffals and Xan's audience, blows up at Xan. Xan loses 3,000 subs in the space of 2 weeks. Kind of amazing how that happens. And he's gone radio silent ever since. Well, that's all changed yesterday, chat. Yesterday, Xan came back to stream with the Xanifesto. He's explaining his side of the story. So we're going to get into that. We're also going to get into Keffals' weird allegations against Hassan that I talked about earlier. Essentially things from Hassan's Discord. It kind of amounts to Keffals being mad at Hassan for not giving her the clout that she wants. Natalie Marie, thank you for the Prime sub. Wow, we're all about the Prime subs today. Xan is only mad because she won't date him, possibly. What's up, Soul Bunny? I shouldn't chime in from my privileged position, but I'm pretending they all don't exist. That's understandable, yeah, as a victim of that sort of thing, you know, when we're talking about, yeah, I won't mention what Keffals has done to you if you don't want me to, Soul Bunny, because I know you've been through enough already, but glad to have you here today. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We got so much to get into, and we've also got just like actual news today too. And this is going to be a little teaser also for what we are looking to do. Natalie says, yay, way to end 2023. NCC covering another streamer manifesto. 2 manifestos in one. That's right. 2 manifestos in one. Oh God. Okay. So yeah, I start where we always start with my Twitter thread. If any of you are on Twitter and you want to give me a hand here, boosting my thread, giving me more of the visibility that Elon took away from me because I won't pay him $8 for a check mark, right? If you want to help me out with that, there's the link right there to the, oh my God, Vamps. Vamps with the gift sub to Soul Bunny. Yo, what is up with Twitch kicking ass today? Twitch is kicking some ass today. YouTube, what are you going to do to answer that? What are you going to do to answer that? I love seeing all the gift subs and the Prime subs. It makes me so happy. I'm glad that you appreciate me, chat, because I appreciate you. And, you know, it's been an awesome year. What? Oh my God. There's so much I have to cover. And I feel like I'm just, I feel like I'm edging you a little too much this time. I do like to give everybody a chance to get in here and not start right away because I don't want people to come in late and feel like they've missed the most interesting part of the stream. Yo, what is even going on? Vamps with the gift sub to Woody Red. Woody Red also not seeing the ad break. Soul Bunny, Woody Red, Natalie Marie, and Princess Monocle will not have to deal with the ad break coming up in about 1 minute. Yeah, I gotta let you know once again. We got an ad break coming up in 1 minute. That's 1 minute and 30 seconds taken out of your life, and with, you know, an ad not of my choosing forced down your throat. If you no longer want to see those ads on my channel, you can get out of them for the cost of a Twitch Prime, which is no cost to you. If you've already paid for Prime, that's just free with your Prime, right? So that's the best deal going if you have it. If you don't have it, it's $5 to get us to buy a sub for yourself, or if you're not able to afford the $5 and you don't have a Prime, you can possibly be gifted a sub, as many people just were, although that kind of thing more likely will happen if you're active in the chat. Merry Christmas to you too, Bad Lefty. Merry Christmas to all of you, and happy holidays. And like, I feel like there should be like a name for a holiday that is like the celebration, because like I don't really like the mainstream Christmas celebration. I appreciate the spooky part of Christmas. What I mean is like the Nutcracker. The Nutcracker is spooky. You know, the spooky Yule music. That's what I like, right? I like the weird spooky Christmas, or the Christmas Carol. Christmas Carol is plenty spooky too, and we're gonna go over a Christmas Carol today. If you don't notice from the picture, right, that we got right here, this is Keffals as Keffalisa Scrooge, Tiny Zan, and Hassan Piker as the ghost of Christmas Present, right? We've got an entire cast acting out the holiday tradition that is A Christmas Carol. So yeah, I mentioned that the news is still going on. And right now it looks like what people are talking about is, well, I guess football too, right? I don't know football though, chat. If you need to know about football, I would check it out from Emma Vigland. Emma Vigland knows football. The Vanguard knows football. NCC does not know football. But what NCC does know is that... Wait, where is this? Am I gonna have to type her name in here? Wait, why is North trending? Nope. Oh my god. I mean, I guess this is part of it. Anyway, let's just type it in. Nikki Haley is who we're talking about. If I can get her name correct. Wait, how do you spell her name? It's 2 Ks. God, this music is festive. It's so festive. It's unbelievably festive. But I'm gonna have to put it to a stop nonetheless, because we got to talk about Nikki Haley, Governor Nikki Haley, a potential vice presidential pick, Nikki Haley, who's been kind of pissing off the Tim Pools and the Tucker Carlsons of the world, right? They've got no interest in Nikki Haley running as Donald Trump's vice president. Now, why would Nikki Haley run as Donald Trump's vice president? It's because she appeals to all the people that might vote for a Republican, but that don't want to vote for Trump. She's perceived as being a lot more mainstream, a lot less radical than Trump. However, right, if part of what bothers you about Trump is his racism, then you might want to check this video out.
What was the cause of the United States Civil War?
Okay, so that's a she's at a campaign rally or a town hall or something like that, right? Somebody in the audience has asked her, what was the cause of the Civil War? This is her answer. Have we got another? We've come so far halfway there. Whoa, what just happened? Did we get another? Yo, Twitch, you're just killing it today. You are absolutely kicking butt. I love to see Twitch come back, right? I never know how it works, right? If people go from one chat to the other or what, you know, when we have to ebb and flow. But lately YouTube's been kicking ass and Twitch has been kind of silent. Now we've got Twitch kicking some ass, right? So yeah, Nikki Haley, that was somebody in the audience asking her a question about what caused the Civil War. Nikki Haley, if you don't know, is the governor of South Carolina. South Carolina, first state, if I'm not mistaken, in to secede from the U.S. during the Civil War, right? And if you know anything about the South and the kind of lost cause mentality, when we talk about lost cause, We're talking about a romanticization of the Confederacy that goes on, that started in the South, but really it's not limited to the South, right? You've got Birth of a Nation, possibly the most racist film ever made, also the very first blockbuster. This was shown in the White House, right? The white people in the North decided they really thought that the South's cause was romantic, in spite of the fact that their grandparents might have lost their lives in the Civil War, fighting against the Southern traitors, right? So Nikki Haley's walking a line here. If I'm being completely honest, like South Carolina is one of those states that I think they had the Confederate flag was up in South Carolina for a really long time. Oh my God, Soul Lives, thank you for the gift membership to Autumn Leaves. Autumn Leaves just got a gift membership. That is so awesome. So yeah, Nikki Haley's walking a line here, right? Because she knows maybe. Well, I don't know. All bets are off when we're talking about Nikki Haley. You know what she believes, what she knows, right? But when she saying slavery is bad for her because of her audience and her support, her fans. You know, a lot of them are lost cause people too, and lost cause people generally want to believe that the Civil War started because of states' rights, that the South took a very principled stand on states' rights, and that there was something kind of authoritarian about the North trying to take those away, right? But the real question, the question that never gets asked, is states' rights to do what? Oh my God, Christy Z, FU, Grand Theft Autobot, and V. Wait, I don't even know if these are real sponsorships, but oh no, they are. Nope, I can never tell the way that the way that YouTube shows them to me. Yeah, and also Pedro. Yeah, you all got gift memberships. You can all thank Moe Noape or Manope or however you want to pronounce. We actually talked last stream, so there's many correct ways to pronounce Manope's name, but thank you for those gift memberships to keep to give everybody access to, like, look, so people who just got those, if you don't know what that means, the very first thing that you can do, right, there's many things. Oh my God, cat ears, there's many things you can do, right, with those memberships. Like, it gets you exclusive content, but one of the cooler things that you may not know about is, like, these emotes, they are now for they are now for you. You can use these now. Cat ears, how do I put on cat ears, right? So yeah, that's what we're dealing with Nikki Haley, and that is probably, I'm guessing, why she can't answer this straightforward question that any fourth grader, I shouldn't say any fourth grader, it probably depends on where you go to school. You'll probably learn different stuff if you go to school in the South, and in some cases, the textbooks that are written for you, even if you don't live in the South, are going to come from Texas, right? So you might get a lot of states' rights, like BS, in there, right? But the easy answer is slavery. Slavery was the cause of the Civil War, right? Because that's the states' rights to do what? States' rights to do slavery. But look at her. Watch how much she can't answer.
Well, don't come.
She doesn't want to get in trouble with the neo-Confederates. She wants to keep their support. But at the same time, she doesn't want to give, like, an obvious, lost cause answer to this. So
with an easy question or anything. I mean,
because she's supposed to appeal to the people that Donald Trump doesn't, right? She's really put in a bind by this.
I think the cause of the Civil War was basically how government was going to run, the freedoms and what people could and couldn't do. What do you think the cause of the Civil War was?
The freedoms and what people could and couldn't do, like could or could not own other people, for instance. Put it back on. Like, this is great. This is her rally, right? She's asked what caused the Civil War. She gives a very vague answer that, like, I mean, I guess, and here's my guess, right? She's going to try to say, well, I mean, like, there was about people's rights, like the right to not be owned by someone else. She's going to try to, play this, and her surrogates are going to try to play this off as something other than lost causism, but it very much is at least a sign of her having consideration for the lost cause supporting members of her coalition.
I'm sorry?
I'm not paying the president. I want to see your view.
I will see about those cat ears, by the way.
I mean, I think it always comes down to the role of government.
So yeah, he's like, I want your answer. I came here to get your answer. Nobody cares what I think. I'm just a random person in the audience. You're the candidate for president of the United States. Can you please give me a straight answer?
We need to have capitalism. We need to have economic freedom. We need to make sure that we do all things so that individuals have the liberties so that they can have freedom of speech, freedom of religion.
Here we go.
Freedom to do,
Phoenix Dragon.
be anything they want to be without
Oh my God.
getting in the way.
Thank you. And then in the year 2023, it's astonishing to me that you answer that question without mentioning the word slavery.
Okay, so like I couldn't hear all of his words, but it was like, it's the year 2023. It's unconscionable that you can't give that answer without mentioning the word slavery, right?
What do you want me to say about slavery?
What do you want me to say about slavery? See, she doesn't want to say it. She doesn't want to take a side.
Next question.
Wait, are we like tied? I think we're tied. Yeah, next question here. Perfect. Next question. Next question. She wants to get out of this. She does not want to answer the question, and I can see why. I can see why. She's trying to walk a line that must be very difficult for her, but it really underlies like how not different than Donald Trump on important issues like racism that she actually is, right? How much she needs to toe the line on Trumpism, and it's racist core. That's like this is what's going on. Yeah, that's right. What he read, Keffals Scrooge. I'm glad you like that. I'm glad you all like that. So that's what's going on with Nikki Haley. Now, like I said, we're gonna get into this in a little bit more detail tomorrow because I'm not done with this, right? As silly as it is for Nikki Haley to give this answer in 2023, she has brought up an issue that's still very much alive and well, unfortunately, and something that we really need to talk about. Luckily, some sussy Twitch drama streamer has decided to jump into this fray too, accidentally, right? In trying to attack Dusty Smith, and trying to put down Dusty Smith, he gave an opinion that I feel like, look, I'm American, okay? If I have an opinion on the English Civil War, I'm gonna probably keep that to myself because I don't know all that much about the English Civil War. And I guess I wouldn't expect like a British person to know a lot about the American Civil War. Some of you may have guessed already what drama streamer that we're talking about that jumped into this fray incidentally, but it looks like we're gonna have to talk about him tomorrow. We're gonna have to talk about Nikki Haley, and we're gonna have to talk about Dennis Prager, because it's all over a PragerU video that Dusty Smith was going over, and more on that tomorrow. Ads are finally gone. Good. Those ads must be really annoying. How does she walk the line of not pissing off racist supporters and not coming off racist herself? I mean, that's her best attempt right there. You just saw it. You just saw it, Natalie. So how does... Oh, same thing. Okay, yeah. The freedom to make other people less free. Yeah, and when she's talking about like economic freedoms as well, that ties into that too, right? That's the Republican Party's brand. How to not sound racist without giving the press a racist quote. How to sound racist. Yeah. She's trying to dog whistle, right? She doesn't want the humans to hear the dog whistle, but she wants the dogs to hear the dog whistle. She wants the hogs to hear that hog. We should start calling them hog whistles, because that's really what they are. Oh my god, this coffee is good.
Orange coffee.
It's so good. It's so good. So yeah, that's what's going on with Nikki Haley. Like I said, we'll get into that more tomorrow. It is your last chance if you want to. Yeah, look at this. Look at, oh my god! Natalie Marie posting weasels. The drama stream is going great. I'm so glad that people appreciate the drama stream that I get to do. I'm fortunate enough to get to do today. That's great. But yeah, this is your chance if you haven't liked the stream yet. Oh wait, did I even... It's probably my fault if you haven't liked the stream yet. I wish they'd call me Miss Drama Streamer though. That would be nice. A little respect. Put some respect to my name. Come on. We got, that's the... That's the link on Twitter. There it is for Twitch. And here it is for YouTube. Yeah, your last chance to appear on the stream in Twitter avatar form, should you so choose, should you so deign to do so. I'll give you a little bit longer to be able to do that, and then we'll get going. Because I feel, chat, I feel like I've been edging you for long enough. Also, you're edging me a little bit too, because like, look, it's what? It's 5 to 5, right? 5 YouTube memberships, 5 Twitch subs. It's an even it's anybody's game at this point, right? This is like the NCC bowl that's going on. Oh yeah, and also Bad Lefty's bringing up the fact that you should probably also like the stream if you haven't already, because that is more powerful than you realize, right? That helps me out more than you could imagine. It's your only way of giving feedback other than just watching the stream about like how you're enjoying the stream or not, right? And YouTube will or will not bring in more people into the stream based on your choice of whether to like or not. So you have the power in your hand, chat. I can't make you like the stream, but I can tell you that it's fun if you do. Do we have 50 viewers? Is that true? Is that confirmed? Because if we have 50 viewers, that means that we've probably got some drama frogs. And look, if you're a drama frog, that's okay, okay? Maybe you're a big Xan fan. Maybe you're a big Keffals fan. Maybe you're a Hassan fan, right? That's possible too, right? You're welcome, okay? Obviously, I've got my opinions, you know, about these people, but I feel like I can cover this in a neutral way. I've been covering it in a neutral way. You know, for example, I feel like, you know, Xan's right about Shoe on Head being sus, but he's also kind of a hypocrite for not calling that out sooner, right? Xan had a long time to call out Shoe on Head, and he seems to only have had interest in calling out Shoe on Head when she was a danger to his career. So there's more than enough hypocrisy to go around here, right? In terms of, you know, Keffals is going to call Hassan's community ableist. Well, I can't disagree with that. And you could call Hassan ableist as well. And I feel like Hassan himself, if he was here, he would also say, yes, I am ableist, right? Because Hassan's stream is very much focused on being normies. And unfortunately, like, ableism is super normalized, right? So, you know, it's a point that she makes, but like, is the Arsler Queen really the right person to be calling Hassan ableist? Does this make any sense at all? For Keffals to excoriate the woke scolds and the Tinder queers, and then to woke scold and Tinder queer Hassan. It doesn't really make sense. Like, pick a side, Keffals. Massive hypocrisy on her part, right? So you understand. I don't have any dog. I don't have any dog in this race. Sorry, I don't have any dog in this fight. I don't have any pony in this race, and I don't have any other thing in this. I don't have any lobster in this 10 rules for life, right? I don't have any of those things. Did you see the White Nervosa? I can't see anything that White Nervosa posts, unfortunately. I'm blocked by her. Leader of White Nervosa Network wrote a whole 9-tweet thread where she jumped in and gave her take on Keffals versus Xan. Yo, Natalie, if you can, okay? Now this is a lot, right? But if you can, I would massively appreciate you screen capping that, because I have no way of looking at anything that White Nervosa posts. If you don't know the history between myself and White Nervosa, White Nervosa jumped into one of my go live threads right before I was about to go live with like a weird accusation. I don't even remember what exactly it was, right? But she made an accusation against me, and like, I just let people know this is the person that covered up for Vosh's. Oh my God, raptors! Raptors! Look at that! Look at the power that you have. Don't abuse it, but I love how you're using it right now. I love that we got the raptors. Yes, we're the raptors. We've got the raptors in chat for sure. Oh God, what was it? Yeah, with White Nervosa, right? So she makes this weird accusation against me. She links like a Google Doc, and I took a look at the Google Doc, and there's not any real receipts in there. I mean, there's a Google Doc which looks like receipts. Like for most people, if you see like a link to something, if you see a screenshot, you're like, oh, there's receipts. Claim is good. No, not with White Nervosa. She has no compunction about like posting a link that's got no relevance or it doesn't really prove what she's trying to say, right? So she's making these accusations against me. I remind people that White Nervosa is the person that helped Vosh cover up his sexual harassment in Destiny's Discord back in the day, right? White Nervosa has a long history of being a sussy baka, right? So I'm not gonna let White Nervosa get away with like, casting aspersions on me. And this just pissed her off, right? So she doubles down on her accusations, and Zara and I stay up, I think on a Independence Day night. I think it was like the 4th of July. We stay up looking at her claims and seeing that although they don't prove anything about me, they accidentally proved that I didn't do what White Nervosa claimed, right? Right, so she's got like timestamps of this like suspicious activity on a suspicious website that she's attributing to me with like no proof whatsoever. And it turns out at that exact moment, at that exact time, I was streaming Persona 2. I was literally streaming a video game. I've got my like hands like, you know what I mean? There's just like no way that you could make an accusation that I was doing something on some website at that time, because clearly what I was doing was streaming on Twitch. Right, so she didn't like this. She didn't like the fact that we came back at her non-receipts with actual receipts, right? And blew her claims the fuck away, right? So she blocks me, she blocks Zara. Zara's actually posted those receipts on her thread, and she hides she hides Zara's reply, right? So we went to TikTok, we went, all over the place to prove my innocence, and, just like before, I'm dancing with innocence, right? I was actually doing something else at the time. So, yeah, that's my history with White Nervosa. That's why she blocks me. That's why she fears me. And that's why she's also the one who tried to take my channel down twice. Yeah, we've got quite the history with White Nervosa. So, screenshot would be awesome, Natalie. If you could get me a screenshot, then we can definitely... Look at this. We're getting into the drama before we get into the drama. I gotta know what White Nervosa says about this, right? Sorry for the story time aside, but we will get to everything, I promise. Everything on the thumbnail. There are some ways to read Twitter without an account through open source alternatives. Are you talking about like, is it called like VX Twitter? Is that what you're talking about? But yeah, Natalie, if you could get me screenshots and put them in the stream suggestions, or either that or just message them to me. Like that, we can go over this. Check your DMs. Check my DMs. I gotta check my DMs. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Right? So, who is White Nervosa? Why is she important? Why does she matter? She's Vosh's sysadmin, right? She's she administers, and I think basically, so okay, so if you know, like, if you've heard of DGG, right, that's a Destiny thing. DGG is Destiny's website, right? And it got put together maybe even before Twitch was a thing, but it's a website that allows people to support Destiny without paying any money to Twitch or YouTube, right? They can just buy a subscription from Destiny's website. So in other words, right, the half of our money that Twitch takes from us, or the 30% of our money that YouTube takes from us, no longer comes away if a streamer uses a website like that, but Destiny had to have somebody program it. This person made the software open source. The code was open source. So White Nervosa, ding, 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 doesn't really know how to code or anything, but downloads the code, talks to the person that came up with it, and makes a website for Vosh. That's VGG, right? That's Vosh's website. And if you also know Xanderhal-Demon Mama, anybody that's part of the White Leaf network, right? White Leaf, by virtue of White Nervosa, you know, has one of these websites. That's what makes you part of the White Leaf family, the White Leaf network, right? Is that White Nervosa, you know, has this code and she can administer a website for you if you are, one, friendly and useful to Vosh, and two, in her good graces, right? Because why would she let you have a website if you piss her off, right? And we've seen people that White Nervosa that piss White Nervosa off lose their website. So that's kind of like what that website is. What White Nervosa does for Vosh is enforces loyalty by virtue of the fact of administrating a website, which lets streamers make maybe potentially twice as much money, right? That's some leverage. That's some leverage. And despite being an odious person, somebody that no one can get along with, and having such a bad like history in terms of helping Vosh get away with, you know, doing who knows what to you know, to innocent people on Destiny's Discord in terms of being a sex pest and stuff, that's, you know, she still holds that clout because she holds the keys to doubling your income. If you're in with Vosh and you're in with White Nervosa, I was offered one of these websites, right? Through none other than Zonia, who was friends with White Nervosa. So you can start to see like how sus this person is, like the sorts of associations that she has, right? And the way that she wields this leverage and this clout, right? I mean, that's really at the center of a lot of this White Leaf drama and what goes on, and why, you know, people that are allied with Vosh won't call him to account in any meaningful way. He's got a lot of leverage on them. Let's get to this, because I keep on stalling. But I now have the screenshots. Let's take a look. All right, what is White Nervosa saying? You can't read that, but now you can. Okay. White Nervosa, I do quite dislike drama, but we're here. Xanderhal's emotional manipulation and outright abuse are the reason I got directly involved. Frankly, I do not care. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, sorry for the slur, but that's who we're dealing with, right? Like I said, she's not a good person. She's not a good person at all, right? I apologize for the slur. That's White Nervosa's fault. Okay, so now this is quite interesting, right? Because White Nervosa administers Xanderhal's website. This is a key. This is crucial. Natalie, thank you once again for making my stream much more informative than it would have been otherwise, right? Because this is key. Xanderhal's emotional manipulation and outright abuse are the reasons I got directly involved. I frankly do not care and have described the situation as two arslers fighting. Oh my god, that's not very nice. That's not very nice. After causing multiple emotional breakdowns. Wait, okay. Okay, I don't understand how she's written this. Xan has caused multiple emotional breakdowns? Oh, okay, so wait, White Nervosa... She starts off talking about Xanderhal's emotional manipulation, so it sounds like she's blaming Xanderhal and outright abuse. I do not care and have described the situation as two arslers fighting, so kind of some shade at Keffals too, I guess. But yeah, oh my god, this is like... Let's see what's next. Yo, this is juicy. Okay, let me read it to you since you might not be able to read the entirety. Here, I'm gonna like actually make this a little bit easier for you to read. All right, so she starts off, Xan's apology stream. so this happened after the apology stream, right? Was an hour of Shu drama, true. He talks about Shu, to establish that he's a victim. Yeah, he really wants people to know what's wrong with Shu, and I agree with them on that. I just feel like he's a little late to the game, right? You should have known that Shu was trouble from the start, right? Being somebody that almost got sucked down the right-wing pipeline like Xanderhal did, you would think that he would be wary of somebody like Shu. He says staying friends with Shu isn't a problem. The problem is the flippant disregard for what Shu did. And that is not, not just that she's a weird sussy like right-winger that feeds into anti-queer narratives, but, that she hurt Xan and she hurt Demon Mama. He never shows where Keffals did this. Xanderhal tried to get permission to leak someone else's DMs between them and Keffals. Oh my god, did they try to get it from White Nervosa? They said no. He proceeded to emotionally abuse and manipulate them. They had multiple breakdowns. That's the multiple breakdowns. Okay, I got it. I told him I'd raise the issue with White Forest, right? So that's the network. That's the Vosh Clout network right there, White Forest. That's the network of websites. That's how Vosh controls, essentially, his kingdom, right? That's the leverage that he holds through White Nervosa. And we'd possibly drop him if he didn't get consent to release those. He justifies saying they were a complicit asshole. So we don't know who this third person is, right? But there's somebody a mutual, I guess, of Xan and Keffals, that Xan wanted to get DMs with Keffals, their DMs with Keffals, and he did not get consent. Did he show the DMs though somehow? Okay, so they didn't. I'm a little confused here, right? She's not super clear. She's not a reliable narrator. In fact, there's nothing reliable about White Nervosa. She is the biggest loose cannon, the biggest wild card in the Vosh network, I would say. He says it is blackmail, and that is what he means. He says that it is blackmail. The person that got emotionally abused says it's blackmail. See, she's not clear. The nuke he has on Keffals is overwhelmingly private statements and not public behavior. Yo, this is some serious palace intrigue here. Ignoring the stuff not involving Keffals at all in it. On the other hand, he told multiple people if he isn't able to leak someone else's DMs to make the haters eat their words, he'd delete all social media by what? Oh my god, so he threatened to, is that on 12/22/23? So, I mean, this is already passed. I guess he's not gonna do this, maybe? I said it'd be a better choice than violating someone's consent to own the haters. The call is recorded. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is wild, chat. You're getting some behind the scenes stuff today. Thank you so much, Natalie, for bringing this to my attention. We're gonna open another. Oh my god, so many sussy bakas here. Let's open that. Okay, so the call is recorded. Wait, so there was a call between Xan. Oh my, she's so bad at writing this, right? I don't exactly understand what she's saying, but I'm getting a sense. The busy week he had prior to the stream on the 27th. So she's referring when she says busy week, she's talking about Xan's stream, which you're about to see. I guess we'll go over that first. We'll probably do the Xan stuff first and the Hassan stuff second. Since we've already jumped into the Xan drama unwittingly through White Nervosa. Okay, the busy week that he had prior to the stream on the 27th, that's yesterday, was him playing video games to escape. I tried, probably Lego Fortnite, if I'm guessing. I tried with two others to talk him down. He left abruptly. One person concluded that he was bluffing. They were correct. I'm not rolling in the mud with this and will simply release receipts without comment if he contests any of this information. This is a classic debate bro tactic here. Mind that he cannot just simply stop talking to someone. He must publicly attempt to drag them. and to have the crowd follow. To quote Xan, "For the safety of those involved, I won't release it. He is entirely aware and simply does not care. To call him a selfish man-child would ignore the malicious abuse, his lack of care, to the point where he'd leak DMs to hurt someone else and spite others." Oh my god. Let's see, I gotta really zero in on... Okay, so this is DMs on Discord, somewhat redacted. White Nervosa talking to Xanderhal. Okay, so you probably can't read this, so I'm gonna read it to you, right? "Hi there, Xan. I want to make it known to everyone here now that there was no talk, blank, redacted, and about your site status. There was no talk something that got redacted. Between you and I? That seems like the most obvious thing to be there. I don't know why there'd be like a name or something that would need to be redacted." Okay, your site status. So she's specifically saying that she did not threaten to pull his website. I think that's what that means, right? "We had a call today that was not recorded where I explicitly told you that you should wait. Nothing would be held against you, and that you should blank's consent. You should get blank's consent to leak DMs." So the third party that we don't know who it is yet, right? "Within a few hours, you changed your mind in a call that was recorded. You justified leaking because..." So it's something that he leaked. It's something that he talked about, right? There's something in that stream, which we have, thanks to the painstaking efforts of Xerax, right? Because that stream got deleted, or not got deleted, got privated, right? His original stream got privated. He put out a video of him talking about the Keffals stuff, but we can't really trust like that's not redacted too, right? So if we want the original thing, the original statement, we're gonna have to go to his video that he privated. Somehow we got a hold of that, right? Through the magic of technology, I guess. I don't exactly know, chat, because I'm not a wizard. I'm not a wizard, I'm not a witch. I don't know these things. I'm not actually that good at tech. Kind of a boomer, to be completely honest, right? And White Nervosa can attest to this, right? That I suck at anything tech related. "You justified leaking because blank was a complicit asshole. Okay. In response, I said that if you leak it without consent, you'd be dropped. You've since accused blackmail to..." Yo, did he accuse White Nervosa of blackmail? "You've since accused blackmail," so accuse her of blackmail, I guess? That is where we are at this moment. Okay, so Xanderhal replies to White Nervosa, "Sorry, not blackmail, but threatening my income, that's true, that's half of his income. Threatening my income, it worked. I'm going to drop the Keffals thing. I see how it is, I got the message." Yo! Damn! Chud Logic, eat your heart out. Who's got the real drama? NCC, that's right, as always, right? Okay, so, oh my god, so I don't know what this person, what they're doing, right? This is Mythaldu. I don't know that much about Mythaldu. All I know is that they donate large amounts of money to people in the Vosh network and are kind of notoriously hard to get along with. I don't really know much more than that. Talking in this conversation with White Nervosa, also taking this important context in Xan's claim. Okay, so that's Mythaldu quote retweeting White Nervosa. So behind the scenes, right, there seems to have been pressure on Xan to quote unquote drop the whole Keffals thing. And we're about to see what happened. Is there more than I need to see, Natalie? Okay. Sorry for yeah, okay, Boomer is right. You got me. I'm not beating these charges. Let me see if I can do this. It's a better picture. Okay. So have I got all the relevant tweets from White Nervosa? And again, White Nervosa, I really don't like going behind blocks, right? But you kind of gave me no choice. You made accusations against me. we disproved them. And you blocked us to keep your followers from seeing how bullshit those accusations were. That's the reason we're going behind your block. I'm sorry, I don't have a personal, like, you know, hatred towards you despite all the things that you've done and tried to do towards me. You're kind of like the Wile E. Coyote. You know, you've tried to trap me with all kinds of Acme devices, but I just keep getting away, right? So I'm not mad at you any more than the Roadrunner is mad at Wile E. Coyote, right? You are my, you know, comical nemesis, like, right? Not like our actual nemesis, right? So I don't really have any hatred towards you. Please don't get mad. I'm just trying to cover the story, and covering the story means, you know, unfortunately, getting beyond your block, right? So again, not a thing that I usually like to do, just something that I'm kind of forced to do. Oh my god, chat, I can't even drink my void coffee. I can't even put on my lipstick, right? All the things that I need to do for stream, it's being disrupted by, like, how juicy and salacious this drama is. What's up, chat? Okay, so we got the first, like, this is great context, right? This is amazing. I've asked about locations of rice cookers. Oh yeah, rice cookers are great. I highly recommend them. I like eat all of my food out of a rice cooker. Get it together, Irene. Well, I'm just trying to talk to chat one more time. So yeah, if you're here for the first time, if you know, maybe have different opinions about me, maybe you're just here because you think I'm the operator of the ClanOps dossier on every streamer out there. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm just Irene. I do what I can do. I try to get you the story, and you know, it's only thanks to my community, really, that I'm able to do that, right? I am massively thankful to Vamps, Natalie Marie, and Zara for actually getting me what I need today to cover that story. Sometimes these things aren't easy to cover. These people are, I'm gonna say it, okay? There's a lot of guilty consciences when it comes to Whiteleaf, right? They know where the bodies are buried. I hope I don't mean literally. I mean, I don't mean literally. I hope there's not literal bodies being buried. These people are sus. I don't know if they're that sus, right? And I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying that I'd be, like, less than surprised if they're... Anyway, chat. They know, like, you know, how guilty they are, right? And so they behave like people with a guilty conscience. They delete things, they hide things, they block people, they hide comments, all these kind of things, right? And we do what we can to get you the story. On that, we're gonna take a look at Zan's deleted VOD. Now I understand why the VOD was deleted. There is major palace intrigue. It does sound like Xan was having some pressure put on him. It does sound like his site, right? So in other words, half of his income was at stake here. And it does sound like the nature of what you're about to see in terms of Xan's, you know, stance towards Keffals, which, you know, is partially an apology, I guess. Partially an apology, partially an excuse, partially a justification, and partially a Keffals does it too, right? That's what you're getting from Xan. But I don't know if this changed, right? I don't know if this happened because of the pressure of possibly losing his website. I can't, like I said, White Nervosa is not the clearest person in the world when it comes to writing, so... Anyway, let's, have had enough of the Christmas music, right? It's good stuff, though. Persona 2 Christmas. It's time to get to the point of the drama. Okay, I've got a playlist. Chat, we may be having some, like, copyright claims. We may be dealing with some, I don't know. I don't know if I have the entire thing. I'm not entirely sure here. But this is a playlist. Yeah. Wait. Okay. I gotta avoid 26 minutes to 27. Oh, I see, I see. So it's not any kind of copyright claim that we've gotten. So if you don't know, the other history between me and White Nervosa is that White Nervosa is, at least on 3 occasions, in my estimation, tried to take my channel down through making claims on YouTube that YouTube did not find to be credible. In other words, YouTube told her where she could shove those claims, and it is indeed a place where the sun does not shine, right? That's where what YouTube told her when she tried to get my channel taken down. They said, "Nah, this looks like fair use to us," right? So, what's weird is that these aren't like Vosh videos that I'm talking about. These are Xanderhal videos, right? I don't know what exactly that tells us, but it seems to indicate that White Nervosa has control of not only your website if you join the White Leaf Network. And Xan, listen, if you're out there, okay, if you're watching this, talk to me. We used to be friends, all right? I'm sure we disagree about a lot, but I kind of feel bad for you getting caught up in all this. I kind of feel bad for you having this like pressure put on you. I wish you had disavowed Shu early on. You should have. But, the fact that you're willing to do that now means something. And like, you don't have to be under this leverage. And it kind of makes me sad that you are. Like to see, how you're responding, the defeated nature of your response here, it makes me sad. This network is at the center of what's wrong with the online left, right? It's the nexus, right? Anyway, Whisper of a Dream. I don't think Xan is actually watching this, but here is his stream from yesterday. So what I was trying to say though was that White Nervosa's tried to make weird copyright claims against my channel, right? So we're a little bit worried about that. That's the this is the Xanderhal theme song here.
Why do they just in there?
Okay, so that's his theme song. It's like the X in my name is not a target. I don't know, something like that. It's just like even Xanderhal's theme song is very much like kind of caught up in his victim mentality. Oh, there he is. There's the Xan man. Like, look, I mean, please don't take this the wrong way. I am not trying to coddle Xanderhal. I am not trying to forgive like all the things that he's done. I just I don't like to see him like this, okay? And I knew him before he was involved with Vosh, and I feel like, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I'm a bad judge of character. Maybe he was always kind of a piece of shit, but I felt like he was a better person back then. I don't know, chat. It's a moment of weakness. Please indulge me in it, right? I got too much empathy, and probably for the wrong people. I mean, it kind of bangs a little bit like his theme song, but it's just like the whole thing is just like him complaining about being attacked by anyone and everyone. Okay, not trying to steal your song here.
You guys today.
I just imagine Xan getting hyped to this song every day, right?
Hello, everybody.
Here we go.
It's so good to be back after.
So please, if we've got any gumshoes, any enterprising gumshoes, wow, I actually opened it up in the wrong thing, didn't I? Here, let me pull it into view for you. Right there. There's Xan the man. So yeah, any enterprising gumshoes out there, right? If you notice anything, if you pick up any clues, let me know, okay? Because I have massive ADHD and I might miss some of these things. And I have a feeling that the answers are going to be right in front of our face, right? We've seen the White Nervosa screenshots. Oh my God, we've got more screenshots incoming here. Incoming screenshots. Are you ready? Do you want to see another Vosh mod that blocked me, that also blocked me? This is somebody that I owned on Twitter. Like, I made a comment that apparently really got to Thana. Let's take a look. We got more mod drama incoming. Here we go. Xanderhal went after me. That might be the third party. Xanderhal went after me behind the scenes and tried to ruin my connections and friendships. Xanderhal, at this point, we have many of the same enemies, okay? I'm just pointing that out, okay? Ruined my connections and friendships with other streamers, all because I muted him for a day in chat after he told another chatter to unalive? Yo! Xan, you gotta be careful with that. You gotta be careful with that, right? You know, like, getting muted is like the least of what could happen to you with that kind of stuff. That's I don't know. Like, we're taking Thana's word for it. Again, I don't necessarily trust Thana. He's very lucky that people that support him are more mature than he is. Yo. Okay, so these are all quote retweets to what White Nervosa quoted. Yo, we got more. Thank you, Vamps. We got one more tweet. One more tweet here. Okay, I promise we'll get going after or I guess I can't promise, right? So this is White Nervosa talking to Loner Box, talking to Denial Box of all people, right? And Xan has blocked White Nervosa. Xan has blocked. This is big, chat. I don't look. This guy's got nothing left to lose, right? If they take his website, right, that's like half of his income. Jesus Christ, I don't even know what to say. Moody background lighting, kind of like the lighting. Oh, wait, my background lighting? This is from Thana. Yeah, that was from Thana that we just showed, but this is from White Nervosa right here. You're probably on a delay too, so I'm sure you're reacting to the thing that I just showed. Oh my god, yeah, Liberal Box, that's right. Our good friend of the VOD, Denial Box, right? A big supporter of NCC and my dossier, my non-existent dossier, right? Loner Box loves to talk about that because he's seen the aristocracy. He's seen the apartheid anime girl stream on nocommentchick, so he knows all the lore. How will he spread lib garbage now? Good question. I don't know. Paul Squall giving me 100 biddies for the dossier fund. There we go. We got the biddy emote that showed up. Thank you for the 100 biddies, my friend, and good to see you. I'm glad you're all here today because we got a lot to go over. So yeah, this is White Nervosa posting, I guess, her dubs. I'll give you the dub. White Nervosa, just to show that I don't hate you or anything. This is, you got blocked by Xanderhal. I'm blocked by Xanderhal. You're probably blocked by Cherry Bread TV too. I guess this is a dub for WN. It's a WN dub. Anyway, if there are no more additions to, and again, thank you, Zara, thank you, Vamps, and thank you, Natalie Marie, for making this deep dive possible. You don't understand this, how much context that you're actually adding to the stream.
My holiday break, I had a nice Christmas.
Oh, it's so good. Like, I got back from my holiday. It's just a little holiday break.
I didn't really do Christmas this year. Like, I didn't get a tree or really decorate much, just so much hectic stuff going on, particularly involving moving. It was like, I like Christmas, but I'm gonna not do Christmas this year to reserve myself to go all out for Christmas next year. Also...
Sorry, he doesn't mean Christmas, he means Xanmas. I think he does like a Christmas stream most years, and he's not doing it this year. Lance is a much better fit with leftist mafia. Did you cover Keffals Burn It Down with, wait, let me, I'm trying to, yeah, I should have taken a minute to just catch up with chat first. Did you cover Keffals Burn It Down with, Burn It Down Pepe Sylvia conspiracy video? Are you talking about the Hassan one, Molten Panda? We're gonna cover that one today. We've covered a bit of the Keffals and Xan thing so far. Doesn't White Nervosa have the ability to copyright, do copyright takedowns for Xan's channel? No, she has the ability to file a takedown. She does not have, apparently, the ability to know what is and isn't transformative content, because every time she's tried to take my channel down, YouTube has told her exactly where she can shove it. NCC flaunting her wins again. That's right. That's right, Stardust. These liberal interventionist streamers remind me of the Republicans of early 2000s. Very much not a compliment, yeah. Oh, like the neocons, right? That's what you're saying. The Hasanifesto was hysterical. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It was a... I mean, it was a nothing burger, but I hope that's not too much spoilers. It's a funny nothing burger, right? How we get to the nothing burger is kind of funny. We'll see that later on, so stick around, because after the Xanifesto, we'll be doing the Hasanifesto. And if we hit the sub goal, then I'll throw in a bonus manifesto. I'll throw in a dossier. Right? We'll open up another dossier. We'll do the White Nervosa files. No, just kidding. Surfs is still listed as being a member of White Forest. Yeah, so anybody that's looking on that website, I would encourage you to take precautions, right? And maybe even, I don't know, like I wouldn't be on that website without a proxy, like if I were you, right? I don't trust you know, the people operating the White Leaf website. Just take care. I don't want to get anybody, you know, in trouble. And there's a lot. I don't know how deep the rabbit hole really goes with White Nervosa, right? But there are some signs. There are some signs that it might go quite deep. I will say no more, right? We got to get into Xan. Into the Xan man.
Full beard. In effect, you're not wrong, Serious Lisp. I am still continuing on the No Shave November tradition until the 1st of January, in which case, when that happens...
This is what makes me sad.
When we get to the 1st of January, I'm going outside to shave my face.
Okay, so he hasn't shaved. He hasn't shaved since any of this went on, right? Morgan the Fae, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 6 months for you, and a lot of... Yo, those emojis are cute. Oh my god, I love those froggers. Those are adorable. Yo, YouTube needs to get with the times and do animated emojis too. If anybody wants to submit some animated emojis to me, I've got, I think, like, I don't know, a bunch of openings, right? Twitch has basically added on to like how many animated emotes they give people, so we have room for more. My friend, the Mightiest Quinn, made them. Those are some mighty emotes right there. Very wholesome streamer. Well, shout out to Mightiest Quinn then. And shout out to Morgan the Fae.
There's no way I'm shaving this inside and dealing with, like, cleaning that up. I'm just gonna do it outside. I've got some outdoor, like,
I never thought about that, but he's right. Yeah, that's a lot. That's not going down the drain.
So I should be able to use those outlets to, like, plug in my shaver and just do it on my back porch, which is just what I'm gonna end up
Just don't do it in the rain.
doing. I like having...
Why do I feel like I need to take care of this guy? God damn it.
A very clean, kind of short, barely noticeable stubble going on. I'm going outside.
Pizza Density says, that beard is nothing.
Oh, do I have some things to tell you about...
Oh, I hope so. Well, that's what we're counting on, Xan. But apparently he didn't tell us the... What did he call it? The forbidden information... Forbidden... What does he call it? The forbidden something.
Going outside. Hold on. Ah, there's my water.
Forbidden knowledge, yeah. We're not getting... I don't think we get the forbidden knowledge, but we got a sense of what it might be from White Nervosa. Thank you very much. Yeah, keep hydrated. Keep hydrated. That goes for you too, chat. The forbidden knowledge.
I'm just letting people come in before I start with the big juicer segment for the day. And to be fair, I'm playing into, like, the whole drama hype thing a bit because I want as many people as possible to see it, but...
Yeah, I think he peaked at, like, 750, right? So it's not as big as his previous drama stream on Keffals, but, you know, it's maybe twice, at least, what his normal audience has been.
There's been some pretty damning lies told about...
And again, this is after losing 3,000 subs.
That I need to debunk. And not just debunk, but debunk with evidence, receipts, and, in some cases, clips.
So yeah, he's got some clips of Keffals.
And of course, there's something that I did that's objectively wrong, and was an objectively bad mistake that I do need to apologize for.
So, I mean, we can go over the White Nervosa tweets again and see if we can discern what she's saying after this, right? But here's my best guess at this point. Pressure was placed on Xan to make the Keffals thing go away. Like, to let it go, right? And the best he could do was to make an apology for one thing, but not, he's doing kind of a non-apology here, right? I don't really think that he owes Keffals that much of an apology, but
undoubtedly. So,
but he's making White Forest. That's what we're talking about. White Forest. So if you don't know White Forest, we're talking about, that's literally the name of the Vosh Clout network. There's a website that Vosh has that's called VGG. The code was taken from Destiny's website, which is called DGG. White Nervosa is the one who took that code. Now, that code was public domain at the time, so White Nervosa didn't do anything wrong in taking the code from Destiny, but Destiny obviously was not very happy with that. Now that code is not public domain, right? So, they took it off specifically because White Nervosa got a hold of it and made a website not just for Vosh, but for all of Vosh's orbiters, right? So Xanderhal-Demon Mama, everybody on the White Leaf network, everybody essentially who you see, come on and be friendly with Vosh, like, it's a pretty good indication that they are either, on the White Leaf network, or they've been offered a site, or they're up for like future consideration, right? So when you notice that all these people, all these Vosh orbiters are in line, it's not just to get Vosh's clout. There's like, being part of that, getting the benefit of the clout donation from Vosh involves, being in good graces both with Vosh and with Vosh's sysadmin. And here is an example of what happens maybe when you fall out of those good graces, at least with White Nervosa.
That we will be getting to in a moment. Oh, don't even, Xan. I've hated having to wait for this crap. I know. Listen, guys. I wanted to make this response sooner, but to be fair, Keffals was still making content about me, and it was the holiday season. I was like, God, I could just go live and ignore it more, and just deal with more hate in my chat, because I haven't put out, my actual concise response yet. Or I can just stop streaming until she's stopped, while I put together my response. That also gives me time to just kind of let her say everything she wants to say. Particularly with no, input from me, not...
Oh, God, also, my dogs are goth. Thank you for the membership. I didn't notice, until just now.
Anything, and, then I would do my response. So, I know, it sucks to wait, but both for my own mental health during the holidays and for the sake of making the response good and to have my receipts and my evidence, on hand and well organized, I think it was probably for the best to wait a little bit. Plus, I got to get really invested in the Minecraft mod pack Sevtech Ages.
Okay, I won't...
Good to see you all, though. I really did miss...
I know entirely too much about Minecraft, right? But...
I really did. The anxiety build-up, Xanderhal? Do you have anxiety? Why would you feel anxiety?
I don't think I've ever played that mod.
Wait, why would you feel anxiety? You're not the one in the stressful situation.
You're not the one in the hot seat that Xan can't even talk about because it's forbidden knowledge and he can't even say what's going on behind the scenes with White Nervosa.
But I get it. I do. But I don't know. I do think it is a little funny that people in chat are experiencing it,
Oh yeah, Molten Panda, you missed the Hassan thing. Yeah, look, she's been doing this, right? Because like I said, for Keffals, this is a content strategy, right? Xanderhal is like a moth to Keffals' flame. He hit that flame, he burned up, and it got more people to pay attention to what Keffals is doing. So since then, she's been going scorched earth or nuclear, as it were, in attacking anyone and everyone, except for me, right? I don't think I've caught any strays from Keffals, at least so far. That might be yet to come. She said big things are yet to come in the new year, so who knows who all she'll be attacking this year, but she does like the drama, and it has been working for her. And she's very hype about the numbers in her stream because she's got all kinds of drama frogs now, right? When she does the Hassan thing, she gets Destiny drama frogs and Hassan drama frogs. In her Twitch, she's monetized Twitch to the... She basically set ads for their highest possible level. So that if you went into her stream on Twitch, right? In other words, if you were like a Hassan fan and you were angry at Keffals, you would get monetized. You would be shown ad after ad and very little stream.
But yeah, it's so good to see all of you. Hello there, Heavy Gretel. Balth, good to see you. Arthur's Dork.
Wait, there's a minor controversy with Minecraft mod packs?
Yord. Hello, hello. Yeah, Sevtech Ages is just amazing.
Okay, we gotta speed him up a little bit.
Apologizing for pissing too loudly. No, something far worse.
Speed this guy up.
But hey, Holic Master, good to see you. For those who don't know, Holic Master's the one who literally performed that song you just heard, my theme song.
The X in my name. Yeah, remember?
That was Holic Master. Holic Master's the lead singer of Sweet Myths. Hey, Hash, good to
I mean, I gotta say, it's not bad music. It's just like the lyrics are kind of cringe.
Yeah. Also, Arthur's Dork, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Didn't say anything, but very kind of you. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. And as always, guys, if you want to support me financially, or even non-financially, because, you know, you can also do that for completely free, you can just leave a like, just hit the thumbs up button over on YouTube. It really does help a lot, and it's completely free. Or you can donate, subscribe, gift a sub, become a member, all those good things. Links are in the description. It's not hard to figure out how to do it, but yeah, I'm just reminding you that it's a thing you can do, because it helps. And if you hit $300 in the dono goal cumulatively today, a onesie or a dinosaur onesie,
Okay, so he's promised to do a onesie, right? This is something that he does a lot. He's got like a famous, it's not Sonic, it's Shadow the Hedgehog. I think he wears a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie sometimes, but he's basically, you know, agreed to put on a shark onesie if he meets his, anyway.
You guys are $295 away from that.
No, wait, that's the quail goal.
I believe in you all. Yeah, we can just call the shark one the blowhigh onesie. It's not blahai. Sent Canadian dollar donation.
The blowhigh, the blahage, the shark.
That's such a weird, like, dollar amount, and you always donate that much, so I'm wondering if that's like $1. Like, if that's exactly $1 in USD.
I'm sorry.
The version is so weird. And, like, instead of displaying as you've been donated 1 or 2 USD, it displays as you've been donated 1 USD.
Do you see what he's doing? He's like, oh, that's a nice donation, but it would be even nicer if it was a nice even amount. If you, I don't know, say round it up.
Or as 2.
But I feel you, Xan. I feel your pain. Times are hard. I feel your pain.
What is the exchange rate? 1 USD to $3.10. Okay, so that's $2.10. 3. It's just, I don't know, with that perfect on the dot, either half or on the hour scheduling, you know? Most of the world's, you know, kind of caught up with that, but I hate when I have to do anything at a time that is not on the half hour or...
Thank you for the donation, but could you make it a little bit more next time?
On the hour. A lot of people are showing up, so soon we'll probably start the Keffals things that have been claimed about me, like, as they come up. It's prepared. I cooked. Yes, I cooked, Morgan Grail. I cooked.
He cooked, but I feel like he's getting nerfed. Like, there's an invisible Gordon Ramsay, like, taking ingredients off of Xanderhal's list.
I did prep. Pepper T21, thank you for the $10 donation. Very kind of based of you. Thank you so much. Said, here for the Christmas season. Giving them the... My backyard has become an open-air aviary for some pretty...
He's talking about his quails.
Very beautiful, colorful birds that look very different from any I grew up around or, like, saw growing up. So it's just really cool to just see all these new types of birds from a completely different part of the...
Xan the Birdman.
Country. Suet feeders up. And for those that don't know, geode in a block of fat. It's called suet. And you put that into, like, this little cage that you hang up. And everything's sterilized because I don't want it... So, deshelled, sterilized, mix them all together. Whenever... It's crazy. And it's only hummingbird nectar. So a lot of, like, I get hummingbirds swarming my yard in just a second. Thank you. Opinions are going to change pretty fast when you see what I have to say and to show you. Arthur's Dork, though. I really appreciate the tier 1 gifted sub.
So he's built it up already that he's going to change minds. He's going to change hearts and minds with the stream.
To cryptid tea of that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You know, just generally left-leaning and well. I've got everything set up in order to someone to recreate the find someone. Don't get too ahead of yourselves, guys. To just have spent on being able to do that in my head. A Glorb Christmas music video subs. You very base. I do appreciate. Y'all aren't ready for the sauce.
We got the sauce?
Y'all aren't ready for the sauce.
Oh, I assure you, Mr. Xanderhal, we are ready for the sauce. Chat, are you ready for the sauce? Are we ready for the sauce? One in chat if you're ready for the sauce. Have I been edging you for long enough? It is now finally time for the sauce. Are you ready for the sauce? Are you ready?
All right, Glor, what you got?
Yes, another year has passed by in Bikini Bottom.
Okay, we're still not there, are we?
Another beautiful white Christmas.
We're still not in sauce land.
Fuckery is bound to be afoot. We can see.
Supposedly, you know? But the
Okay.
chum bucket is, like, very clearly garbage-ass food. So in this case, it's, you know, he sells... Isn't all that... Watching how he uses...
Oh, that's the, yeah, that's the thing that we got to skip by because it's,
and, like, get really, like, do...
there we go. That was the,
Like, Jocko
that was the copyright claim that I think I just swerved.
Willink or Kratos or something. And then from there, just in rock music playing in the background, like, folks, what music do you like? And it's one of the most frustrating songs pleasantly surprised me from. Like, more recently, I would say, I don't really like anime intro music, but let's go pretty hard, too. Heard my ex call it school, or like 6 a.m. on the way to school. That GT never... Much that I'm nervous that you guys will take the info poorly, because, I mean, it's pretty incontrovertible. It's more so that I'm nervous about, like, fumbling the delivery, you know? Because I'm doing it live, because I put a lot of work into this, you know? And I've never heard of it. Anyway, music...
Here we go, let's go!
It's time.
It's time!
Get into the drama. Boy, I'm a little nervous, because...
It's time!
This, you know, it's not so much that I'm nervous that you guys will take the info poorly, because, I mean, it's pretty incontrovertible. It's more so that I'm nervous about, like, fumbling the delivery.
So do you see the white on Zan's face right now? You saw the lighting change a little bit. That's because he just opened up a document. It's apparently, it was apparently it was some kind of like public document that he made. And, you know, that's going to become relevant a little bit later. The fact that it was left public, right? The fact that anybody can get in there and start editing it, because apparently he had some help. He had some other people, you know, helping him put this document together. He's created a document. He's created a chat. I don't know what else to call it other than a manifesto. Now, for the record, okay, I have never made a manifesto. I've never dropped a manifesto. I think that's cringe. I think that the people, you know, usually debate bozos who participate in the whole manifesto, I'm going to drop the manifesto thing. Like, I just think it's really cringe, right? There's only one manifesto that I care about, right? And it's not the Xanifesto or the Hasanifesto, right? There's a, but yeah, regardless, this is a document that he's put together with help, and he's now going to read to us.
You know, because I'm doing it live, and I worked hard on prepping this script, you know? All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2...
What are they going to do?
Action. Well, hello everybody. It's good to be back from my break, and today I've got some stuff that I've really got to talk about. Many of you guys have probably thought about this whole situation as nothing other than like pointless parasocial drama. And to be completely honest with you, besides one thing, something that I genuinely feel morally obliged to apologize for, I do think that it's mostly been that, just petty parasocial internet drama. Though I will say the effect it's had on my channel has been pretty astronomical. The last time I've lost this many subs in this short of a period of time was the sex cult drama, which is pretty crazy to think about.
So that's the thought slime thing, which was the truth of the matter was that Xan had a inappropriate fan Discord where people were sharing NSFW material with him. It got instead somehow characterized or exaggerated as a sex cult, which it most certainly was not. I think most of you can tell just by looking at Xanderhal that this man does not have a sex cult or a harem, as it were.
Like, regardless, my channel's still doing okay. Like, I'm not at risk of collapsing or anything. I've got 600 people watching right now, but it has been a pretty big hit to my channel. I've lost over 3,000 subs in about a week and a half, so I do feel the need to respond to the numerous lies that have been said about me, but as I said before, to also apologize for something I've did in all this that is an objective wrong. So, I took some time off, both because dealing with drama during the holiday season, and also, you know, just getting a lot of hate in general and having a lot of negativity coming my way, it'd be best to just sort of take the time off while I enjoy Christmas, and when I have the free time and things are calm, to just put together a proper response written up with receipts, clips, all that good stuff, prepared and ready for all of you. And that's what I'm going to be reading to you all today, as well as showing you quite a few clips that I have gathered. No, you fumbled it? No, I didn't fumble it. Now, I have prepared the script, and I'm going to try to stay mostly on script, but I'm going to ask that any of you guys who can think of any damning claims that have been made about me in all of this that I forget to acknowledge, feel free to at me in the chat, because I can't really remember and write out everything, and so having you guys able to remind me of anything I forget would be kind of nice. So that's also part of why I'm doing this live in the first place. So, with all that out of the way, let's get started. Hey everyone, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Before getting started, I feel I should let you all know where I've been for the last week or so. As you may guess, I've had a lot of hate comments come my way because of this drama, and I decided it would be best to just let Keffals make all of her videos milking this and lying about me before I do my final response and just enjoy the holidays without wading through drama. I was also originally going to make this a pre-recorded video, but I figured doing this live will allow me to respond to claims made about me that I may forget to include here. I'm going to try to stick to just reading what I have written here, but if I see a claim or question that really needs to be answered in chat, I will for the sake of including it in the response. A lot has happened since this all started with me publicly burning the bridge with Keffals, but since that point, I basically completely allowed Keffals to control the narrative with her multitude of drama streams she's done about me, despite this being my first actual video about her through all of this. I will admit, however, and I think it's important to get to this as early on as possible, I made one big mistake in all of this that I absolutely have to take accountability for and apologize for with an explanation before we move on. Late into this drama, while I was receiving a massive amount of hate from both my and Keffals fans, one of my regular viewers commented something supportive of me, which mentioned at the time non-debunked allegations.
Sam Cedar never used a teleprompter once in his career. Zan's not even using a teleprompter. Zan is literally looking at a Google document, I would guess, or some kind of publicly, shareable document there.
That Keffals was an abuser. I retweeted it since it was one of the few tweets not insulting me during all of this without researching the allegations myself. At this point, I'd heard of the allegations before a couple weeks prior, but forgot about them after thinking I'll just wait for her response. Me and Keffals were friends at the time. I was just like, I'll wait, I'll wait and see how she responds whenever I first heard about them. In response to my retweet of this person mentioning the allegations, Keffals would do a stream and thoroughly debunk them. Not only that, but Keffals proved, undoubtedly, she was in fact the victim in that.
Okay, so the person that they're talking about is an ex of Keffals.
Situation, not
an ex who made allegations of abuse against Keffals, and who Keffals did a whole stream about, making counter accusations of abuse. There wasn't a lot in the way of, receipts that really firm up what she claims. So it's just like a one person's story against another person's story here. But I would caution you, you gotta kind of like either or both allegations could be true. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
The abuser. While I disagree with this framing that I made her relive her abuse by forcing her to debunk the allegations, I definitely made a big and hurtful mistake by retweeting that claim so flippantly. I've had similar things done to me, so I know how much it sucks to have people—
Okay, so there's the apology.
—support your abuser who's engaging in public darvo against you. I truly—
And what's on my mind at this moment is, does he mean the apology? Does he agree with the apology? Is he saying this to stay in good graces with White Nervosa and with the White Leaf Network? With White Forest to keep his website? Or I really don't know. Now that there's leverage being exerted, that's the thing. That's why I would caution anybody who's getting started as a streamer, right? Being offered something that will double your income, it might be really tempting, but that's a temptation you got to resist. That's an offer that was made to me, and I told the person making the offer, no, I'm not interested in having a leash and a collar around my neck, attached to Vosh and his sysadmin, right? I'm not interested in, giving somebody that much control over myself, right? I'm not going to sell my soul that cheap, at least.
I'm sorry to both Keffals and to all of you. I admit that while getting nonstop hate online, pretty much any comment backing me up was getting retweeted by me, and I really should have thought about it before signal boosting.
Yeah, that's right, Sisyphean Task. There was the most recent stream, Keffals at least looked at some information, some very personal and identifying information of Foreign Man in a Foreign Land is the channel that we're talking about, on her stream. So there's that too, right? There's more of the, like I said before, she fought the last boss of the internet, and then she became all that she fought against, all that she stood against. She became Keffals.
Serious allegations. I won't make any excuses for this behavior, but I will point out why I found this specific mistake I made getting so much negative attention a little ironic. So, for those that don't know why I got a little defensive, not really defensive, I kind of just slinked away and didn't immediately put out the apology, is because I guess the irony that I feel it would be remiss of me to point out is that Keffals has a habit of doing the same thing, but arguably worse.
Okay, so this is wild. This is wild, right? I don't know what's going. It feels like he's trying to walk a line between like satisfying white Nervosa, keeping, you know, his website, and you know, telling what he feels to be his truth. So at this point, I don't even know what Zan actually believes.
I don't think it's good when he.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimate.
Yeah, Keffals will say it's not doxing, it's looking up public information.
This is Keffals talking about Destiny. And obviously what she's saying here is not true.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape.
Okay, so we're talking about streamer Destiny here. That's what Keffals, you know, this was when Keffals and Destiny were fighting before Destiny got banned off of Twitch. And what's the truth behind this? The truth of this is that Destiny laughed at somebody who was complaining on Twitter about being stealthed, okay? Destiny never said that he himself engages in that sort of behavior, but he totally made light of, you know, somebody who, and if you don't know, stealthing is when somebody is, stealthing is when somebody takes their condom off during sags, right? Without telling the person that they're with, right? And so that's what Keffals is saying here. He stealths people, that is tantamount to the R word, not the R slur, but the R word. And in truth of the matter, Destiny has never said that he does that. He's only, you know, laughed at somebody who that happened to. So, you know, she's hearing from her mods, and look, you know, her mods, maybe not the most reliable people in the world, seem to get her in a lot of trouble, seem to be a pretty big liability for her. But at the end of the day, whose name is on the sign? It's not Keffals mods, it's Keffals, right? So, you know, she's the one, you know, repeating the claim, and, you know, kind of has to, so what Xan is trying to show is that, you know, he signal boosted a claim that he now says is false, right? The claims by Keffals X of abuse, right? He says that's wrong, I shouldn't have done that. But also, Keffals does it too, like, all the time.
Insane shit.
What is stealthing? Taking off the condom without telling your partner, and like, it's rape. It's basically just like stealthfully removing the condom. To be fair, she has apologized for this, but it is not the only example. She's also called Chudlogic a pedophile and called Keemstar a pedophile on Twitter as recently as a couple days ago. Yeah, literally on Christmas Eve, she, on Twitter...
Destiny also had Trainwreck's leaked call during the Twitch gambling drama, turned essay cover-up situation, where Train said that stealthing wasn't the R word. Interesting.
Replied to Keemstar, I've always wanted to ratio a pedophile. Which, like, fuck Keemstar.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little bit, like, you know, like, I'm not... Destiny, like, I'm not trying to, you know, make excuses for Destiny. I just want to give you actually what happened, right? Actually what was said by Destiny, which is not apparently what Keffals mods told her, which was that Destiny, you know, engages in this practice or has publicly acknowledged engaging in the practice of stealthing, but rather that Destiny, you know, laughed at somebody who that happened to and was kind of like incredulous, like, oh my god, how could you not realize if somebody takes the condom off, like, right, you should be able to tell that.
Star and everything, but also, can you see where, like, a little bit of my defensiveness came from?
Trainwreck's really thought it had when he chose his handle.
Like, okay, I definitely was in the wrong, but also, holy shit, you know? The fact that I like none of these people doesn't change that repeating or starting false allegations of a serious nature against them is not okay. I did the same to Keffals by retweeting that post, and while it is a little ironic, it doesn't change the fact that
Oh yeah, he mentions Keemstars too.
One of the bad behaviors commonly practiced by the person I'm trying to argue against, and that disappoints me as well as you. It really upsets me that I did something so stupid and wrong, because besides that fuck-up, I feel I've been pretty well-reasoned and correct in all of this, though very misrepresented and lied about. While I did wrong Keffals by signal-boosting those false allegations and take the L on it, that followed and was followed by countless lies about me from Keffals that I don't believe me making that mistake cancels out or takes away my right to debunk. I hope you'll all listen to me as I explain my side of this. I'm going to start with a recap of events many of you already know, but others have lied about to make me seem unreasonable. So, we're going to be going back in time here a little bit, about a year back in time, and get into some very important context.
Oh yeah, waters.
The Vosh part is already well included in this, by the way, so that point's not one I've forgotten. Alright, backstory time. Back in 2019, when my channel was still a little baby in the space of internet politics, I found myself becoming friends with a content creator named Shoe on Head. I was well aware of her before we became friends since I'd watched her videos for years back when I was a chuddy teenager. So her now wanting to be my friend felt like a big step up in my journey as a content creator. All of this coincided with a very clear heel turn in her public politics towards progressive socialism. She was super on the Bernie wave. Times were good. It was great fun. The problems began to start with people wanting to hold Shu to account for things she said in the years past. Everyone from random Twitter users to my own fans were demanding I answer for the past actions of this woman. To be fair, I was and am a public figure, and if I'm going to publicly associate with someone, I figure I ought to be able to defend it, so I did. There are numerous videos on my channel from the years of 2019 to 2022 defending Shu from negative claims made about her, since I see my friendships as an extension of myself in a way. I've been accused of saying that see my friendships as an extension of myself as being, like, narcissistic or egotistical. Maybe that's just a very, like, American...
To remember this, like, him saying that his friends... He said... The word that he used was his friends are an extension of himself. Now he's gonna say...
In Southern phrase, that's not...
The Southern phrase?
Commonly repeated outside of, like, where I grew up, but that is a phrase I heard from teachers, guidance counselors, like, just older people giving advice and, like, just...
So trusted adults would say this, and so he was like, this is just, like, common knowledge. Your friends are an extension of yourself, right? Now, the truth of the matter, right, as somebody who also grew up in the same sort of region that Xan did and heard this phrase herself, right, I think he's mixing it up. The phrase is, your friends are a reflection of yourself. Your family, you know, also, you know, is a reflection of yourself. I don't know if this is, like, good advice. Like, you know, it's true that you're gonna be, you know, you're gonna be characterized somewhat based on the company that you keep, right? But the problem is that he just didn't remember the phrase right. An extension of yourself implies a lack of boundaries, right? If you view your friends as an extension of yourself, then you can just tell your friends, like, hey, I don't like this person that you're friends with, cut them off. And you know what happens if you try to do that in real life, right? A lot of times if you make somebody choose, if you say it's them or me, they're going to choose the person that's not making them choose. In other words, you will get cut out of that friendship by virtue of asking. So there's definitely a limit to, you know, the you know, and thinking of yourself, of your friends as an extension of yourself is problematic. Now, I don't know if he meant reflection of yourself, because that's how I've always heard the phrase. I've never heard somebody say an extension of yourself, right? That is just like a lack of boundaries there. Friends can only be an extension of yourself if you're a Voltron pilot. Good point, Sassy.
The time growing up, like, your friends are an extension of yourself. The point is, yeah, you are the company you keep is also another word for it. So I don't know. I understand the wording is weird. Maybe it's a more regional.
Yeah, you are the company you keep would have been like something that people understand. Again, I don't think that this is like, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't like the whole, like, when my parents would invoke the idea that you are a reflection on your family, you are a reflection on your friends, right? That was actually a boundary issue too, because what they were trying to say is that you cannot do anything that makes us look bad. And that kind of gets in the way of a child, like, being themselves, living their life, right? You know, your children, your parents, your family, they're going to do stuff that makes you uncomfortable, that maybe doesn't reflect on you in the best way. And you kind of got to deal with that. That's some advice that my parents gave me too. And that I have since, you know, I wouldn't say, you know, completely rejected, like the principle that that you are the company that you keep, that, you know, that people are going to look at you based on the friends that you have. That's true. But the idea that therefore you should modify your behavior, you should tailor it to how your family wants to be seen, right? I would have never transitioned. If I were to tailor my behavior towards how my family wants to be seen, how does my family want to be seen? They want to be seen as normal, right? And having a trans kid, not normal. So yeah, there's really a limited utility anyway. You know, I mean, like, you live and learn and find out that sometimes your parents were wrong about things. I hope Xan figures that out too. In Spain, we say, dime con quién vas y diré quién eres. Tell me who you go along with, and I'd know who you... Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
But It basically
Sorry for my terrible Spanish pronunciation, by the way.
means you are the company you keep, is what my friends are an extension of myself means, yeah.
I learned Spanish from a Texan woman, so yeah, it's not the best.
Also, here's a screenshot of one of those videos I made from back in the day. There aren't anymore, but
A white woman from Texas taught me
an
Spanish.
example of the video I made defending Shu. It's no secret I used to make videos defending.
Basically, Peggy Hill. What Xan said is basically whitewashed, not as extreme version of saving face mentalities enforced in Asian communities. Goth, that's okay. Sorry, I'm reading people's communication between each other there. I think I'd hear the phrase, "You are judged by the company you keep." I don't remember where I heard it. Could have been in a Spider-Man comic, for all I know. Yeah, it feels like the problem with what Xan said, and like I disagreed with him when he said this, is that he seemed to really take it as like, they're an extension of yourself. Like that, right? If you, that you can kind of, ask your friends to do things on your behalf. And I mean, sometimes, like, right, if somebody's, there's always a limit to that, right? Because what you're doing is, when you try to enforce that, like, your friends, and I don't know, I don't like the idea of thinking of your friends as an extension of yourself. I think it shows a lack of boundaries, right? And there should be a boundary there of like, I would like you not to be friends with this person, or I will let you know that this person has hurt me, and I will see what you do with that information. But when you come with your friend with an ultimatum and say it's them or me, a lot of times, your friend's going to go with the person not making them choose.
I don't feel that's super in need of proving, but I decided to include evidence regardless. Lots of evidence in this. I think someone's friends say a lot about them, and when people said my friendship with Shu was bad, that was also an indictment of my judgment. At the start, these criticisms were for relatively mundane and defendable things. The really bad things she did in the past seem to have been...
The really bad thing she did in the past was not tell her chat about the top of the hour ad break, which comes up at the top of every hour, and we are near one right now, chat. Actually, in the middle of the hour, there's an ad break, right? And you're going to be stuck in that ad break unless you figure out a way to get a sub. You can do that with a Twitch Prime sub. That's for free. And it also lets me know how much you care about me, because you only have one of those to give. If you give it to me, you will no longer see ads in my chat. You can also pay for an ad for $5 for yourself. Or if neither of those work for you, there's a chance that you might be gifted through somebody else's generosity a gift sub. Although that sort of thing, more likely to happen when you're active in chat. Also, lurkers, make sure to riz up that like Big Hat K is saying.
Apologized for, so I only really cared about her actions now. This started
and hydrate yourself.
Bernie lost the Democratic primary.
Because we got a long way to go.
Broken forever from that point, making my public association much harder to defend from then on. Here's Shu's video from when Bernie lost 5 Ways to Cope. It's actually a good thumbnail. I like that thumbnail. Yeah, it's a very southern phrase, thank you. She would regularly push relatively harmless conspiracy theories and Nazgul talking points, but 90% of what she said was still Soakdem leaning, so I defend-
Okay, do you understand when you're saying she would sometimes do a little Nazgul stuff? Little bit of Nazgul, like, right, that's not something you should put up with, right? Peter Coffin does a little Nazgul stuff. Caleb Maupin has been known to engage in a little Nazgul stuff, right? You wouldn't put up with them. Why are you putting up with Shu? And I'll answer that question for you. It's because you want to be cool with Vosh. And Shu is useful to Vosh, therefore Xan has to zip his lips when it comes to talking about Shu and just, what's a few Nazgul takes between friends? I'll tell you, it's a lot. You shouldn't put up with Nazguls, right? If you're on the left, please watch out for third positionists. Third positionists are extremely harmful for the left, especially when they sell themselves as leftists, right? And you've got the third positionists like Haas, right, who will come out and say, I'm a MAGA communist, I'm a patriotic, right, he'll say that shit, he'll kind of show who he is. And, that's maybe an easier to deal with kind of Nazgul, as opposed to Shu, who doesn't, like, announce herself as, oh, yeah, National Bolshevism is based. I love Alexander Dugin, right? You're not going to hear that. Shu doesn't read Dugin, but Shu does kind of, like, fall backwards into what, like, Xan's right, a lot of Nazgul takes, So watch out for that.
Then,
just a little Nazgul between friends, right?
I had a debate with an old acquaintance. Now,
watch out for Caleb Maupin, he grabs.
Wretched, dark arch enemies of each other, of Shoe on Heads, Cult of Dusty. I like Cult of Dusty, by the way. I think
we're gonna try to see if we can talk to Cult of Dusty, actually.
He challenged me, or I challenged him, I actually don't remember, to a debate on whether associating with Shu publicly as a left-wing figure, was responsible. And credit where credit is due, he decisively whooped me in that debate. He did.
Prybar says just a little small bean
You
Nazbul.
can watch it yourself if you want to see, but for a summary, he brought a lot more receipts on Shu than I was expecting. The aftermath really started to make me question whether I was making the right choice by defending her. At the end of the day, she'd also defended me before and had been so nice.
So this is his story, right? I was starstruck by Shu. Shu had been, you know, somebody that he liked back when he was in anti-SJW, back when he was anti-feminist, right? And then, you know, he was glad you know, when he started doing leftist content creation, when he got himself out of the pipeline, right? Shu was somebody he was glad was on the same team. Only, was she? Right? Because even he recognizes that, like, a lot of times, you know, she's just as likely to give a Nazbul take as she is to give a leftist take.
In private, it felt wrong to stop associating with her over things that were mostly
Dusty has a cat army? I know.
past. So regrettably, I continued to defend my public association with Shu. Things would start to change as a new trend in her behavior became apparent. My long-term LGBT viewers should be well aware of the yearly Kink at Pride discourse that Shu would not necessarily create or start, but often bolster with her platform. Regardless of your position on this issue, it's undeniable that every time she would, say, tweet something like this, I'll show it to you in a second, that on its own isn't really too disagreeable, reading her comments quickly tells you that regardless of her motivations, her community and right-wing pundits take this stuff very differently than she does. And I included a good tweet here that points out how that
I'm not a Nazi anymore, but I was just really starstruck by this Nazi I used to watch as a leftist.
drama with the whole "it's not gonna lick itself" thing, the drag thing.
Okay, so this was their first real strong warning, right? And like it shouldn't need it, right? You know, like you should be skeptical of somebody like Shu on Head when the anti-SJW like train runs out of track, right? And she comes a knocking and she says, actually, I kind of like Bernie now. Actually, Medicare for all, my dude, right? You should be a little bit skeptical. You shouldn't take that as like, okay, cool, you're on the left now, right? Please be a little bit more discerning, but he wasn't, right? This, it's not going to lick itself thing. This was the first, you know, Kink at Pride kind of blow up that Shu helped boost, right? This is literally the groomer narrative, right? This is, you know, people like, critically thinking veteran, if you remember who that is, right? We're boosting this narrative back then, right? And you know, you should kind of, I mean, if you haven't woken up to this person like not being a leftist, this should wake you up. Now they did, I think, probably push back on it, because like I said, White Leaf and Vosh, it's key to their brand that even though they're even though they'll like, you know, kind of punch at let's see, how do I describe this, right? Bosch is willing to use tactical misogyny. He's willing to use tactical N-words, tactical racism. He's generally, at least since the Thought Slime stream and since the debacle that was for Vosh, he has not been willing to use tactical transphobia. That's one line that Whiteleaf does not cross, probably because the amount of like trans people in that community makes it, you know, not beneficial to him to do so, right? But you know, you didn't get people burning the bridge or disavowing Shu. You got people maybe disagreeing with Shu. I'm not even sure if Vosh disagreed with Shu. I think this might have been something that Vosh was even on the wrong side of, that Demon Mama had to talk him out of.
The crazy part about the kids' drag show was that was a nothing burger, is that the loser that infiltrated it got less than 2K likes, and Shuanhead got 59,000 and made it go viral. So viral it ended up on Tucker Carlson, you'll see in a moment. All of this came to a fever pitch in June, Pride Month of 2022, when Shu skyrocketed this photo into the conservative media.
This Shu isn't gonna lick itself? Oh.
See, Tucker Carlson covered it, pretty big time. Tim Pool did, and many others, but these are just the examples I was easily able to grab just from searching on Google Images, dude. That's literally where I got.
Okay, so that's something that Xanderhal has claimed, and you know, Keffals has called that into doubt, right? Like, really, Shu, you know, Shu, people were getting this from Shu. Keffals seemed to be under the impression that it just was going around and that they got it from somewhere else, right? But this is Xanderhal showing, no, in fact, this is, you know, Shu that's getting retweeted.
A lot of these sources, because some tweets have been deleted, some stuff's been buried, but like, this stuff's not like hard to find, and there's a lot more than I'm even putting here. I won't pretend like Shu started doing this. I won't pretend like Shu started doing this. There were no conservatives, or sorry, oh my god, I keep fumbling it. Listen, editors, we can fix it. I won't pretend like before Shu started doing this, there were no conservatives pedo-jacketing trans and gay people, but the drag queens around kids discussion was absolutely mainstreamed in large part by her. In fact, she even accepted this back when it happened. This is her apology, which I think has since been deleted. After that went to Tucker Carlson and like blew up, and a ton of anti-gay and anti-trans hate was caused by her. She wrote this apology thread that I honestly, yeah, she deleted it. Yeah, her deleting this was also, I forgot to include it in the script, but her deleting this apology thread for that and the Balenciaga thing were sort of like the Balenciaga thing was the piece of hay that fell on top of this piece of hay that broke the camel's back, you know?
So that's what he's saying, right? That like, you know, he was thrilled to be a part of the same team as Shu, because of having liked her content when he was younger, when he was more like aligned with anti-feminism, you know, anti-SJW type stuff. And he was glad that, you know, now she's on the same team as me. Now we're both on the left together, right? He didn't really jump off that train. He didn't really publicly disavow Shu until the Balenciaga thing happened, right? So there was the "it's not going to lick itself," which was literally Shu signal boosting the groomer narrative, right? So, Xan, I am glad that you finally reached the right conclusion. I wish that you had had the courage to do it a little earlier. I kind of understand why you didn't, and I know what sort of a position you're in. I know how half of your income, or maybe close to half of your income, comes from that website that Vosh's sysadmin administers for you. And when Vosh is on the wrong side of the issue, like he was in the Kink at Pride, it can be maybe a little challenging, a little bit scary, you know, to call him out on it. When Vosh is, when Shu is useful to Vosh, when Vosh wants to keep Shu on his side, it can be useful. It can be hard to call her out too. But, you know, I mean, like, that's my take on this, right? Xan reached the right conclusion, but only after the face-eating leopard party ate his face, right? Then he's like, oh, you know what? Actually, you know, maybe the face-eating leopard party, not so great.
That makes sense. You can pause that to read her apology. She's taken it back effectively, so yeah. Here's Shu's Twitter apology she made to her LGBT community members who felt betrayed by her playing into their bigoted hands so well. She genuinely seems sad that this discourse had reached Tucker Carlson's show and many other sources of conservative propaganda as a result of her actions. I actually thought that this apology would be the start of a new arc for her, but I was really, really wrong. In private, Shu's new boyfriend, now husband, was causing some inter-group chat drama due to his questionable politics. Frankly, I would feel comfortable just calling him a Nazi and moving on, but here are some things that make me think...
Okay, so now, through a little research, this is eudaimonia. When we're talking about Shu's boyfriend, now husband, we're talking about somebody named eudaimonia.
That he is one, and I'll let you decide yourselves. So, this is a quote tweeting.
Yeah.
Saying,
Wait, that is eudaimonia. Okay, so now I'm a little bit confused by this, right? Because you've got this eudaimonia person. Now it's like a word. It's like a Greek word, eudaimonia. So, you know, many people can have this as their name. There's nobody that's, you know, got a copyright on it or anything like that. I think that I am aware of at least two eudaimonias, one of them being a former Infrared fan who has since decided that you know, to speak out against Infrared and to kind of, you know, came on Bird Brains actually to talk to me about the origins of Infrared, how Infrared got his start on Lefty Pull, and how Lefty Pull, you know, realized after he'd gotten all the clout that he needed from them that you know, he was no good. But you know, he's already been he essentially grew through this kind of dirtbaggy, I think it was a Reddit community, right, called Lefty Pull. I don't think that's the same eudaimonia. This is their name is like Eudaimonia Esquire, ESQ. I think this is a different person. So I feel like there's been some confusion about this person. I don't know if this is the same eudaimonia that talks to President Sunday or not, because that's come up too. I know there's at least two of them, so there's some confusion. Eudaimonia, yeah, exactly, Paul Squall. I don't follow. Wait, is Greg? Oh, Greg is Armored Skeptic. Yeah. So they broke up, I think. Armored Skeptic and Shu. That was a long time ago. Greek word or name / Roman statue PFP / Greek philosopher PFP usually equals fash. Interesting. Maggie Bowie, thank you for the follow.
Nationalism and Nazism are both rightist ideologies that seek to take power from the many and concentrate it to among the few. Eudaimonia, who is Shu's husband, replies, imagine being so direction-brained that you think Nazism is a rightist ideology. These people are dangerous ideologues.
Yo, imagine thinking Nazism is right-wing. So you see where eudaimonia, at least this eudaimonia, is coming from.
Okay, so Thinking that Nazism is right-wing makes you a dangerous ideologue, I see. Okay, cool. Quote tweeting ContraPoints who said, so maddening to have watched white nationalism spread from Stormfront to 4chan to YouTube to Steve Bannon to Tucker Carlson to the manifestos of multiple mass murderers and not taken seriously because they're not wearing, I assume she goes on to say, like, they're not wearing white power patches or whatever. Eudaimonia quote tweets and says, yeah, that would be crazy if it were actually happening. And then this is a tweet he liked. Quote, replacement theory is a dangerous conspiracy theory, but also Texas is going to be blue due to immigration in a decade and Republicans will never win another election. Ah ha ha ha. That was liked by him. So yeah, he's a Nazi, okay? He's at the very least a fascist. I'm not particularly, like, bent out of shape on accurately labeling my far-right weirdos, so hit me with criticism for that if you...
So again, this was a issue of controversy. I think when he first brought this up, I wasn't, entirely sure, like, because he didn't show any receipts that, his claim that Shu's boyfriend was a Nazgul or a Nazi or something like that. I was like, I don't know. Like, I mean, is that true? Right? I feel like he's shown enough to get a good sense of where this person stands on the ideological spectrum. And we also know where Shu stands on the ideological spectrum. And although, you're going to see some takes which sound like, leftist takes in terms of, supporting Medicare, or sound like left takes, at least, I guess, in terms of supporting Medicare for all, you don't really, it's mixed in with social conservatism.
Well, as it turns out, he is a TradCath and pretty hardline conservative. There were always people in Shu's GC and Sphere that would defend him, but I think some, including me, were skeeved out for obvious reasons. I definitely gave her some shit for being—
Okay, so TradCath, there we go. So some people don't know this, right? Some other streamers that have covered this don't seem to know anything about, and just take that as like, oh, a traditional, so somebody who's Catholic and rather traditional about it. What's wrong with that, right? If you know, you know, right? For instance, Mel Gibson, noted anti-Semite Mel Gibson and his father are TradCaths, right? It's connected to the reason that somebody would want to be like, a traditionalist rather than just be a Catholic is in general because the Catholic Church itself has backed away from some of the anti-Semitic tenets that it used to hold to, right? They got rid of those. They said we're not gonna push the blood guilt myth anymore, right? Blaming Jewish people for Jesus's getting unalived, right? We're not gonna push that anymore. So people that want to be more traditional than the mainstream Catholic Church are people that are like, not so fast. I don't agree, right? That's why this is like, a signifier of far-right ideology, not just somebody that's a, conservative member of a given religion.
Being a lefty who dates alt-righters, but I tried to just accept that sometimes love can override political barriers, and it wasn't really my business. Of course, Shu's interest in fashy dudes is not—
That's right on, and the Pope is too woke.
I burnt the bridge, but rather something I view as far worse. She went back on that apology she made before to her LGBT fans. I don't mean literally saying, never mind, I'm not sorry later on, but her actions would show this more than her words.
Hutton Gibson?
On the 20th of November, 2022, a far-right gunman would enter the Club Q nightclub and proceed to murder, in cold blood, 5 people and injure a total of 25 people. I also have a photo of the really nice memorial set up outside Club Q. People really, really came out in force to show solidarity, The shooter is—
Hutton is Mel Gibson's dad.
Prison. However, it is very widely agreed upon that this attack was motivated by the same anti-queer bigotry that drives many of the anti-gay groomer talking points that have become inescapable in the last year. The day of and after the shooting was a day of mourning for much of the LGBT community. The hate that so many people were trying to fight had led to the deaths of a bunch of innocent people. For Shu, the day after the Club Q shooting warranted a different response. After seeing what started out as a very niche right-wing conspiracy theory being posted by her friend Brittany Venti, an alt-writer, and many of you guys don't know this, this is something that came to me recently, and many—
Blanc. I'm bulking, okay?
Know about this. Brittany Venti, an alt-writer—
I'm getting those gains, Blanc.
And Charlottesville Tiki Torch Carrier, most famous for getting banned from Twitch for doing an African cooking show, as she called it, which consisted of her making noises and mud pies. Now that's not what I'm talking about. I'm referring to the Tiki Torch Carrier. Many people haven't seen this footage. The woman you see here walking with the Tiki Torch Carriers at Charlottesville is Brittany Venti, Shu's friend, who Shu got the Balenciaga conspiracy theory from.
Oh, that's who Brittany Venti is? I'm gonna fast forward past this. Just because I think of, random Charlottesville clip, I don't know.
Friends with one of the people who marched with the Tiki Torches chanting, "You will not replace us," at Charlottesville. Very casual.
But yeah, that being taken, you know, so what he's showing is one of Shu's friends, Brittany Venti, was literally at Charlottesville.
She retweeted a post about how fashion company Balenciaga was signaling pro-pedophile messaging. She decided to quote tweet it, thus blowing it up. Now, this far-right conspiracy theory never had any ground to stand on in the first place. But with a year having passed, I think we can pretty safely say we'd know by now if they were onto something. Funnily enough, many don't even know Balenciaga put out a statement addressing it. They put out a pretty standard corporate apology. Like, nothing all that juicy, just like, we're sorry for this, we shouldn't have, like, had kids with sexually suggestive materials, which I agree with. I think that's fine. I think, like, a controversy over the suggestivity of the images, and even, like, how kinda, you know, just sussy it is to have kids in that industry at all, would be fine, but that wasn't what the controversy was over. They claim that these photos, while certainly distasteful, and this separate and unrelated photo from a different shoot...
Wait, Sisyphean, Shu is also friends with Lauren Southern, or Brittany Venti is?
...were somehow clues for people to pick up on for pro-pedo messaging. Remember, guys, they lied about this, but they said that these were part of the same shoot. They weren't. These were months and months apart, from my understanding. And, yeah, they had this purse, and then the photos of the kids, and they thought these must be connected, and they must be signaling something. You see, it's so big-brained. They're the creepy photo shoots of the kids, and here you have a handbag with some papers in the background that seem to be a Supreme Court ruling pertaining to a child sexual assault material laws. Obviously, if you're not a conspiracy-brained right-winger, you probably already see the clear flaws in this conspiracy theory, such as actual child protective institutions going on record to say that conspiracy theories, like Pizzagate and Wayfair, were massive hindrances to their ability to actually protect children. This has been stated by many institutions, by the way. A QAnon con, how the viral Wayfair sex trafficking lie hurt real kids. An internet mob wanted to rescue a 13-year-old girl. Instead, they terrified her, derailed real trafficking investigations.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something that might surprise you here. Good work, Xan. Right? Good work. He did a good job of explaining something that a lot of people seem to not really get, which is how the narrative, like the one that Shu is pushing, ties into the larger, like, right-wing conspiracy sphere, right? We call her Shuanon for a reason, and that's because she doesn't just say, hey, you know, this ad is weird, this ad is messed up. She ties it into, like, conspiracy theories, right? She, whether she means to or not, whether she realizes what she's doing or not, whether she's just being useful to the, groomer narrative / the conspiracy narrative, or whether she actually knows what she's doing and she, it's coming from a place of explicit queerphobia, it hurts queer people the same.
And incited Save the Children violence. It is a long-going issue with the...
Yeah, like, Save the Children, right, was, I think, an organization that actually did, like, look into, trafficking and real-world harm that's being done to children, right? And guess what happened? That hashtag, that digital real estate, got co-opted by conspiracy theorists who want to tie it into, like, Pizzagate stuff, right? And that's the issue with Shu right there. That's the issue with Shu.
Far right, and she fed into it. And of course, the fact that it's actually insane to claim such a broad and serious conspiracy to your massive audience. Here's just one of the Balenciaga stores that was defaced with graffiti claiming the people inside are pedophiles, which is just absolutely great for the minimum wage employees folding clothes in there, If this was where it ended...
Yeah, and again, like, other innocent other innocent victims include, people that work for Balenciaga, people, this is just a moral panic that you need to not feed into, right? You can call the ad campaign weird without making yourself a tool and a vector for the transmission of these conspiracy theories. That's the problem with Shu, is she got all conspiratorial about it, and it doesn't need a conspiracy.
Just with her tweet, it wouldn't have been as big a deal. However, Shu's mutuals, followers, and large political pundits like Tucker Carlson, as I'd find out, have gotten their topics from Shu's Twitter feed before.
Okay, so I'm being sent a video of Shu doing a video, like, where Shu, like a collab between Shu on Head and Lauren Southern. Unfortunately, I can't show you that on stream because Lauren Southern is banned on Twitch.
...onto this conspiracy after Shu signal boosted it, and did something very different with the conspiracy than I think Shu even intended. You see, the day after the Club Q shooting may have been a day of mourning for the LGBT community, but it was also a day of celebration for the far right. These ghouls cheer on the deaths of trans people, and Shu had given them a new toy to play with. Within 24 hours of Shu's tweet, the Balenciaga pedo controversy was on Tucker's Night Show. The right was doing what the right does with unfounded conspiracy theories about the entities they can frame as even marginally left-leaning or pro-gay being pedophiles, and ran hard with it. You can actually read a recap of this controversy on Shu on Head's Wikitubia page that mentions that even mainstream celebrities received harassment over their association with the clothing brand Balenciaga. It's actually interesting. Kim Kardashian also received backlash for saying that she was unsure whether to cut ties with them, and Salma Hayek.
Yeah, so in other words, I can't show you this on stream, but I'm looking at it. It does exist, right? So confirmation that there's been a collab between Shoe on Head and Lauren Southern.
Received backlash when it was found her husband was the CEO of Kering, Balenciaga's parent company. So, like, it went far and wide, dude. I will swag that. This is where I come in. Having felt disillusioned at the idea of defending Shoe from valid criticism, I did something ballsy. I quote tweeted a neo-Nazi that Shoe is friends with, who'd quote tweeted Shoe's post with the following response. And it's pretty spicy, guys. So remember, this is Shoe on Head's Oomphy, who had quote-tweeted her post about Balenciaga, saying the following. We are up against demons. The groomer problem is real. It's not a quote-unquote dumb culture war issue. These people want to rape your kids in one way or another, and they think it's funny. I quote-tweeted this Oomphy of Shoes, who had quote-tweeted her post, with Shoe on Head on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after another anti-gay terror attack, and then a American Psycho meme. This person replies, Zan, please don't conflate her calling out a company for doing a really weird and gross modeling shoot with giving Nazis ammo. We should be able to call out companies doing weird shit, especially since it has nothing to do with the queer community. Obviously, my criticism isn't the calling out of weird shit. It's this stuff. It's the allowing of this stuff among her oomphies that she's literally friends with, who has literally said he got talking points from Shoe to Tucker Carlson. He's that pipeline that gets talking points from Shoe to Tucker Carlson. Or he was, I guess, you know, back when Tucker was big. This was back when Tucker was on Fox News, on TV, you know, the biggest guy in the world, as far as, like, nightly political talk shows. Now, Shoe replied, and this is where the pedo-jacketing thing comes from, too late, he did, and unfollowed me. Just like Contra, The Surfs, Hunter, etc. All of them over pedo shit. Normal and cool. Not gonna stop me from talking about it. So she actually didn't even just pedo-jacket me. I'd argue she pedo-jacketed ContraPoints, The Surfs, Hunter Avalone, and I guess more? I don't know who the etc. is. I thought it'd be funny to quote tweet it with a reference to American Psycho, a movie Shoe likes to post memes from, but used said meme to point out how obviously harmful what she'd created had become. Naturally, she had her defenders who apparently can't read the tweet from Shoe's friend, and trust me, they are friends, right above their own, but Shoe's response really seals the deal. I unfollowed her because of her original tweet, and the fan response, as frankly I wasn't interested in seeing her die on the hill defending a conspiracy theory. Couldn't she have just said, child modeling is rife with abuse, I don't like this industry or the sussy photo shoot, and called out all her friends weaponizing it for homophobia? That's literally all I wanted to see. Regardless of me finding the photo shoot weird, she responded to one of her fans in my replies, heavily implying that I burned the bridge with her over her being anti-pedo, along with ContraPoints, The Surfs, and Hunter Avalone. I've had some pretty desperate drama frogs tell me that what Shoe did wasn't that.
So, like, the problem with Shoe is, like, you gotta kind of ask. You can't just let her say that, like, she's calling out pedo shit, right? What does she mean? What is she saying? What is she imagining, right? When she says that, because, like, what I see is a weird photo shoot, right? But she sees a conspiracy. That's the problem. And she doesn't delineate that conspiracy either, right? She just, like, kind of lets it go, right? And there's a narrative at the time, right, that the corporations support the pride, and the pride is homifying your kids.
Or that it wasn't pedo-jacketing. And if that's what you genuinely believe, then that's alright. I guess I can't teach you social skills all in one video. The response from Shoe's community to this tweet was swift and merciless. I have a habit of just banning and blocking people who hate comments since I find it therapeutic and it kind of helps to keep nonstop negativity off of my feed. The downside is that 99.99% of the harassing comments are now deleted, banned, and blocked. Don't worry though, I always get the receipts in the end.
Yeah, and Morgan the Face pointing out something else that's really important is that concentrating, like, following around this specter of a corporate LGBT conspiracy to victimize kids is allowing real people who actually do victimize kids, and in most cases are not a drag queen, right? It's allowing them to get away. It's taking attention away from that. Abuse scandals within churches and organizations, right? It's taking attention away from the places that children are most likely to be abused, which is, like, essentially institutions like churches, right? And people that the family knows, people that the family trusts, right? Those are the most likely offenders, right? If you're looking for this outside weird sussy organization that is, like, abusing your children through showing images in their ads, then you're kind of missing the ball.
Thankfully, I'd been posting some examples of the harassment I was getting from Shoe's fans on Twitter at the time, and those screenshots still exist. A lot of them were death threats, of course, so here's just some examples. This person said, pedos are not welcome on Twitter. Hilarious reply. Obviously, just hilarious reply in every way. And then this person replied, it's because you're a pedophile, right? You're on the list. Don't ever be alone. You aren't safe. This is far from the only comments I was getting like this from Shoe's fans, by the way, and it went on for, like, half a year. Like, as recently as, like, a month ago, I was still getting comments like this on that video. But We also had pretty funny interactions like this one in my replies, where one of my fans comments about the harassment brigade, with one of the brigaders right below them proving their point. Here's a funny one. Pretty wild how all the shoe simps have proven you completely correct by repeatedly calling you a pedo under this post. And this person replies, quiet pedo, and gets 70 likes because, like, literally all of Shoe's audience were coming out to get me. So just random people replying, calling me a pedo, and I like posts about it. We're getting like close to 100 likes. Like, that's how much of a brigade it was. Like, there were a lot of people. You gotta be getting a lot of hate for like random negative replies to be getting 70 likes, you know, especially as a content creator as small as me. That wasn't the end of it, of course. Shu would go on to make a whole video defending the conspiracy theory and attacking those in the left that had criticized her for it as pedophilia enablers. At least she censored my name in the video to stymie the harassment, but there was a single person in the video she did not censor too well. That was Demon Mama. Here is the screenshot of Shu's censoring job of Demon Mama. At least we get this little bit here, with Demon Mama's like channel name censored, but I mean, she got done really dirty. Now, with Shu's fans sending me and
yeah, and look, I mean, as many issues as I've had with Demon Mama in the past, like as much as she's lied about me and I've had to call her out time and time again about that, right? She's a victim in this situation, and you know, having her information left unredacted means that she got it more intensely than Xanderhal. Now, she is the one person in this controversy who is between Xan and Keffals who has been silent about this. And some people look at that as a virtue. Demon Mama does not like the drama. Demon Mama wants to do real leftism. Bullshit. Bullshit. Demon Mama is going along to get along, okay? And this shit needs to be called out, right? And the fact that she's actually a victim of this, you know, makes it even worse, right? She should stand up for herself. She should, for once in her life, be her own mama. But she is too enmeshed in the Vosh network to actually, you know, to actually even support her supposed, you know, good friend Xanderhal, right? These two are IRL friends, right? I don't actually see Demon Mama staying out of this as any kind of virtue whatsoever, because it turns out this isn't actually drama. There is something real here, and it's something about Shu. But yeah, I get how that puts you in conflict with Vosh. I get how that puts you in conflict with White Nervosa. I get how people in the White Leaf Network don't want anybody's brand to be hurt because all of their brands work together. It's a symbiosis, right? It's a Clout network, and they're all kind of, you know, watching each other's back. So the general, you know, way that they operate is to not say anything, right? So
Demon Mama death threat.
I think in this case she really should speak up and say something.
Bolstering gay groomer panic and false pedo allegations, you can imagine that my and practically the entire online left's attention turned to our friend Vosh. If you watch me, you probably know who Vosh is, so I'll skip the introduction.
But also, I guess I should mention, you know, an area where she's kind of been done dirty. Demon Mama's been done dirty by Xanderhal in terms of his reluctance to disavow, turn away from, and call out Brianna Wu, who was part of an attack where Demon Mama got pedo jacketed again. Demon Mama and I think her partners as well, you know, had awful things said about them in the Brianna Wu group chat, right? Xan is still going along to get along. In fact, he mentions this later in the video that he's willing to work with Keffals on the Brianna Wu progressive voice stuff, right? So maybe there's a reason for, you know, Demon Mama not to want to immediately stand up for her friend here.
He'd also been friends with Shu for even longer than I had, and he's also friends with Demon Mama too. As you can imagine, a lot of people were now expecting Vosh to be fully critical of Shu on Head. However, for literal days after the drama, he kinda hand-waved it off in a way that I can say for certain made me and much of his own community at the time pretty upset. This anger led to many chatters getting banned by Vosh for bringing up what was happening with Shu constantly. I started to become so disillusioned with my friend's literally blind defense of her, because he hadn't seen what she did, that I even went on record publicly saying that I was considering burning the bridge over this. And to be honest, many in the community at the time did not blame me for it. A lot of people were eager to see him just take the kids on.
Both Keffals and Xan are Team Wu, yeah, from what I've heard, and he even mentions it later in this video, right? And I'm not even talking about like was Team Wu and hasn't said anything about it, right? He talks about working with Keffals for progressive voice in order to you know, help with the you know, election turnout and stuff, you know, to essentially do you know, Destiny style canvassing and stuff for progressive voice.
Kid gloves off too. So here's an example of like the top thread with hundreds of likes in Vosh's subreddit at the time. I'm done with Shu. She is so careless and stupid with this whole thing. She's doing. Shu is just a reactionary homophobe who pretends she's an. And Vosh's continued obfuscation of her is such an ethical failure that it makes me take him less seriously. The hypocrisy is maddening. Like people were pissed, okay? People were pissed, and here's examples of me being pissed because I am no hypocrite.
Bad Lefty says Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to f with. Look, yeah, they do. Wu, you know, like for as silly as Brianna and you know prone to gaffes as Brianna Wu is. She does seem to have a hold over the White Leaf Network, over the Destiny Network, over a lot of people that should know better.
Yeah, it sucked to burn the bridge with Vosh a month before I moved to where we can actually hang out IRL. When you realize Destiny is harder on Lauren Southern than Vosh is on Shu, Vosh won't call him out for being a Nazi because he's Shu's BF and that'd upset Shu.
Okay, so we're not talking about Sahil from Progressive Voice the channel. Thanks for clarifying that, Autumn Leafs. I actually haven't talked to Sahil in a long time. I hope he's doing okay. But no, we're talking about Progressive Voice Political Action Committee run by Brianna Wu.
Couple of the publicly available, publicly posted messages I made in Vosh's Discord server when this was all going down. I was very publicly in his community posting that if like his coverage of this continues to be so flippant and dismissive of what Shu did, that I would absolutely burn the bridge because of how hurtful it feels. So what channel? Just like the general channel, just like where everybody was talking. You can just literally search in Vosh's Discord channel right now, burn the bridge or Shu, and search by like name Xanderhal and find a bunch more comments from me that are like that back this up.
So you all know how much I've criticized Xan, and those criticisms stand, right? I think he's really silly in a lot of ways, right? And you know, he's hurt people that are friends of mine. He's even attacked me before. But I will say that he seems to be the only one who had the guts to leverage his utility to the Vosh network in order to try to prompt, you know, a statement from Vosh about Shoe on Head, which Vosh did eventually begrudgingly issue. And you know, props to Demon Mama as well, as much as she's lied about me and as many issues as I have with her. You know, respect to her for debating Vosh on the Kink at Pride stuff when she did, right? I will, you know, I will give people credit where they deserve it, because I want to encourage courage. Whoa, that's a little too that's a weird way to say that, but you know what I'm saying? Courage is rare in this space, right? Courage is very rare in this space. There are so many perverse incentives that push us to go along to get along, to find a larger content creator and to just be a barnacle on their ass, just to like permanently affix our lips to their ass in order to get clout. For some people, that's like the only way that they can see to grow as a content creator, is to, you know, make yourself useful to one of these larger content creators. So, you know, when somebody is willing to speak up against, you know, and like I said, it's even more magnified with Vosh, right, than the usual thing of like the Destiny orbiters. You know, you've heard this phrase before, right? People that orbit a larger content creator are friendly with that larger content creator and then benefit from the fact that maybe while Destiny is not streaming, that some of the Destiny viewers will come in and watch them because they're perceived to be friends, right? It's even beyond that with the Vosh network, as we showed you before. The fact that Vosh offers you a way to double your income, and all you got to do is be useful to him, be a asset to him, not a liability. Cover his ass, right? Because that's what he needs, because the guy's like a walking you know, PR scandal, basically. You know, he can't help but punch, as he's trying to be this great voice for the left, he can't help but punching down at all kinds of marginalized groups. And in order to survive that, in order to, you know, continue his brand as a leftist, he needs people saying, nah, Vosh didn't do anything bad. Vosh is all right, you know? And that this is, you know, he's got even more leverage based on this sort of website scheme that he runs through his sysadmin, White Nervosa, who we saw some tweets. Apparently there's more tweets going on. What is this, a tipster thread? I don't know. I'm going to try to plug in the tweets where it's useful, where it makes sense. Okay, so we got, this is a good time. This is as good a time as any to take a look at some of these tweets. So Okay, so this is Gayfesh. This is a Demon Mama confidant. Also, I think a friend of Keffals, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. Saying how not to do an apology, right? And this is commenting on Xanderhal's video, right? Which did contain an apology. There was an apology about signal boosting the allegations against Keffals, which she then made counter allegations for, right? So he did apologize for that, but he's also kind of, saying, but look at this, Keffals does it too. Make it all about why you did it. Yeah, and his rationale. That's essentially what he's showing here, right? Not about centering the victim in the harm you caused. So the victim would be Keffals, I guess, in Gayfesh's mind. Downplay said harm, clip chimp your victim. So the clip that we saw of Keffals, essentially doing the same thing in terms of signal boosting an unverified claim against another streamer. In this case, Destiny, right? But yeah, Gayfesh not impressed with Xanderhal here, and White Nervosa retweeting this. So I honestly, I don't think that Xanderhal. The only thing that I would say that Xanderhal has to apologize for is maybe that whole "your friends are an extension of yourself" thing, right? That expectation that because Xan, I don't know though, I'm kind of hard pressed to say that he has an apology to make, right? Because he's gone over what's wrong with Shoe on Head, and I'm in agreement with that, right? The only disagreement I have is that he didn't disavow Shoe on Head earlier, right? That he should have known what she was, what she represented, what she was doing on the left, and how this could hurt marginalized groups when she's going to have her socially conservative takes to maintain some semblance of credibility with the anti-SJW crowd. The grift that Shoe is running is harmful to marginalized people. The grift that Shoe is running every single Pride is harmful to queer people, right? So I don't honestly see Gayfesh's point about Xanderhal having this big, apology to make. Now, you can take a look at the competing allegations against Keffals from her ex and against the ex from Keffals and weigh that out and ask if there's an apology to be made there. But to me, that's not clear either. So I don't know, not really not buying what Gayfesh is selling here. Not today, Gayfesh, not today.
It's funny that people keep saying that I'm like inconsistent with Keffals on this, when for one, the problem's never been
also hello letter hack
the friendship with Shoe. It's been the flip it kinda, I don't really care what she did, But things get better. Now, I was already on the edge of burning the bridge. Certainly not something I'd be happy about or wanted to do, but it still felt like the right response to a situation like this. What stopped me was when Vosh said he'd go over Shu's video on stream finally. Knowing how bad the arguments in her video are and the fact that she pedo jackets those calling her out in said video, including me in DM, my hopes were high that we would see the kid gloves actually come off. And we were right. Having a larger content creator make a vid in support of you when you're getting dogpiled is really nice and something it's hard to relate to if you're not a content creator. And it's exactly what happened when Vosh...
Okay, so just to catch everybody up, right? He's talking about Vosh finally calling Shu out on stream over the Balenciaga thing, right? Something that should have happened earlier. Somebody that Vosh never should have brought in and given credibility to as being a lefty, right? Vosh finally disavows. And it quits Xanderhal too, right? Because remember, in her content, Shoe on Head essentially, I mean, he's saying pedo jacketed himself and Demon Mama. In reality, when we watch the Shoe on Head video, she's showing Demon Mama kind of making the same allegation against her, and then proceeds to throw it back at Demon Mama and throw it back at, and in that tweet, low key, she's kind of implying that people calling her out for being against quote unquote pedo shit, like, that is totally normal stuff. So like, right, that's like the implication is like, it's not normal stuff, why would you be standing on the side of the people doing the pedo shit? Do you know, right? So she's kind of doing the same thing back. I mean, neither of these call outs are responsible or backed by receipts or at all, right? You know, this is a bad thing to call somebody. You know, Demon Mama shouldn't have implied it of Shu. Shu shouldn't have implied it of Demon Mama and Xanderhal. But of course, I think that Zan's point is that Shu's got a massive audience, right? So the harm towards him, which came in the form of people telling him he was not safe, he should not go outside, people making real, you know, threats or at least threats that sound real towards him, right? Is something that's not going to happen from Demon Mama calling, you know, Shu out, but will definitely, you know, seem to happen from Shu making that accusation again against them again, because Shu's got a right-wing audience. Shu is trying to walk the line between social conservatism and like left-wing economic policies like Medicare for all.
Finally responded to Shu's video. There's a YouTube bug that like made Vosh's like profile picture not show up for some reason. I don't know why it's on all of his videos. I think it's disappeared for me now, but it was happening when I took the screenshot. And this is the video in question. For the first half, it's fairly mild, but once Shu starts pedo-jacketing and full-on conspiracy mongering, the kid gloves came off, and we got these famous clips. Here we go. I got 4 clips to show you guys back to back here, but they're important, I promise.
On her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after another anti-gay terror attack.
See, that's true. That's from Xanderhal, by the way. That's a true tweet. Shu, you could, I know you'll never discuss this with me because you don't like direct confrontation, but if you discuss this with me, you would lose. And you are losing right now to me saying this because I'm objectively right. He was
So Shu's in Vosh's chat, he's talking to her.
right. Ah, yes, and the quote tweet, the tweet he's referring to down here, was Pedro L. Gonzalez saying, "We are up against demons, the groomer problem is real. It's not a dumb culture war issue. These people want to rape your kids in one way or another, and they think it's funny." That person...
This is him at long last taking Zan's side in the argument after refusing to get involved.
down there is flat out just saying, all queer people, all progressives, are part of a child rape conspiracy. I don't want to follow police or anything, but I bet you if I go to their Twitter, followed by... Yeah, Shu. She was bragged about giving him talking points for Tucker Carlson. Shu, I'm willing to give leeway here on account of familiarity, but a total unwillingness to acknowledge why the left is freaking out here is essentially just collaboration with the far right, regardless of what you're...
Look how unanimous the support for me in this was back in the day. A lot of, like, the discussion around whether or not Shu pedo-jacketed me for real, that's kind of cropped up in all of this, is literally just context rot. Like, people have just forgotten shit, and people are preying on that to get drama clicks. It's actually wild how polar opposite the reaction was towards me a year ago.
Your actual specific positions are.
Sean head on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide...
It's looping. Okay, the next clip now, because it's 4 back-to-back clips. And they get better and better as we go. These clips are the big difference between between Keffals and Vosh, and why I burnt the bridge with Keffals after telling her what Shu did, and not with Vosh. Because Vosh's reaction to finding out what Shu did was the things you're about to see. Keffals' response was sort of a flippant, eh.
And implied I was responsible for someone else's opinion, and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people.
Yes. Yes, this is how information works. If you popularize an idea, or promote it, or broadcast it... Okay, I'm not going to even entertain this. This is fucking stupid. Shu, are you playing dumb here? You know perfectly goddamn well how this works. The far right latched onto your tweets and immediately turned it into fuel for the fire of the anti-queer, like, pedo-groomer bullshit that they're doing. Why are you pretending you don't understand this? Why are you pretending this association was made by Zan?
I'm just confused.
Based Vosh for once.
Oh yeah, it was a big claim that I was the one that was just manifesting this whole claim that people were associating the Balenciaga stuff with gay people.
An ad of kids holding stuffed animals and fetish gear turned into LGBT groomer discourse. Did I miss something? Look at the quote tweets and replies to her tweet thread from her followers. I have 500,000 followers on Twitter. I have over 1 million subscribers.
No, fuck this, dude. No, absolutely fuck this. Stop. We are way the fuck too close to death camps to be pulling this I'm not responsible for my followers' behavior shit. This isn't about being responsible for your followers. This is in an era where the entire far right has completely thrown their weight behind the queer groomer conspiracy.
Hey, by the way, Florida just did their first death penalty execution for, like, their, like, all sexual crimes against children get the death penalty, no exceptions law that they passed. Granted, from what I've seen, that guy in particular who got executed probably deserves it. But all it takes now is for just being trans or gay in public around kids to be considered a sexual crime towards children, and the death penalty, all the roads to the death penalty are set up for it now in Florida.
And again, as much as I'm giving these people credit for getting around to the correct outlook on Shu eventually, please understand, like, this is more than 2 years. I think this is more than like 2 years after, you know, Vosh essentially gave Shu the pass to be on the left, right? This is a year and a half. This is yeah, like 2 years or more after after essentially making shoe on head the left's problem, right? And what she does would just be chud shit, right? If she wasn't given the credibility, if she didn't have people on the left being like, yes, she's one of us, she is reformed, she has changed, despite the fact that she didn't take any of her anti-SJW videos down, despite the fact that she had this massive socially conservative streak, which when combined with like vague lefty politics becomes just the fodder that the Nazgul vortex is made of, right? Despite Vosh being somebody who talks about the Nazgul vortex, who's constantly talking about the danger of third positionism, it takes them, what, more than 2 years to get around to and Vosh, like, for the record, right? This is Vosh disagreeing with Shu. This is Vosh defending Xanderhal and Demon Mama, but this isn't actually Vosh distancing himself and saying I was wrong and I made a mistake and this is not a leftist at all. This is, you know, this is the wolf. He's not recognized yet that the face-eating leopard party is here to eat our faces. And that's silly too. And same with Keffals. So right on that analysis, Zan's got a point.
Conspiracy. You posting
cut that
something
red
that,
ribbon.
again, the post itself in a vacuum, I don't think was wrong. Balenciaga did do sussy shit. I don't think
Although I do not, in fact, have to hand it to him.
in a vacuum is wrong or harmful. But then, unfortunately, life is complicated. The far right rolls with it and turns it into this, the fuel for the conspiracy. And then to not only address or
Dave says Vosh kept Shu on his side because she's a massive cash cow to him. Yeah, I mean, like being associated with other large content creators does probably help his numbers to some degree. There's like a cross-pollination that goes on there. Also, you've got another reliable ally when people say, hey, I don't know if this Vosh guy is really a leftist, is like, tactical misogyny okay? Is like tactical inward, is that okay? Like, right? Tactical racism, tactical misogyny, whatever. He's got another reliable voice to be like, no, it's fine. It's fine. And if you don't think it's fine, it's because you're a damn woke scold.
that immediately in that thread. I don't know how Shu could have seen the tens or hundreds of thousands of far-right people clearly making this about queer people and not thrown up in her mouth. I have no idea how she can look at that. But Shu does spend like an awful lot of time like habitually communicating with far-right people. So I don't know if she just like pretends it doesn't happen or she ignores it.
Let's go to the next clip. It
And
keeps let's go to the, come on. Hey, let's go to the next clip. It keeps getting better.
And implied
It gets
I was respons-
spicier. I feel it's important to show these clips, by the way, because a lot of people have accused me of hypocrisy for, quote-unquote, not having the same standard with Vosh. Keffals' response was the polar opposit of Vosh's.
And
Okay, now here I gotta, like, I'm not really siding with Keffals and I'm not really siding with Xan. I'm trying to give people credit where credit is due. Vosh has not distanced himself from Shu on Head. Recently did content essentially agreeing with Shu on Head with some weird trad commercial about like how modernity has ruined the classic 50s guy walks up to a girl and hits on her and tries to get her number, tries to get a date with her, right? You can't do that anymore apparently because of modernity, and we need to return to tradition. And Vosh was like, yeah, based Shu. Like, right, if you don't feel any like lack, if you don't feel any missing of this like time that really never existed, right? Because it's just a portrayal of the 50s or whatever era that it's supposed to be. It's not it's not really representative of the actual time, and it's certainly not representative of a lot of the things that were worse back in the 50s. But here he was again in the midst of this drama between Keffals and Xan over Shu on Head, finding a reason to make a positive comment on a Shu video. So
responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people.
Yes, this is how information works. If you popularize an idea,
oh my God, Sassy, that's dark, but I think you're right.
or promote
You're
it,
right.
or broadcast it. Okay, I'm not going to even entertain this. This is fucking stupid. Shu, are you playing dumb here? You know perfectly goddamn well how this works. The far right latched onto your tweets and immediately turned it into fuel for the fire of the anti-queer.
But so in other words, what I'm saying is that Keffals has a point in saying that there's a hypocrisy in Xanderhal calling out her and not calling out Vosh. But I think we know what the reason is, right? We just looking at the nature of the network, looking at where maybe up to half of Xan's income is coming from, which is that website that he gets through his association with Vosh, through his association with White Nervosa through staying in the good graces of both of these, right? That is a completely sensible rationale for him to call out Keffals, who doesn't control the White Leaf, network, who doesn't control his website, and not calling out Vosh, who does have a lot to say about whether he gets to use that website.
Groomer bullshit that they're doing.
There we go.
You don't understand this. Why are you pretending this association was made by Xan?
I'm just confused how Balenciaga posting an ad of kids holding...
But Vosh posted a positive video about Shu 12 days ago. Are you going to burn the bridge now? Like I said, about
Good question.
50 times in all of this, but I guess I have to say it here because this is the final response. I have to repeat it. The problem is not ever agreeing with Shu or ever platforming her in any context or even being friends with her behind the scenes or being friendly with her. The problem is the flippant disregard for what Shu did. Anyway, continue watching.
Okay, so that's what he's hanging his hat on, right? Is that Vosh spoke out against what Shu did in the Balenciaga situation, and that Keffals, when she talked to Shu on Head, I guess they just kind of hung out.
Animals and fetish gear turned into LGBT groomer discourse. Did I miss something? Look at the quote tweets and replies to her tweet thread from her followers. I have 500,000 followers on Twitter. I have over 1 million subscribers.
No, fuck this, dude. No, absolutely fuck this. Stop. We are way the fuck too close to death.
Ooh, Aaliyah Meth. You didn't watch the beginning of the stream. You're shitting on me for the thing I already apologized for. Ooh, good. Good job banning that person already. Good shit.
With camps to be pulling this I'm not responsible for my followers' behavior shit. This isn't about being responsible for your followers. This is in an era where the entire far right has completely thrown their weight behind the queer group.
Oh yeah, this clip, sorry. I reposted the same clip, my bad. My bad. Listen, I was sleepy. I was eepy.
What? Aren't they directing their anger at the brand? Why are they shooting the messenger? The worst part about this is that this tweet came from a YouTuber who I've been friends with for years. Why is this person, who I thought was my friend, doing this unhinged Stretch Armstrong reach?
I like the framing of that. Why is he doing this? It's like...
Okay, so that's Xanderhal's tweet. As you can see, his name and his identifying information is covered up. Obviously, if somebody wanted to, they could find out who's behind this tweet by searching this, what Xanderhal said here. But unfortunately, Demon Mama did not get her information fully redacted, and it was pretty much called out by name by Shu on Head.
Stretch Armstrong reach. I just quote tweeted the person doing the thing and described it with a meme. Like, Shu, we were friends. We were like actually friends. I liked being friends with Shu. I enjoyed being friends with her. It wasn't an enjoyable experience to have to burn the bridge. Neither was Shu or Keffals. It's not something I like doing. But like, yeah, it kind of felt a sort of moral pull to do so.
Fuck off. I like how in this picture you clip out the friend and oomphy of yours.
Yeah, he's saying fuck off to Shu. It makes it, the way that Xanderhal just played this after, it almost looks like he's saying that to Xan. He's saying it to Shu.
Who's been on Tucker Carlson, who was directly linking it to queer people.
We'll get through this interaction between Vosh and Shu on Head. So if you're just joining us, right, this is the Xanifesto. This is Xanderhal's response to Keffals about the Shu on Head situation. He's actually put together a pretty good set of receipts. He, I guess in his community, put together a pretty good set of receipts illustrating the problem that he had with Shu on Head, and has made a really good case that she's somebody that should not be welcome on the left. In fact, should be disavowed. It would be a lot more convincing, though, if this didn't come in the wake of Shu literally attacking and pedo-jacketing Xan and Demon Mama, right? That's the impetus for Xanderhal burning the bridge with Shu. And he wasn't willing to really do it until then. So, better late than never, I guess. But with Vosh and Keffals, you have this disavowal of the Balenciaga thing, but you have Vosh still kind of, keeping that bridge open, still keeping Shu in his orbit. So, right, in terms of, what Xan is right about, Xan is right that Shu is a sussy right-winger, borderline Nazgul, and what Keffals is right about is that there's a hypocrisy in Xan calling out her but not calling out Vosh. And again, I think we got a pretty good explanation for why that is, considering who Xan relies on for his website, which is Vosh and White Nervosa. We're gonna get back to, as soon as this is over, I'm gonna get back to some more. We got some more. We've got some more tweets to take a look at, so I'm gonna try to keep this.
When he's just pointing out the response of hundreds of thousands of people who jumped onto the tweets that you made. And how is this? This is such a fake weaponization of friendship here. You blocked Xan, not the other way around. You might block me after this. And yeah, Xan has been getting death threats from far-right people for days now, who have been saying, you know, you're not safe, don't go outside at night, you're a pedophile, blah, blah. All he did was point out that a ton of far-right people jumped on this. DM too. This is a disgusting video. Nah, it's genuinely disgusting. I can only regard it with malice. This entire video is framed as a from the left enabling of the moral panic that she was accused.
Just today, Vosh said the only consistency Shu has had over the years has been being retarded word for word. Yeah, like, Vosh dunks on Shu for her bad takes. He doesn't whitewash her anymore, and not since this happened has he done.
And again, apologies for the slurs, but that's how these white leaf people roll.
So I have no reason to be upset at what he's done. Like, I don't know why it's seen as a double standard. Like, this is just so opposite of how Keffals reacted when I told her what Shu did.
Accused of enabling to begin with. At the end of the day, if you are a public figure, you are responsible for the outcomes of your behavior. Everyone acknowledges this. Anyone who disagrees is psychotic. I'm going to stop, like, playing nice with this, okay? Shu, if you believe that you should only be held accountable for the intentions of your behavior, you're a child. And frankly, you shouldn't even be online. In real life, with real people, when we talk, act, behave in any...
Oh, wait, no, I think he means to say...
Yeah.
If
we intend something, but do something else, this might not always mean we're in the wrong, but we do need to acknowledge it.
Sorry, so what Shu's trying to get by on is, like, I had good intentions, I didn't intend for this to go into the larger right-wing transphobesphere, and Vosh is saying that you're not just responsible for your intentions, you're also responsible for the impact, which is a really weird thing to hear from Whiteleaf, right? This is usually the kind of thing that they call SJW shit, the discourse about intentions versus, like, intent versus impact, right? Is usually something that they you know, make fun of. They make fun of people for you know, calling out racism when the racism isn't intended. It's the impact of what somebody says or does that causes harm, but the person didn't realize it was racist. They're like, that's silly. That implicit racism, what are you know, right? That's generally the response you get. But in here, you know, this is him at least applying that principle at least to the queer community. And like I said, in general, the Vosh network, the White Leaf network, they're gonna throw black people and women under the bus a lot more readily than they'll throw queer people under the bus, because that is against their brand. That is, you know, the group that they try to avoid, at least ever since the Thought Slime stream, ever since the infamous Vosh Thought Slime stream where he called trans people fragile and mentally ill. You know, they've tried to avoid any attacks on LGBT people.
This video fails to even acknowledge the central premise, the fundamental thing that people are criticizing you for, the fact that this country is currently wrestling with the potential of an undemocratic future that I know you are aware of the potential of because I am friends with you and I've spoken to you. You are aware of the fact that we are currently experiencing the most vitriolic wave of
So this is Shu, somebody that Vosh has essentially Vosh has vouched for, yeah. Vosh has vouched for Shu on Head as far as being somebody that was an anti-SJW but is now reformed, despite all the interest, all the evidence to the contrary, right? When she becomes a liability for him like this, when he's forced to watch, you know, to look at the tweets, to watch, you know, what she's done, you know, he is left with no choice but to disavow her. But goddamn, has he ever taken his sweet time getting to this?
Queer legislation and sentimentality yet seen in our lifetimes. And for some reason, in spite of all of this, you cannot even muster an acknowledgement of what people are actually mad at you for.
Just like we're taking a long time getting to the top of the hour, the middle of the hour ad break, which is coming at you, Twitchies, people on Twitch, right? Understand that you're about to be served 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads, possibly against your will. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of them with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you have a free sub. If you use it on my channel, you will no longer see those ads. You can also get out of it by paying Twitch $5. I think it's $5, as somebody said. It's just $5 to get out of the ad break as well. Or if neither of those work for you, there's a chance that you might be gifted a sub, although that kind of thing, I'll tell you, is more likely to happen when you're active in the chat. 5 out of 20? Okay, 5 out of 10, it makes more sense.
That they are angry with you for going after Balenciaga is dishonesty on your part. It is a lie, and you know
7 out of 10.
You're lying deliberately, even if you pretend not to.
There's also a clip of him calling her retarded that I was going to dig up, but I ran out of time. I'll admit the holidays kind of ended up causing me to get pushed to the wire a little bit with writing, or not even with writing it, but with collecting some of the clips. Like, there were clips I knew existed, and so I, like, referenced them in the script, and then I had to go dig them.
And there it is.
That was actually the longer process, was digging
and there it is.
Anyway, while in the aftermath of all of this, Vosh still made it clear he is friends with Shu behind the scenes. He also admitted that as it stands, platforming her uncritically and making excuses for her bad behavior.
Okay, so is this a retcon? What do you think, chat? Is he retconning this? It sounded more like, you know, it's not cool for you to be friends with this person. And now he's kind of retconning it to like, oh no, you'll be friends with whoever you want. But, you know, if somebody like this, you know, attacks your friends and you're really friends with me, you got to stand up and you got to say something about the pedo jacketing that Shu did to me. Now, this puts Keffals in a weird spot because guess who did the pedo jacketing first? Unfortunately, it was Demon Mama for I don't know what reason. But it kind of puts them in a situation of you know, what Shu did was bad, and obviously Shu did a lot more harm with her audience than they're gonna do making the same allegation against her. Or really, it wasn't even an allegation. You know, Demon Mama was just kind of like, it was like an offhanded comment. Well, Shu, if you really, you know, are this interested in this stuff, maybe you've got something to hide, right? So, and then Shu threw it back at them, right? So, I don't know. I don't know if this is
inexcusable and irresponsible, since her actions are just not something you can make excuses for. To be clear, my issue was never with Vosh being friends with Shu, but with his initial dismissal of my and many others' concerns about what she did. In fact, I think this commenter on Demon Mama
and welcome back
showing support for her says it best. Let me see if I can blow this up because I kind of made it a little small. Fuck. I'm just gonna have to zoom in really close to this screenshot. Here's the comment. I feel bad for Vosh in the sense that too many random fuckers try to police his private life. Whether he's friends or not with blood on hands in private is immaterial. The literal only thing that matters is that he takes responsibility when it really counts, and doesn't hold back because they're friends. And this whole thing is proof that he's...
Okay, so we're getting back to the Xanifesto. This is as good a time as any for me to take a look and see what friend of the VOD, right? And actually member of my channel on YouTube, Tipster. We got Tipster chat on Twitter here. Let's take a look at and see what Tipster is posting while I try to deftly dig up this sound bite of Tipster. All right, there we go. It's Tipster.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
So here, once again, for those who missed it.
Me again.
Tipster.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
I'm sorry, he always makes me laugh. Anyway, so yeah, here's Tipster. Okay, wait. So it looks like he's posting on the White Nervosa? Oh my god. I can't tell where this is coming from. I'm seeing a Xan blocked you that somebody posted. We saw White Nervosa post her W, and I will give her credit for that W. That's the only time you're going to ever see me give White Nervosa credit for anything, right? But yeah, she got blocked by Xan, and I guess that's a W. So anyway, here's Tipster coming in. That's not what White Nervosa said. And White Nervosa saying, thank you, Lonerbox. Lord help me. What is Lonerbox? Oh God, I don't even know. Okay, maybe if we bring out the next Tipster. Okay, so here's more. Yeah, that's not what White Nervosa said. Oh my God, I can't tell what's going on here. He's watching a Shu video. Okay, and we can't see this. I might be able to bring this up. Oh my God, you're making me do so much work here, but I love it, Chad. I love doing this work for you. Let's see if we can bring up the tipster. Oh my god, the post is unavailable. Why? Oh, because it's a white Nervosa tweet. That's why I can't see it. Okay, so I cannot show you the video. Okay, so Xanderhal says that's Lonerbox's position. She put out a tweet praising it. He's been shitting on me for this on this for over a week. I don't need to deal with people making excuses for a 30-year-old woman who has hundreds of death threats sent against me. Tipster says, but she didn't though. She agreed with him on this particular point. That doesn't mean that she agrees with everything he said. You understand that you can agree with someone on some things, but not everything. Okay, so like I wish they'd, specify who the pronouns refer to. She agreed with him on, I think it's White Nervosa, agreed with Lonerbox on this particular point on whatever was going on in this video, which we can't see because I'm blocked by White Nervosa. For the simple reason that she doesn't want people to see the truth. She's allergic to the truth. The truth makes her melt. Like it's like pouring water on the wicked witch, right? That's what happens when White Nervosa comes into contact with the truth. But anyway, let's see this next one here. Okay, so that's the tweet that I read last time. She agreed with him on this particular point. Xan posts a Pepe that's not buying it. This is called not buying it, Pepe. .jpg. I say this with love, Xan, but this constant bridge burning is only going to hurt you in the long run, and I don't want that for you. Okay, so then Mythaldu, illustrious, I guess, what would I call Mythaldu? Kind of like an oiler for the Vosh Clout network, somebody who donates a lot, and therefore has maybe a little bit more leverage. The wild part is, despite Xan having at least 2, possibly 3 people of White Forest blocked now on Twitter, we're currently... Oh, Mythaldu works for White Forest? Interesting. I didn't know this. Wow. This is new, chat. We're learning more and more. Okay, White Forest blocked on Twitter. Now we're currently still in the position that there's no issue at this time with further hosting. So what Mythaldu is saying is like right now, Xan is not losing his website, but it's kind of like, that's a nice website you have, Xan. It would be a shame if anything were to happen to it, especially considering that we, Whiteleaf, control that shit. So there's an implicit threat, I would say. And that's not out of character for Mythaldu, right? Threatening people, acting kind of ridiculous. Donation system, providing him tech support. So we're still doing a lot for you, Xan. Remember, half of your income comes from us. And just kind of flexing that fact, we have not kicked Xan off of Whiteleaf yet, despite him having at least 2, possibly 3 people in the network, in the family, if you want to, if you want to get all Godfather about this, right? To put it more explicitly, Tipster. Okay, what's the more explicitly? Let's take a look at this. You're saying what those of us are thinking. Okay, yeah. So this is Mythaldu kind of like agreeing with Tipster, saying, Xan, don't push it. Don't push it. You're burning too many bridges. You can't stand up to the Clout network yourself. You will be run over. And, we've got your balls right here in a box, right? Don't remember that. We very much prefer this to be resolved with dialogue and political analysis so we can get back to what it's all supposed to be about, which is protecting each other's asses. What is the Whiteleaf Network there for? Mainly to protect Vosh's asses, but secondarily to form a mega brand out of all the brands of the streamers in the network and therefore cover each other's asses. That's what they're about. That's what they want to be about. They don't want drama. They don't want people within the network like harming each other's brand. And, Xan saying that calling out Keffals like this is a danger to them. He's already lost 3,000 subs just because of the ridiculous way that he went into the debate with Keffals. And he could potentially lose more. Mythaldo is reminding Xan that there is also the website. There is also potentially up to half of your income that is on the line too, as far as you're not doing this. So yeah, this is what's kind of going on behind the scenes. You get a little bit of acknowledgement of this from Xan in the stream. Honestly, I didn't know what Xan was talking about at first because I hadn't been privy to what White Nervosa, that hadn't come out yet when I watched this yesterday, but now it's starting to make a lot more sense, right? And there's a lot going on behind the scenes. There's a lot of leverage. There's a lot being leveraged towards getting Xan to stop harming the brand of Keffals.
Willing to do that. Couldn't have said it better.
But honestly, I don't think there's any danger of that. So far, the only brand that's caught harm is Xan's.
Myself. Really couldn't have said it better than I couldn't have said it better myself. That commenter is just spot on. Absolutely spot on. I have been accused by people across the board for having a double standard, or being a hypocrite for burning the bridge with Keffals but not doing so with Vosh. I hope this clears up that the situations could have gone the same, but Vosh's actions in the end were the exact opposite of what Keffals would end up doing. I suppose I kind of got a taste of my own medicine and having felt what it was like to be the one criticizing Shu, while many on the left are still defending her. The roles had finally reversed, but in the end of it all, by most in this space, I was seen as justified. That's where the context part of this video ends, and the actual truth of what happened with Keffals and the claims that she's been making about me can be addressed. To be clear, this is not the first time I came close to burning the bridge with Keffals over the same reasons. Back in February—
Okay, so we're finally getting to the Keffals part.
A couple months after the ordeal I had with Shu, Keffals decided to bring Shu on head on stream, I'm sorry, for a why I left the left joke, despite woke scolds that were canceling her for some dumb shit about noodles or pit crews or something. So this was why I had originally almost burnt the bridge with Keffals. She'd posted this whole, why we left the left thing. Quick reminder that we are both Italian women. Fascism runs through our veins and is part of our cultural heritage. It is both racist and xenophobic to criticize us for this. Just kind of a cringy meme. I was not the only person who was surprised and grossed out by this. Much like what happened recently, I reacted live on stream seeing this, saying this makes me want to burn the bridge. However, before said bridge could get nuked, a mutual friend, who will stay unnamed, but will come up later, was able to get Keffals to agree to bring me on stream after Shu left. I came on and started explaining to Keffals what Shu did to me and our friends, and why her bringing Shu on stream and joking around about her love of fascists was harmful. The convo was super weird. She didn't seem willing to respond to what I was saying, and seemed very unwilling to actually talk about the topic as a whole. The chat was not happy either, and she was actually getting a lot of pushback for defending Shu. Upon seeing this, Keffals politely wrapped up the conversation and ended stream.
Why does YouTube hate you?
I could tell something was clearly up, and as it is now public,
Are you getting your comments moderated? I'm sorry.
Find out she was struggling with a drug addiction and was high during our first talk. The fact that Keffals was—
They're even ruining anti-Italian racism jokes. Great.
Getting into rehab and taking a break from streaming kind of overtook the whole ordeal for me, and I forgot about it until just over a week ago. A random chatter sent me a message with a link to a timestamp from Keffals' video on Thought Slime and Shu on Head. I obviously have no issue with people agreeing with Shu on—
Okay, so he's talking about his confrontation of Keffals when he, essentially was in Keffals' chat calling her out and, sort of demanded to go on stream with her, right? That didn't go well for him. To most people, it felt like Xan trying to control who Keffals could and could not be friends with. He just wasn't in a good state. Let's just put it that way.
On stuff. So I don't have any problem with the video, or didn't have any problem with the video when I first saw it in my sub box. However, this chatter told me that Keffals insulted people who didn't like Shu for pedo-jacketing me and Demon Mama in the clip. The idea of that definitely made me feel hurt, and upon watching the clip, the chatter was definitely over-exaggerating a bit, but I still really didn't like what I saw. This is, of course, I don't have this clip on hand, but it's the clip of Keffals where she gets the message from the chatter saying, really don't like seeing another leftist community defend Shu on Head. She's just gonna pedo-jacket you the second you disagree with her like everybody else. If anyone has a clip to it that you can put in chat super quickly, I can play it, but I'm pretty sure I phrased it word for word there. I'll admit my reaction.
And the other thing about this is that what Xan's response, to the essentially, he came in really hot because somebody had posted like a chatter had come in and shared a Keffals clip with him, and Keffals was saying something to someone, right? I think calling somebody a parasocial freak or something like that. And Xan initially took that as like the insult was directed towards him. It wasn't. It was directed towards Keffals. But that's the other reason that just destroyed his credibility right away, right? That he is accusing Keffals of saying something to him that she never intended towards Xanderhal.
Action of burning the bridge and calling her a snake on Twitter right away over this may seem rash, but this was after already
How do we get to be Voosh bread tubers?
having a conversation with her
You
about
have to sign a contract.
what Shu did almost a year earlier, and Keffals just hand-waving it. At that moment, it felt like this was her acting with the knowledge of what Shu had done to me, and
You have to kiss the ring.
indicating she didn't really care. Almost immediately, though, that mutual friend I mentioned before convinced me to calm down and reminded me Keffals wasn't sober during our first conversation, so she likely didn't remember what I told her that
Okay, so second mistake that Xan made when he tweeted out that that he had tried to address this with Keffals before, and he would have burnt the bridge with Keffals before, but the reason that he didn't was because somebody told him that Keffals was inebriated on a certain substance. Now, Xan said that that substance was crack, and you know, Keffals took that's literally not true. Wait, was it? Is that right? Xan misidentified. Anyway, she said that Keffals was high on whatever, and that wasn't even something that Keffals, you know, effed with, right? So, you know, another mistake Xan made, right, right off the bat, right, is sounding like he's bringing up, you know, Keffals' struggles with addiction and those issues as like a dunk. And he's trying to say that, no, it wasn't a dunk, it was an excuse, right? But, like, I mean, I don't know.
did. This made me feel bad for blowing up at her before my stream was even over. The mutual friend and I were in DMs trying to de-escalate and bring it to a private call for sorting out. A big lie from this is that Keffals and her fans have, a big lie from this that Keffals and her fans have told or fallen for is that me bringing this point up is shaming her for her drug addiction. I feel with this context, it's clear that's not what I'm doing, but
again, we're kind of into a discussion of intent versus impact, right? Because it's like I don't know, how easy is it to like bring something of that up and they'd be like, oh no, I wasn't doing it to like, you know, dunk on her. I don't know, like the impact is probably just, you know, bringing up something that, you know, painting somebody in a certain light.
I think simply mentioning someone's drug addiction could have an impact on their memories. And
thank you for the follow, Info Thumb War.
Then you may have some fundamentally insulting beliefs about people who suffer with addiction that you assume everyone else has. I see how out of context people could fall for this claim, but it's just not true. I never shamed her for her addiction. So here's the actual, like, post that started this whole thing. I actually deleted my original reply. It was the same message, but I actually...
Why doesn't Xan stop to think about how spitting the woke scolds led to Keffals working with a racist? Like, maybe there's a deeper problem.
He said heroin instead, and that's just the wrong drug, because I don't know my drugs all that well, apparently.
Okay, he said... Yeah, that's what he said, and that was not what Keffals was dealing with.
I tweeted, sorry, deleted my last reply because wrong drug and I don't want to spread lefty misinfo. She was high on cocaine and benzos when I first told her what Shu did to me on stream. I found that out and was willing to talk to her, in private, obviously, but now fuck her, because at this point, she was drama farming it. This fucker replies, once an addict, always an addict, and literally, like, as this was all happening, I replied, shut the fuck up, it has nothing to do with addiction. The only reason I brought that up wasn't for any shaming sense, like Keffals...
So it's a weird thing, right? When you bring that up, even if you don't mean to shame, even if somebody comes on and shames and you disagree with them and tell them to shut the fuck up, right? There's kind of no way to know. This is the whole thing about, you know, intent, you know, somebody's intentions versus the impact, what it actually, you know, does to somebody. Because, like, look, you can't look into Xan's heart and see what was there. Like, did he bring that up because he wanted to paint Keffals in a certain light? Or did he bring that up as, you know, exculpatory, like as he claims? Either way, it's just it was like a bad idea to bring that up, and you know, it this is what caused Xan to lose that debate. This is what caused 3,000 of Xan's subs to unsub, right? Is this perception that he was being an asshole.
Gotten clean.
So even though I said he has a point with Shoe on Head, right? Even though he definitely does have a point with Shoe on Head, right? The way he went about this, you know, in a lot of ways, he's his own worst enemy here.
It's like very admirable, regardless of how I feel about her. But it's relevant that she wasn't sober when I first told her what Shoe did, because that made me feel like an asshole. Why bring up the specific drugs at all? They're public? Like, why is it bad to bring up the specific drugs at all? Wouldn't it be worse to not correct myself when I said the wrong drug? Because I was corrected and I deleted the original tweet and like rewrote it with the correct ones. I feel like it would have been worse if I didn't. I don't know. The point that I made is that, hey, I was told she wasn't sober when I first talked to her, and that made me feel bad that I acted believing she was fully aware of what Shu did, because there's a good chance she just didn't remember it. It was prior to going to rehab, so I felt bad. If that makes me if that's shaming her, then that's crazy, dude. That's all I can say. Also, I think it's funny that people attack me for this when tweets at me making jokes like this have happened. And no, Keffals did not ask me if it was okay to joke about this with me publicly before posting. I obviously don't care, but how can you say I have no right to mention she was high when I talk to her when this is how she's joked with me publicly? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. So this is Velvet. He comes up regularly in these screenshots. Tweeted at me, yo, at Xanderhal, shoot your shot, King, with a screenshot from Keffals saying, is Xan single? I heard he's into older women and I did a bunch of meth and went to rehab. We might be a fit. And Keffals replies, well, at Xanderhal TV, and this is a reference to my abusive ex who stole money from me for drugs. I didn't even reply to that tweet because I was just kind of like, I don't even know how I replied to that. I don't want to bring attention to it because I'm just trying to not really have the discourse about that be too common. And I'm not upset about it. It was okay, but like, you can understand how like she's gone there with me before. However, Keffals refused to handle it in private, and a day later would start her first of many drama streams milking the situation. This really starts getting crazy when Keffals did her first drama stream about me.
Okay, so now I've got another set of tweets, and this one's gonna cause me to maybe revise something that I said earlier about Gayfesh. I am now not entirely sure whose side Gayfesh is on in this, right? You know, Gayfesh is primarily associated with Demon Mama, and like maybe secondarily Keffals. I kind of assumed that it sounded like Gayfesh was siding with Keffals. Let's take a look at this and see what you think, though. Right, here's Gayfesh. The issue was that Shu's community is full of Nazis who were immediately making the jump to queer people like they always do, and she was doing nothing to push back about that. Yes. So because Shu hasn't deleted any of her old videos or really done anything meaningfully other than just like words, other than just saying, yeah, I'm like on the left now after the right-wing anti-SJW grifter train ran out, like she's still benefiting from those old videos, right? What that is, chat, when you have like, let's say that like, I don't know, let's say that I used to be a capitalist, right? This isn't true, but like, let's say that the old NCZ videos are me being a libertarian, right? And then I change my mind and I'm like, you know what? I'm no longer a libertarian, I'm a socialist. If I have libertarian videos up on my channel, some people are going to find me through those videos and they're going to be like, oh, cool, based libertarian chick, let me follow, hit that, hit that sub, right? Right. So, yeah, Shu's not done anything to distance herself from the far right element that's still in her community. She's still got those videos up. So I'm inclined to agree with Gayfesh on this one, right? So the right-wing elements of Shu's community, even if Shu didn't make the connection herself, we're making the connection with the Balenciaga stuff to queer people, right? Because that's the discourse, that's the moral panic, that's the environment, that's the backdrop that the Balenciaga thing is going on, in front of, right? She was doing nothing to push back on that. So White Nervosa comes in, oh my god. Oh my god, wow, indeed. Thank you, Taco Cat, thank you, Advisory, or is there somebody else? Oh my god, I can't tell which of these are real anymore. No aggression, Principal Chick. I love that, Deem Stars. Base Libertarian Chick 69 is going to be my next username. I thought I called it. Anyway. You claimed it first. Yeah, I don't know if those are real gift subs that are happening right now, or just like something that happens, like, I don't know. They seem like ghost subs. I don't know, but thank you if those are real. I can't tell. I legitimately can't tell. YouTube doesn't make it easy for me. So White Nervosa says that is fair, and bringing up she didn't push back against the libs of TikTok retweet is entirely fair. Okay, so what Gayfesh is saying is fair, but that isn't what Xan said or is saying. This person says, it is also highly irresponsible to start up a campaign like that against a company when people like Tim Pool are saying, well, you shouldn't be having a grooming event about the Club Q shooting. We know the right will take their chance to shove their shit. Absolutely, right? White Nervosa comes back with, she should have been more proactive at ensuring the right couldn't use her sorry, use her for their narrative. I'd agree. Okay, so agreeing with. This isn't what Xan is saying. So the confusion for me is coming up here. Like, we got this Gayfesh tweet, which seems to be defending Xan. White Nervosa's pushing back on that by saying, that's not a problem. I agree with you on that, but that's not what Xan was saying. Then the first Gayfesh tweet is how not to do an apology. Yeah, White Nervosa retweets this, right? God. Okay, so this tweet happened earlier than this tweet, I think, right? This is like 3 hours ago versus 5:31 a.m. So yeah, really, a negative reaction towards this Xanifesto that we're watching right now from Gayfesh that kind of contrasts with this. But again, I just don't have the larger context. But White Nervosa is alluding to something that Xan is saying beyond this. I think White Nervosa's problem is the DMs that Xan wanted to leak that were from a source who didn't want those DMs leaked. I think from what we gathered from this whole mess, Xanderhal's emotional manipulation, she says, yeah, Xanderhal tried to get permission to leak someone else's DMs between them and Keffals, right? So he's going for, I guess, what we call a nuke. When streamers get into a drama, get into a controversy like this, if somebody finds something that just like changes everybody's opinion on that and casts their enemy, their person they're fighting against, in this case Keffals, in a bad light, that's a nuke, right? They said no. He proceeded to emotionally abuse and manipulate them. So we've got a claim from White Nervosa, who again I don't trust. I don't trust White Nervosa at all, right? So I don't know what to do with this. It does seem like Xanderhal is having pressure applied to him through White Forest, both, in terms of the Mythaldu pointing out that they have not withdrawn Xan's website yet, and that they very much prefer to resolve this in a civil way rather than pulling the website, right? It sounds like there is some leverage being worked on Xan, and I don't know, to what effect. I don't know if the apology that he gave to Keffals as far as retweeting what he signal boosted is real, and because but I'll also notice that like he's not entirely holding back, right? This wasn't an apology stream. This doesn't seem like, Xan is absolutely tucking his tail between his legs and slinking away.
And this is where she started lying to and about me as well. That's right, she lied to me. During her first stream about the situation, I joined the chat and tried to get myself into a call on her stream. She began making some strong claims that while I don't think were lies on her part, I didn't agree with them, and I wanted to give my perspective since I didn't plan to make any videos on the situation at the time. She agreed as long as our mutual friend Tipster would be moderating, and I hopped on. To be clear, this conversation was not an ultimatum and not a debate, but just me trying to get my side of things out. I wasn't there to debate or to get gotchas. I quickly realized Keffals was trying to farm gotchas when I noticed how bad faith she was being early on in the conversation. It started when she claimed I was unreasonable for burning the bridge so fast because of things she'd done or was willing to do for me, such as offering to raise money for me when I got sued by Sasha. The fact that I got sued by Sasha...
So Sasha, if you remember from last year, when Keffals... One of the last things that Keffals did after the whole, like, Pikru avatar, right? After Keffals entered the villain arc, one of the last things she did was get on her subreddit and say, please give me dirt on Mommy Big D, right? And, you can guess what the D stands for. That is the Sasha that they're talking about here. And then after Keffals came back from getting help, right? She immediately or pretty soon after did a stream, exposing I guess the dirt that she'd found on Mommy Big D, and it looked like there were some credible abuse allegations. Although I gotta say, before I say credible, I haven't looked into them myself, but what people are saying are credible allegations against Mommy Big D. Xanderhal covered Keffals' stream in the same thing that they always do, right? Just like with the DJ Mule thing, it's not just Xanderhal pushing back on DJ Mule, it's the whole network. It's everybody. Jumping in on anybody that's said something bad. So right, Keffals is trying to discredit the person that she got caught digging up dirt on, and Xan is right there to kind of signal boost that by covering her stream. So this Sasha person, this Mommy Big D, did not like what Xan said, and sounds like filed some kind of legal proceedings against Xanderhal, and then Keffals supposedly raised money for Xan in his defense, and those charges eventually were, I don't know if they were dropped, but whatever it was decided in Xan's favor. Like, Xan didn't get in trouble for talking about Mommy Big D. So however that worked out, but that's what he's talking about there.
Because the fact that I got sued by Sasha because I was talking about her in a Keffals defense video aside, I felt this argument was flawed for many reasons, at the very least because just days before, I'd been defending her on stream from negative claims and what she called death threats from Karl Max's fans. And
Karl Max, remember, is the person that debated Keffals on the they fab matter, right? They fab is kind of like an offensive terminology that's used against non-binary people. And Karl Max said that he wished that every time somebody brought up they fab, that like an anvil would appear above their head and drop on them, right? Obviously, like cartoonish imagery. They end up debating Keffals on this, and Keffals is just like, well, isn't that like a threat or something? Like, that sounds like violence. And it's like, yeah, just like saying I'm gonna go Wile E. Coyote on somebody is violence, right? It's cartoon violence, it's silly violence. It wasn't meant to be taken seriously, but that's who Karl Max is. And you can watch my stream on that if you want to refresh yourself.
Said something that really stumped me for a moment, and I must admit that. While this clip was a real dunk for her in the moment, I think it's the perfect example of how blatantly Keffals is willing to lie when it's convenient to her.
Also, VV Shaya, thank you for the follow.
I'd love to show you a clip from the conversation we had in the first stream Keffals did on this when I came on. And it's a part of the stream where I imagine a lot of people who haven't liked me in all of this, including, as you can see, Keffals' chat, think she got a pretty epic dunk on me. So let's watch. Oh yeah, I forgot. This video is like super fucking quiet. I have to mute the music and audio boost. Audio boost like crazy. Come on, audio boost. Sometimes with the audio boosting add-on, you kind of have to like turn it off and on again for it to work. Getting massively harassed. Come on, get it louder.
Like, Sarah says, be right back. Gotta paint a door on the stone wall for transphobes. Yeah, exactly. That kind of Wile E. Coyote
Karl Max
violence.
There we go. Okay, that's suitable. Okay, this is the clip from the conversation we had. Yeah, and while you were getting massively harassed by Karl Max's community sending you death threats and shit because that dude's a piece of shit, I literally just...
Oh my god, you got suspended from Elon's Twitter for saying something like that?
Let me check when it was on my channel.
Okay, for the record, his community never sent me death threats.
They were sending you the falling anvil emote. Like, isn't that like a reference that... I know it's like a thing with his, like, branding, but that's implying... I swear anyway, whatever, sorry. Anyway, like, I'm pretty sure...
So Xanderhal defended Keffals on this. That, like, you see, like, the problem with Xanderhal is actually his loyalty. Like, look, it's one thing to be loyal to your friends. It's one thing to have your friends back. But when your friend is saying some bullshit, when your friend is Keffals, and they're being dishonest and disingenuous, and turning something like joking about an anvil appearing over somebody's head into a real threat of violence, right? Maybe don't defend your friends there.
Yeah, it's not even up yet. Like, I'll still have... I like how you can see the people in chat spamming like Xan get therapy and all sorts of very nasty, nasty stuff I've been getting. Now, the reason why I show this clip, and despite what Keffals says in this clip to throw me off, this is her speaking about Karl Max just days before, and the reason I said what I did in that clip. This is the first and most blatant and provable lie that Keffals has told to try to get one over on me in all of this.
I love that you're surprised that the face-eating leopard party eats people's faces. Like, you're only surprised, though, when it eats your face, right? When Keffals lies about you, fucks you over, right? if you'd been consistent about it, right? And this is going to involve something, that none of these like Vosh associated streamers are going to do, right? Keffals lied about Bad Empanada. I know, right? Bad Empanada is somebody that I've had not so pleasant dealings with either, right? But I try to be consistent and call out lies when I see them, right? Keffals was blatantly lying about Bad Empanada. Same way that Shark lied about Bad Empanada, right? Same way that Apartheid Anime Girl lied about Bad Empanada, right? And as much as people have valid issues with Bad Empanada, not the easiest person in the world to deal with, right? You got to stand up for the truth, right? And it should have been clear back then that Keffals does not care about the truth.
Please stop autoplaying. And audio boost. Turn it off and back on again so it actually works. Good. Okay. Does it work?
And I feel like...
Yes, okay. So here's a clip from literally days before that.
And I feel like a lot of positions that I had were not being considered and I was being misrepresented. I was trying to ask for context and I wasn't getting context for the situation. And now people have started doing anvil dog whistling, apparently, in response to this debate, which just makes them look like groypers.
Anvil dog whistling makes you look like a groyper. Okay, you see what we're dealing with here, right? And that being said, the obvious dishonesty of Keffals aside, right? If somebody starts lying about Keffals, I'm gonna let you know. I'm not gonna be like, oh yes, Keffals is a liar, so therefore, let's all lie about Keffals, right? That's not how I do. And I wish that wasn't how these people would do either.
I'm sorry. But saying that, oh, it's just a joke, it's like Looney Tunes style violence, is dog...
She's calling it a dog whistle! That's hilarious! You see what we're dealing with here, right? She will literally get away with anything that she can until she is stopped, right? That is how Keffals operates.
Whistling. What is...
Look at that smile! Look at that fucking dishonest smile!
Anvil falling on someone represent? It represents doing harm.
It represents a bonk. You silly lady.
To someone. It's really fucking obvious. I don't know why.
Yeah, really obvious. That's right. That's shorthand for you. Yeah, when somebody tells me they wish a anvil would materialize above my head, that's when I know that person's gonna do harm to me. That's right, Keffals. Good job.
Okay with it?
Yeah, keep Looney Tunes' name out of your mouth.
So that is just her objectively lying. Now,
I mean, there it is. She's, a leopard. She's eating faces. But it's only a problem when she's eating your face, Xan.
Who she's lying to here is actually the real question. Is she lying about Karl Max's fans sending death threats? Here, in this clip? Or was she lying to me about Karl Max's fans not sending death?
He doesn't even know at this point. He can't even make the assessment that, somebody talking about a Looney Tunes anvil, manifesting above your head and bonking you and making you turn into an accordion, that might be a less that that might not be a serious threat of violence, right? Jesus Christ, Xan, please, for once, think for yourself. That's what gets you into this problem. You're such a follower. That's what got you into all these problems, right? Following Vosh. And now following Keffals, right? In a lot of ways, Xan's become sort of a tragic figure, and his tragic flaw is his loyalty, right? He's not even thinking about this for himself. He's not even questioning that. He's just like, oh yeah, what is our story? What are we going with? We're going with the Looney Tunes thing. The anvil is a threat of violence. Okay, Team Whiteleaf for the win, right? That's so weak, Xan. That's so weak. And I'm not saying this to hate you. Again, I feel sorry for you here. I feel sorry for anybody who has to deal with this disingenuous garbage from Keffals.
This is the first of many lies that she has told to try to get a one-up on me. I don't know. When was she lying? She wasn't lying. She got it wrong. That is some crazy charitability. That's crazy. Hold on. After playing that clip of her saying that she was getting anvil dog whistles that are like groypers for doing cartoon violence or whatever, let's replay that first clip where she denies it.
Chat, I've got a cat scratching at my door. Should I let her in?
I'm sorry, there's people in chat that want to be really, really stubborn and condescending and are gonna try very hard to pretend they don't understand what I'm saying. So we're gonna replay the clip again.
Yeah, and while you were getting massively harassed by Karl Max's community sending you death threats and shit because that dude's a piece of shit, I literally just here, let me check when it was on my channel.
Okay, for the record, his community never sent me death threats.
They were sending you the falling anvil emote. Like, isn't that like a reference that, I know it's like a thing with his like branding, but that's implying, I swear anyway, whatever, sorry. Anyway, like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's not even up yet. Like, I'll still have.
So, yeah, I'm pretty certain that's just blatantly lying. You don't just forget a few days later that you got a brigade of death threats. You don't conveniently forget that. She was lying about one or the other. Either way, in one of those clips, she's lying. But I'll show more examples, don't you guys worry. There's no question as to whether or not she lied about this. The question is when she was lying. Was she lying about Karl Max's community not sending death threats, or was she lying about them sending death threats?
Yo, that's a banger, Brianna Kubiwood, whose name I hope I'm pronouncing correctly. Keffals can take the KF off the internet, but can't keep the KF out of her heart.
Obviously, this lie isn't super serious or anything, but it's chronologically the first and also one of the most blatant and provable she's made about me. It also didn't help that Keffals seemed pretty unbothered by what Shu did to me in DM, and has even claimed she has seen no evidence of Shu pedojacketing me. What's funny about that is how low the bar is for Keffals to consider herself to have been pedojacketed. This was her reaction.
Is this actually going to be a based Keffals takedown? So far, somewhat. Yeah, so far, somewhat. I mean, it's mixed with some hypocrisy. Understand this, right? Vosh, Xan, all the White Life Network people that made nice with Shoe on Head, right? They did harm to the left by doing that. And they did it for really self-centered reasons, right? It was to have another edgy lefty to be watching their backs, right? You know, if we defend Shoe, when people say Shoe is actually kind of right-wing, I don't think Shoe has really changed that much. Shoe is grifting, right? If they say, nah, Shoe is a based leftist now, you know, source, trust me, right? Then, you know, they get something out of that, right? They get clout, they get cross-pollination with Shu's community. If Shu is like nice to you and says nice things about you, you're going to get some people that are fans of Shu going to check you out. So they got in bed. Okay, I shouldn't put it that way. I'm not implying that, Chad. Don't take that literally. But they you know, made common cause together with Shu, who they should have known was like a fake lefty and an absolute grifter, and just like her anti-SJW bucks had run out, so she's looking for something else to grift on, right? And they vouched for her, vouched for Shoe on Head, and that's where your problem came from. Otherwise, the face-eating leopard party would not be our issue at all. But letting her in, giving her that, you know, credibility has done a lot of harm, and you don't see it. You don't say anything about it. You don't call it out. You don't stand up against Shu until she literally eats your face off, right? And so as much, I do feel bad. I do feel bad for the victims of the, you know, face-eating leopard party, but at some level, I gotta say they should have known. They should have said something, right? They had a responsibility. I don't want to only see you saying something when it affects you. I want you to be concerned about the people that you pretend to stand up for, right? If the one group of marginalized group the Vosh network will stand up for is trans people, like, do it right away. Don't wait until Shu becomes a liability and you have to. Otherwise, there's like no way to take you seriously. Can somebody explain how there's no anvil emoji? Good question. Good question. Speaking of good questions, make sure to hit that like. That's not a good question. Have you hit that like yet on the stream? There's a good question, right? That's my question to you. Have you hit like on YouTube yet? Have you prepared yourself for the next ad break, which is coming at you in, I think, 15 minutes? In 15 minutes, you will experience another ad break on Twitch, unless you're able to get yourself a sub, which you can do for free if you have Prime, right? You can just convert that over into a free sub, costs you nothing, and puts money in my pocket, and more importantly, gives you emotes and gets you out of that ad break. You can also get yourself a sub for $5 if you're willing and able to pay for it, or if neither of those apply to you, you might be still gifted a sub. It can happen, it does happen, but it's more likely to happen when you're active in the chat. Once again, Pogo. I got tomatoed. I got Jimmy Lead.
Up soundbite playing to censor her swearing. And
how did you sneak into my room? Yo, chat. I have a cat. I have a cat that can unlock doors. Are you a lockpick? Oh, she's going under my bed now. She's going under my bed. As long as she don't attack me through the green screen, we'll be okay. I don't know how she got into my... She just really wanted into my room, I guess.
To be clear, I agree with her in what she says here, but I don't see why this energy isn't...
You hear?
For Shu. What she did wasn't a meme.
Meow.
So here's where the bar is to be considered pedo-jacketing if it's about Keffals.
I don't take it back. They are... FBI, open up! So, the sound effect. FBI open.
Oh, this is so ironic. This is so ironic, right? Because you remember how this is foreign man in a foreign land who apparently Keffals just doxed, right? Allegedly. I haven't looked at it really closely yet, but it sounds like she put some, personal and identifiable information of, in fact, quite a bit of, information about foreign man and family members of foreign man in a foreign land up. But, right, they hate foreign, right? They were all online with this. Oh, yeah, this is foreign. Do you know how Keffals sells this? That's foreign being transphobic. That's foreign pushing the groomer narrative by him putting the, FBI open up. And we're not seeing the context, right? But what I think that Zan's trying to, let's see what point he's trying to make first before
I don't know if you're aware of what that means, but the Urban Dictionary definition, the top one, is that it's a meme that implies that the FBI is raiding your house because you have child porn on your computer. So in the worst possible interpretation of this,
the worst possible interpretation, or a better possible interpretation, being that foreign man from a foreign land may not be entirely up on the lingo and may use memes without completely understanding their common practice, right? And if you see the thing in context, it's pretty clear that this wasn't foreign saying that Keffals has something illicit on her computer. But I wonder where Zan's going with this.
Just played into the right-wing talking points about trans people being groomers and pedophiles. And in the best interpretation that I can think of, I got mocked for being hate crime.
I agree with her here, by the way.
Okay, so still agrees with Keffals.
I completely agree with her here. I just don't see why the energy isn't carried over for Shu and what she said, which is just a lot more blatant in my opinion. As the conversation went on...
Okay, so calling out some hypocrisy.
She continually got more and more bad faith as her chat...
Not calling out the dishonesty, but...
more and more thirsty for blood. In the clip I played before, you can even see her chat spamming get therapy, and those are the nicer comments I've gotten. Eventually, she felt the ground was laid enough to say some pretty nasty things to me. For example, I pretty much decided the conversation was over when she told me she doesn't think I have any friends.
Is it alright if first I read the messages that I'd sent you after my stream? Or during my stream and after?
Why do you want to make this... I don't think you have friends, Zan.
So yeah, this is the Keffals after a good night's sleep, right? If you want to because right, we just watched the Karl Marx debate, in which I thought Keffals just sounded ridiculous, right? Apparently she was like sleep deprived, and she got some help with that, and is at this point, Zan ran into Keffals after she had fixed the insomnia problem, and you see that you get a very different person, a very sharp operator here in Keffals now that she's had a good night's sleep. I hate when Keffals talk shit about me. I do too, Looney Tunes.
I've got plenty of friends. So
the fact that you're willing to immediately go into drama content about this with...
Says the person that then proceeds to make I don't know how many videos about Xanderhal, right? And look, like, I think the Xanderhal was going for drama, right? I think that, like, that he did come for the smoke and kind of get smoked himself. But just like Keffals has to take everything into excess, especially when she sees it benefit her numbers, right? This was the first time her numbers went above their normal level, and that's why she did rinse and repeat. That's why she went after... that's why she's been doing like all the drama videos against Hassan, which we're going to see in a second. Don't make sure to hang around because we're going to watch the Hasanifesto after this Xanifesto has run its course. I kind of need to pee though. I don't know. I'm going to have to find some way to pee.
I literally hadn't done any drama.
Can I use your litter box? I'm asking the cat if I can maybe use her litter box to... Could you just bring your litter box in here? Yeah, that'd be great.
Drama content, uploaded a single video. She'd proceeded to do 6 streams. Sorry,
Hey,
5
I heard you
streams
needed
in
a litter box.
Oh my god, thank you so much. How are you doing, Zara?
I'm doing okay.
Everybody, this is Zarax. The whole reason that we're even able to watch this in its full and cut Glory, right?
Well, I don't know if it's me. I blame the internet and all the little birds that told me.
The birds do be chirping.
Yep, they do.
Oh my god, how are you doing this afternoon? Or this evening for you? Yeah, it's evening for a lot of you, isn't it? Glory69 is my next username. I love it.
Afternoon, evening, it's all the same. Like, it's not that late.
Meow. Oh yeah, that's right, she can't hear me. The cat that I'm meowing at actually doesn't hear, so.
Really?
Yeah, I found this out recently. You know, because I've been like, I always like, I don't know when, I talk back to cats.
It's hard to tell with cats because sometimes they hear you and they choose to ignore you, and sometimes they just can't hear you.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult, unlike dogs who can't help themselves.
I was told by her owner that it's the latter, so, yeah.
That makes sense. Owners would know that. But let me let you go.
Thank you so much.
The
Yeah.
litter box.
And we'll be right back to this. We got more tweets for you, and we got more content. We're working our way past the Xanifesto. We're almost done with that. We're gonna move on to the Hasanifesto, and then tomorrow we've got an epic history lesson from the Civil War. I'm going to be schooling Nikki Haley. I'm going to be schooling Dennis Prager, and I'm going to be schooling a certain Twitch drama streamer, Twitch/Kick/YouTube drama streamer that you may be familiar with, but apparently he is not very familiar with the Reconstruction era in American history. So, you know, we got to do it. So yeah, make sure to, we got lots of salacious and juicy content coming at you. But first, I gotta pee before I explode.
I do love streamer education. Don't explode. Go do it now.
I love didactic drama. That's what we're doing, chat. Didactic drama.
Everybody knows that the rule is that when the time comes, go piss, girl. Let me get a little caught up on how chat is doing today. Chat, how is everyone? Sound off.
Meow. Oh, you were stuck in the room. You didn't open the door. I didn't even know that you snuck in.
Well, we can still hear Irene. At least I can. I guess y'all can't. I thought it was Irene, but it's actually a cat meowing. Yes. Go protect your kidney. My poops have shoulders too. Everybody knows Leonard Cohen. Lol PB, yeah. Soul Life is my personal hacker. He gives me my direct access to all Chatter's files. Oh my gosh. I just bared my soul, not really, but my art in Discord. Thank you so much for sharing. I'll have to go check that out. I can hear her talking to the cat. I could too. We're happy to hear you, sir. Thank you. Bad Lefty, it's the cat. If you would go longer this week, Leftist Mafia is not on. Oh, that's interesting to know. I'm going to bed, folks, not because of Zara's voice. It's just late over here. Have fun. Hoot night. Good night, Dame Owl. Hi, Zara. Trigger warning, clowns. At Bad Lefty somehow knew you were behind it. Lamau. Monoep. I'm going to go check it out. The arsonist has oddly shaped feet. Sleep is important. Hoot night. Illuminati solely because she's naughty? Oh no. Oh no. Illuminati pooped in a litter box? I forgot about that. Oh god, that was such a dark story. I know why she did it though. I'm sure she felt like she had no other choice. Oh my gosh. All these good hoot nights. Valerie, the lovely Italian, hello. Also, hi Yosio, hi Oglobit. Anybody else in Twitch that I missed trying to say hi? I don't know anything about this lefty. Lamau, no other choice. Ah! Lol, 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 she chose to tell people though. Hoot night. Looney and Lefty, I refuse to master shape. No triangles, no. I mean, mastering shape sounds like too much effort for me. Everything will be circle. I was watching all this time, if you'd like to know. I was lurking. This drama reminds me of a group therapy session I attended a while ago. That was the first time I saw a person who was completely unaware of why certain things were the way they were. Eye-opening. Also, good night, Hoot. See, there's some people that really do just go and do the weirdest stuff, and they never seem to know. They never seem to know why other things are, why things happen. Zero analysis, zero synthesis from information. Some people just don't do it, you know? Was toyed. When you said master shape, I was like, is at Soul Life a shapeshifter? This is a good theory, and I think we should investigate this further. Is Soul Life a shapeshifter? Lol, sassy? I assumed, Loon, you popped up as soon as I said, where's Loon? You should chat with us when you can, though. Oh, I see. See, Chase, where's the mainstream? YouTube? A GG site? Actually, Chase, the mainstream is wherever you love to find it. We have Twitch and YouTube, and both are active streams. Irene took a quick bathroom break, and I am just checking in with Chad. Hey, Zara, has anyone heard if Irene read my apology yet? I'm really sorry about the mic kerfuffle the other night. I thought that my wife was asleep. Lamau. I had to come. Meow, meow, meow. The anti-corporatist. Hey, when Keffals said my name. Oh. There you go, Looney Tunes. It's scary when you see a person not realizing the most obvious things and then reacting in very inappropriate ways to the situation. So, Chase, I'm reading YouTube and Twitch chat. So, I do.
Yeah, it's your choice. I literally can't tell you, where you should go as per my affiliate contract. Just wherever you're more comfortable watching the stream, and people will see you either way. But yeah, I'm back. I just it turns out the cat snuck into my room and fell asleep before I started streaming. Aww. And she wasn't trying to get into the room. She's trying to get out of the room.
It's a good thing you had to pee at perfect timing, because what if the kitty had to pee too?
I'm afraid the kitty might have peed. I don't know. I guess I'll find out later if there's there's a wet spot on something.
I think you made it in time. Your instincts were correct. Being quiet, and then she yelled at me on my live mic. Oh, I see. I wouldn't worry about it right now. And AC, I don't think I was there for it. Like I had to go before that stream ended. But I have to jump off work. It's not yet 5. So I still have some work to get done. But I'll be happy to see how this continues to develop.
That's really sweet, Spectacular Snyderman. Sassy Sasarai says, my cats sneak into my drawers and they get shut in and start crying. Yeah, they lived the drawers like the perfect bed for a cat, apparently.
Poor babies.
The dangers of streaming. Yeah, the dangers of streaming with cats, right? I'm gonna have to ask Cult of Dusty if we get to talk to Dusty, which I really hope we will, because I gotta let Dusty know about somebody that he might not know that's dragging him, and I'm also kind of curious what he has to say, since his coverage of PragerU is what inspired a really ridiculous rant by a British chud of some description that we're gonna be going over. Yeah, Dusty Smith. I'm gonna try to get a hold. Okay, if anybody knows Dusty, or if anybody has any connections, please help me reach out, because Dusty was right about something. And in terms of PragerU, and I want to push back against the person talking shit on Dusty in this case.
I do think that at least someone in the community is like a mod, I think, for Dusty?
Possibly.
Or maybe just a Discord?
We'll find out. But yeah, if anybody can help us out with that connection, I would love to talk to Dusty Smith about PragerU and their sussy kids programming. If we can.
Perfect. All right. Well, I will let you get on.
Zara, thank you so much. You're such a lifesaver, or should I say bladder saver? Is that a good thing to be?
Bladders. I destroy.
You destroy the bladder? Oh no.
I let people handle that themselves. But
oh my god, that sounds very spicy. Very spicy indeed.
Not that spicy. Maybe. All right. I'll see you in chat.
Meow. Oh my god, yeah, if you're not already following Zara, let's give her a shout out so you know where to find her. Pew. Bladders, your time is up. That's right. Okay, so let's push through this last little bit of the Xanifesto. I think we can do it.
He literally just said I'm not doing DramaCon. Okay, is it alright if I just read the messages that I sent to you? Is it alright if...
So, yeah, kind of felt a little rude. I felt like the conversation wasn't going anywhere productive after that, so that's when I decided it would be best to leave. After that, I left, and Keffals played up a sad reaction like she's surprised and disappointed that conversation didn't lead to the bridge being rebuilt. And because I didn't choose to make up with her after what she said to me, I've been framed as the asshole. Since this point, she has also continually given me flack for making this ordeal public, but while I and our mutual friends tried to get her to de-escalate, she refused. For transparency's sake, I will say, she apparently reached out to that mutual friend I mentioned before a couple days ago to talk it out in private. I'm happy to do this still, I'm happy to do this still, I suppose, but I still feel I have the right to correct the dishonest claims she's already made about me first. I thought it would all end with that, but apparently, me tweeting in response to people shitting on me and responding to chatters justified another stream. While I can't touch on everything she said about me in this one, I can hit on some of the highlights. This point is when she basically threw all honesty out the window. This is where the clip chimping began. One of the most damning lies she's told about me is that I'm friends with a Kiwi farmer. She got this lie from a clip I've no doubt her orbiters surgically edited out themselves. Here's the clip you would have seen from Keffals' stream. So this is from when I had... Hey, Maddie Sol. So this is from when I had Ethan on my stream shortly after he debated President Sunday as his intro to debating and being online with.
Okay, so far you've seen me be pretty sympathetic towards Xan in terms of calling, Shu out as being problematic. I wish he had done it earlier, but I'm glad that he I'm glad that he did it in terms of Keffals being disingenuous and dishonest. Like the main fault that I'm seeing with Xanderhal is his loyalty to Vosh, his loyalty to Keffals, right? His loyalty to people that he perceives to be his friends, whether they're right or not, right? And he doesn't seem to have any discernment himself. And so it might seem like the Xan fans are eating well. If you came here, if you're a drama frog, and you want to see how I cover this, and you're a Xan fan, you're probably feeling pretty good. I have a feeling that might be about to change slightly. I'm just trying to call this as I see it. I'm trying to be, honest and real about this. So now we're getting into Xan's friend that, gets him information from the farms.
Content and stuff, and we're basically just chatting, talking about random shit while he played Risk of Rain. This is the clip edited that Keffals showed. And those of you guys who were there during the stream didn't get upset at this because you saw the full context live, so you guys already know. You guys already know. You're the ones who know. The other day, Maddie's...
I don't know. We saw the context of this too, and it just sounded bad. I think...
saw a post on Reddit that mentioned me in a list.
No, it was on Kiwi Farms. Remember?
Oh, it was on Kiwi Farms. Yeah. So for those that don't know, Maddie's very progressive and also uses Kiwi Farms. It's just she's sort of a...
This is what I was talking about, chat. Yeah, I think that Xan didn't want Ethan to say Kiwi Farms either, but because Ethan said Kiwi Farms out loud, it made Xan have to say.
I obviously don't want people to assume that I'm just friends with an actual Kiwi farmer, but you'll find out the context in a minute.
Xan's friend is progressive and also uses Kiwi Farms. The progressives that use the far-right internet harassment website that got me swatted.
Browser Reddit. She doesn't post there ever, but
she
looks at it, and she mostly she looks at mostly animal abusers, like that one lady that I covered. I forget what her name is. I think her name was Isabella.
Yeah, he's literally saying stuff like that. There's a positive side to it. I don't know. Let's see.
She was really big online and got
Let's refresh our memory on this.
A pedophile, zoophile, racist, homophobic, transphobic abuser of multiple trans people in her life. Yeah, those people. Kiwi Farms is still up? Yeah, it's still up. It's just really hard to access. And it's also very insecure now because Cloudflare dropped them, and that's like the best like proxy service online. That's thanks to Keffals, which is actually, I'd say pretty based, because Kiwi Farms does some bad shit, but they also do some good shit.
In absolutely no circumstance do you need to hand.
Do you need to hand it to? Yeah.
Just watch. Just wait.
What the fuck, dude?
I do wish that like the group of people on Kiwi Farms that are like going after people who like blend chinchillas and the people who are just blend chinchillas, transphobic weirdos that are like just like harassing.
I think that a lot of the people who gather on Kiwi Farms are even whenever they're attacking someone bad, they tend to be not great people themselves, and they're trying to justify who they are by it's like pedo hunters who like either actually ruin cases or just it's clear they're not chasing it because they care about it. It's clear they're chasing it because they want to feel like a good person. Like they're doing a good thing objectively, and I wouldn't get rid of them even. Maybe some pedo hunters who fuck up evidence, but like I wouldn't even call them good person people. I just wouldn't.
Yeah, like it's a complicated thing, but yeah, basically.
Xanderhal just called Kiwi Farms a complicated thing, and both sides Kiwi Farms.
Xan seems like he would fit in with the Kiwi Farms crowd. I feel like this is the point where it'd be a good time to put in my
No, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Do you know who seems like they'd fit in with and does, fit in with the Kiwi Farms crowd? It's Keffals, right? In terms of, like, what she's turned her community into, in terms of, like, the personal information of foreign man in a foreign land that she just released, right? Who's more like Kiwi Farms? I'd say Keffals compared to Xanderhal, right? But this is Xanderhal both sidesing Kiwi Farms, and she's not wrong about like what he says here is really, really off. It's just that like Keffals is not in any way the person to make this criticism. She's massively hypocritical, but it's true. It's true. You don't have to hand it to Kiwi Farms. You don't have to like look at the good side. Like he's talking about like using Kiwi Farms against, somebody that's like looking, using it to find like information on people, right? It's not that's not good, Xan.
Because
I don't know how to tell you this, but
it's pretty good. I'll play the full clip in a moment, but I'm going to add my response first with the context of the situation. Well, this clip was obviously dishonestly edited. There's more context you should know. Maddie is a friend of mine who was doxxed and had her nudes leak online, notably on Kiwi Farms years ago. Maddie isn't her real name, by the way. That's like, it's a fake name. My friend Ethan gives a lot of his friends fake names and calls them by that.
Okay, now I'm really worried, right? I don't know. I hope that's a fake name.
Real names. He's done it with another one of our friends and calls them Stu, so it's just a thing he does. Because of this, she started browsing the forum much in the same way that Keffals has, for those that don't know. Yes, Keffals has admitted in the past to browsing Kiwi Farms, due to being a literal victim of harassment by the board. Maddie doesn't have an account on the site, she just browses it. More importantly, she would sometimes browse it to get info on my stalker. I won't name him because he's a clout goblin and feeds off of attention, but he has harassed me, Vosh, and Keffals, and was outed as a pedophile on Kiwi Farms not long ago. If getting info on a Nazi pedo stalker from Kiwi Farms makes you pro-Kiwi Farms, then I have bad news for Keffals. Because she has used Kiwi Farms as a source many, many times. Many, many fucking times, dude. It's a website. There are a lot of people on it. Most of them are pieces of shit. Some of them aren't. That's how any population works.
Okay, now this is interesting to me. Keffals has used the website. So, what's the... Let me be a little bit more nuanced about this, right? Let me be a little bit more nuanced here and say that if you are a victim of that website, I totally understand you going on there to monitor them. But that's not what Xan's talking about here. Like Xan's talking about using that site, for like, research for I don't know, it almost sounds like content. I mean, he's not directly saying that, but at the same time, you're playing an optics game with Keffals, right? And when you both sides Kiwi Farms and talk about like the good side of Kiwi Farms and the good things that they've done and that there's good people and bad people on there, God, I don't know what to say, Xan. This is just like bad judgment.
I want the people who are not pieces of shit that do sometimes good things, like go after animal abusers on there that are in their own little separate corner of the website, to leave, and for the site to crumble. And for their stopping of animal abusers to happen on another site, not giving more airtime and power to the doxing stalking forum. Particularly because, and this is the most important part, also, if it wasn't for Maddie, I wouldn't know amazing things about that hell site, like the fact they segregate all the female users of the site to the containment zone, where all the makeup community drama and T-channel drama is kept, along with the turf and man-hate threads. I also feel it would be remiss of me not to bring up that Keffals started streaming in 2021, while I had my full name, age, me, and my parents' home address doxed by Kiwi Farms back in late 2019 when I was 20 years old. I had to move to avoid getting swatted or having someone come to my house. It's insane to me that Keffals would accuse me of being in favor of this site when I've dealt with their harassment longer than her, and people just ignore that fact because she got popular off of opposing Kiwi Farms. Guys, I literally got doxxed. My parents, my whole family got doxxed. Addresses and everything got doxxed before Keffals even started streaming by Kiwi Farms. I am not pro Kiwi Farms. The fact that she would try to twist this shit into claiming that I am, after the shit that I've dealt with from that site is disgusting. I was 20, living with my parents, and had to explain to them our address has leaked on the internet, and bad people might call false police calls to our house. And
I don't know what to say. Again, Keffals is a massive hypocrite for, she's not the one to make this criticism. However, I do think it's an apt criticism. It's,
they wanted me to stop streaming and delete my channel. I've talked about this in the past. Long-term viewers will know. I literally had to move to another room and lie to everybody, like literally lie to the public, lie to the internet, and say that I'd moved to Miami and moved in with a roommate to convince the people who had doxed me that I didn't live with my parents anymore. That was back in 2019. Anyway, the conversation goes on a lot longer. Only comment I want to add is you did support Drop Kiwi Farms. Yes, I did. I put a lot of support behind Drop Kiwi Farms too. So it's just insane she claimed this. Saying I wish people who only go after animal abusers and weren't using Kiwi Farms and normalizing it is not both sides in Kiwi Farms. Apparently, I'm also a hypocrite for being friends with Nick DiOrio and Willie Mac Show after they slandered her. Wait, what? Hold on. Sorry. I left in a line that was just mistyped. Oh, wait, wait, hold on. I'm getting fucking... My fucking thing is getting rated. Wait, people got the link and are editing my fucking script.
Do you see what's happening, chat? People got the link and are editing my effing script, right? So he's been reading to you off a script that he wrote. He even showed the script a couple times, but I think when he was showing that script, and I didn't pay super close attention, but there must have been something on there that like he must have shown the link. Like he must have shown the link to the script. So in chat. So here's what happened, right? He's reading off the script. He's showing the script, in chat, because it's got like receipts like embedded in it, right? And of course, Keffals people are watching along. They go in, they log in to the script, and they start editing it on the fly. Which is totally predictable.
Holy shit, I'm actually getting live sabotaged.
This is what makes Xan harder to hate than Keffals, I guess, is that he's got a certain naivete, right? That he made this script on a website, with help from his friends, and he just left the document public, right? It's just...
That's crazy. Hold on a sec. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit share and turn off editing capabilities. I forgot, to be fair, that I had the sharing thing on because of the I had friends helping me with it. I know. Rookie mistake. People obviously aren't gonna want me to talk about this. People are gonna get mad and try to stop me. Obviously. Okay. Let me re-find my spot. I've also been accused of being a hypocrite for being friends with Nicholas DiOrio and Willie Mac Show after they slandered her. To be honest, I've never been close enough with these people or either party to consider us friends. They have the mod wrench in my YouTube chat just like Keffals and every other big YouTuber who behaves in chat, but besides that, I've mostly just covered their videos and debated them. In fact, that clip she's using is literally me grilling Nick for how much he hates Tipster while he's in my chat. That's literally me publicly defending Tipster from Nick's rude comment about him in chat. Here's the link of Keffals claiming that I'm a hypocrite. Jesus Christ, why are you so hateful towards Tipster, Nicholas DiOrio?
There you go. There you fucking go. It's right there. I didn't know that the Kiwi Farms connections ran so deep with this fucking guy.
Jesus Christ, what? That's literally me calling him out in my chat for saying rude shit about Nick DiOrio, publicly grilling him live as he's in my chat for being rude about Tipster. Ran deep? Yeah, no, she's really trying to spin a narrative if you haven't been able to tell from the clips as they get more and more, bizarre, the allegations. And further away from where this started. This all started with me deciding I don't want to be friends with her anymore because of her defensive shoe. And now she's claiming I'm a Kiwi farmer, or that my Kiwi Farms roots run deep. Yeah, my roots run deep to getting my whole family doxxed by Kiwi Farms and having to move.
And again, this is something that Keffals has been doing for a long time. This is, I would call it fruit jacketing, right? We've got different kinds of jacketing, bad jacketing, PDF jacketing. Now we got fruit jacketing. Fruit jacketing is when you imply that somebody is in with the farms, right? And although what Xan said was ridiculous, right? Him, both sides in Kiwi Farms, him talking about the good points of Kiwi Farms, like the times that they go after whatever animal abusers or whatever, or using it for research against, his enemies. I think he might be talking about flamenco there. That's my best guess. There's a Kiwi farmer named Flamenco that maybe, some people, these people fight each other. They put up information about each other. So I think that's what he's talking about when he says his stalker. I think that's who he means, right? But do I think that Xan is an actual KFer? No, I don't. But I think that the stuff that he said about that, the both sidesing of it, it's absolutely ridiculous. And at the very least, you know, even if you don't agree with me, Xan, you got to say that when you're in a fight with Keffals, that's a big optics L, right? I think it's more than an optics L. I think there's a matter of principle there. You know, in terms of that, do I mind Xan going on there to look up like what they've got about him to try to protect himself and his family? Absolutely not. Like, I'm sure Keffals had to, you know, do that too. But yeah, this is just like, you know, the stuff that he and Ethan started talking about as far as, oh yeah, we got a friend that you know, goes on there for us. I don't know. I can't really defend that. But you know how Keffals is, right? It doesn't even take any connection to that website for Keffals to accuse anybody that's against her of being, because that was part of what she did. She goes up against the final boss of the internet. She goes up against KF, and they start, you know, they do all this bad stuff to her, right? And then when somebody makes a separate criticism that has nothing to do with that, somebody who obviously would be a target of that website rather than, you know, a participant in that website, she literally fruit jackets them. Oh, I see. You don't like Keffals? You must be a kiwi farmer, right? And if you had really paid attention to what she's doing, even if you're willing to be complicit with it, you would have noticed that. You would have known that that was coming, right? Because this is a tactic that she and her community have been using forever. Hell, I think that was I feel like if I remember correctly, that was the accusation that White Nervosa made against me until we debunked her, until we literally, you know, falsified her baseless accusation. This is a thing. This is a thing that apparently maybe not just Keffals does, but other members of the White Leaf Network, right? But again, it's another issue of the leopard, the face-eating leopard party. You know, it's all well and good until they start eating your face.
The irony of this point is actually twofold. For one, Keffals has praised Willie Mack Show for his debate and coverage against Hassan, as have I. So I have no reason to assume my engagement with his content would be out of line. And on top of that, if me ever positively speaking about them or their content is so bad, I must ask the same question you and many others have asked me. Why are you still friends with Vosh? To be clear, for honesty's sake, this is an older clip.
I feel like the drama community isn't as reactionary as I used to think it was. I'm suspicious of the drama community, but I don't know if I said this on stream, but a YouTube drama person, Nicholas Diorio, has come on Twitch recently.
No, Twitch is cool.
I popped in for a bit because I don't know, person on Twitch, why not, you know? And I actually got the impression that he was a pretty intelligent, you know, morally adjusted. I watched his stream for like 2 hours when I found he was there. You know, I thought it was, you know, pretty nice, I think. And I actually got the impression of Nicholas Diorio being a fairly, well, very intelligent and at least fairly empathetic. I mean, I didn't see him rescue any cats on stream, but the empathetic person, which I thought was nice. I feel like the drop.
So, listen, if it's so, why do the Kiwi Farm's roots run so deep with Vosh? Just praising this Kiwi farmer. Jeez. Another claim made about me around her second stream from her fan base, actually, was the claim I had transphobic and...
Okay, so I guess he's pointing out that a lot of people in the drama community, right, the YouTube drama community, the YouTube commentary community are maybe involved with the site. Maybe, I don't know if he's saying they have accounts or if he's saying that they just, like, look at it or use it for research or whatever, but he's trying to say that, no, this is totally normal. And you look, it might be normal in the reactionary drama community, and yeah, you know, it is reactionary. It absolutely is. Nicholas Diorio, no offense, right? But Nicholas Diorio is basically tipster for the straights, right? So
weird takes about David Raymer and bottom surgery. People clipped a...
no, we're talking about Nicholas Diorio, YouTuber, drama, commentary type YouTuber. You know, that's like, I mean, not super right-wing, but fairly reactionary. It's a weird thing that Vosh is saying there, where it's like, oh, I watched a Nicholas Diorio stream, and I didn't hear him calling trans people groomers during the stream, so I guess he must be not as reactionary. Like, right, he's just like praising, you know, he's trying to open more bridges with people that are, you know, well to the right of him. It's more of him doubling down and making the same mistake that he did. Tepster is it's like Keffals Gayfash, yeah. I don't know where Gayfash is aligned with now, right? I couldn't tell. We saw two tweets from Gayfash. One of them made it look like that Gayfash was siding with Xanderhal. The other made it look like Gayfash was siding with Keffals, so I really can't tell.
Make me look bad and make Keffals look better. But the funny thing is, That was me defending Keffals after she was canceled for saying this. It was a clip from my recent video where I was defending Keffals from her cancellation on her bottom surgery take. Someone had just clipped, and it was just me reciting Keffals' take. And it was a Keffals fan trying to frame me as transphobic for saying what she said. But here's the clip of Keffals saying what I said that I got canceled for, I guess.
An accusation.
Why is it so quiet? All right, volume booster. Boosting Z volume. God, you can't full screen with these volume boosters, I forgot.
An accusation. Oh my god, okay, so Spirogal. No, you don't need dysphoria to be trans. I don't know why everyone assumes that I'm a trans medicalist. I don't know why that is a constant thing that people say.
Might be your trans medicalist takes, I don't know.
This has been like an accusation over the past 2 months that I don't understand.
Or maybe all the trans meds that you're friends with.
Incredibly exhausting. I've made it clear repeatedly I'm not a trans medicalist. I think the thing
I just play one on the internet, I don't know.
People said, that's
whatever.
Is that I said if you're going to get bottom surgery, you should have dysphoria, because if you don't have dysphoria and you get bottom surgery, you're probably going to have dysphoria after you get bottom.
This is so frustrating.
And people got mad about that for some reason. I don't understand.
You think?
I don't have a super strong opinion on the take, so disagree with it or not, I don't really care, but it was literally Keffals fans trying to cancel me for saying exactly what Keffals did.
Okay, so yeah, that's Keffals' take. Keffals gets in trouble for that. Xan hears about it, and loyal to a fault, Xan is like, no, there's nothing wrong with that, watch.
In a video defending her.
Like, he says he doesn't understand it, he doesn't really care, right? But he's
trying to frame me as bad and Keffals as good. It was really weird. Like, that wasn't something, to be fair, that I think Keffals pushed herself, but pretty big people in her orbit were, and that's why I felt, it's worth acknowledging. As her streams have gone by, her claims about me have piled up far beyond anything having to do with me not being friends with her anymore. It's gone from what you could argue was just her venting her feelings to a train of drama streams filled with lies.
Wait, is he gonna show himself, like, defending that? Yeah, so he basically defends that take, which, I don't know, it kind of, sounds to me like transmedicalism. It's literally like using like dysphoria as a basis to medically gatekeep, right? Reminds us of how trans people were treated in the bad old days, rather than just trusting people to define their identity themselves, right? Is like, oh no, you have to meet this and this criteria or whatever, right? It was a fucked up thing for Keffals to say. And it was a fucked up thing for Xan to defend, but look what happened to him. He got attacked by Keffals fans for defending Keffals. They turn it around, and now that Xan is saying it, and now that we don't like Xan, Xan is a Xan medicalist, right? It's so fucking disingenuous. It's just, like, seriously, do you see what happened? Like, he should have made more of a point about this, because this is a major, just disingenuous thing for Keffals to do.
Misrepresentations of me that have had a severe impact on my channel. It's just as much as like Social Blade lets me fit into the thing, but like, yeah, I've lost over 3,000 subs from this for sure. Now, obviously the sub loss has pretty much stopped now, but I do feel the need to clear the air up. It felt so weirdly spiteful for her to prey on my downfall like this after I've been so charitable to her. My only drama segment I've done on this situation was just a stream, was shortly after the stream I went on where she lied to my face. I explained my side to my stream, and then brought Tipster in to give his perspective, unchallenged as a neutral party. He wants nothing to do with this drama, and has been very nice and understanding to both of us, and he leans more on Keffals' side. Having him on to give her side on my stream seemed like an act of good faith from me. Keffals' response was to make another drama video, but to frame my platforming of her side on my stream as Tipster confronting or epically owning me. So here's her thumbnail. Tipster confronts Xanderhal on burning the bridge. That like stream segment that wasn't even a video was gonna be my final statement on it, and I was so good faith I brought Tipster in to uncontested give Keffals' side of things because she couldn't be there. What cis people get bottom surgery? It's a hypothetical auto roll. The argument is about a hypothetical. Like that is where this all started, was Keffals engaging with a hypothetical and then getting canceled for it, me defending her for having that taken that hypothetical, me quote tweeting someone who seems to have a moral inconsistency in the case of if there were cis people who had gotten bottom surgery, like, regrettably, and didn't, it was mistakenly, they didn't actually have dysphoria, and they thought they did, which is not something that really happens now, to be fair, but it's hypothetical, then their dysphoria, as a cis person, to transition back to the gender they were assigned at birth, is just as valid as the dysphoria of a trans person. And I use the David Raymer example, because that whole thing not only proves that dysphoria is real, but it proves that dysphoria is an impulse guiding you to the correct identity, that you, like, have some sort of innate, like, internal knowledge that you are, like, trans people.
This is the take economy too, right? If you're a cis person, you don't necessarily have to have a take on all trans discourse, right? In fact, I'd say that until you're well enough steeped in it, you probably maybe should just kind of hang back and learn, right? He didn't have to have a take on this. Keffals had a bad take. He goes to defend Keffals, and Keffals' community makes him pay for it. Like, literally, like, Keffals did nothing wrong when she said it. Xan defends her, and they use it as a reason to attack him. Like, if this doesn't show you what we're dealing with Keffals and her community, I don't know what will. I don't know what will.
Feel this innate understanding from a very young age that they are not the gender they were assigned at birth, usually. And that's not what she said. It was in a Discord thread, okay? I was steel manning Keffals, okay? I was steel manning Keffals. Maybe I shouldn't have, all right? Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I'm willing to bite that bullet. Maybe I should not have steel manned Keffals.
Xanderhal, please, you don't have to be this loyal. Right? Your loyalty should end in, you know, agreeing with somebody else's bad take.
There. I was just trying to engage with a hypothetical, but yeah. I took most of the day she was drama farming me off, since the amount of hate in my chat and DMs was getting to be a lot to deal with. As Keffals' claims about me got meaner and more extreme, the comments followed in kind. They got probably the worst when Keffals opened the door to attacking me for having been a victim of abuse, like when she claimed that my abusive ex made me weird about women. Most people haven't recognized this, though, because she has been pretending to play nice. This is a clip of her pretending to play nice, I would argue.
Like I was actually saying to I've said multiple times to my community that Xan isn't an abuser. Please don't psychoanalyze Xan. I said Xan is he's a good person. I like him personally.
Notice how contradictory this is to everything else she said about me. But here's her 7 minutes later. Here's her literally 7 minutes later.
So Velvet had a speculation about why Xan is acting like this, and I think the reason why possibly could be that...
Look at this, Keffals taking advice from her community to make another accusation. She never learns, does she?
Because he had an abusive ex-girlfriend, he's now just kind of weird with women. That's kind of where I'm leaning on this, because he has a history specifically of burning the bridge with women. So Velvet had a spec.
That's that orbiter of Keffals, by the way, Velvet. That's a good friend of hers. Was once like a fan of mine, but then like started joining like the big like Xanderhal derangement syndrome movement and all of this, and it's been like a big.
Xanderhal derangement syndrome, no, Xan, you don't need to copy Vosh, please, please, please. Like, draw yourself some boundaries. I mean, I feel like this is the issue here. I'm not trying to, you know, psychoanalyze Xan or anything like that, but I'm talking about like that he has this conception of a friend group being extensions of each other that I think is not doing him any favors and actually getting him in a lot of trouble, right? You don't have to be like Vosh Jr. And you shouldn't want to be Vosh Jr., right? When I used to be friends with Xanderhal, right? When I used to you know, enjoy his content to a certain extent and you know, kind of resonate with his community, it was before Vosh, before he had hitched his train to Vosh. I don't think that by himself, you know, maybe there's some, there's some things that he's ignorant about, some things that he gets wrong, but a lot of what Xan gets wrong, he gets pulled along into by people that he thinks are his friends, and at the end of the day are not doing him any favors.
Sure, a lot of the hate. You've probably seen a lot of posts from Velvet. While the people weaponizing my trauma against me were pretty bad, what really hurt was seeing people who were regulars in my community message me, telling me they want to see me crumble and my career fail.
But does he even realize that the original is Trump derangement syndrome, right? The VDS, Vosh derangement syndrome, KDS, Keffals derangement syndrome. This is literally them copying off of Trump and being like anyone. And the whole thing with Trump derangement syndrome is it's a way to say that anybody that has a problem with me is deranged, has like some kind of a psychological issue around me, is not in their right mind. And it's just pure gaslighting when it comes to Trump, and it's just pure gaslighting when it comes to Vosh or Xanderhal or Keffals or anybody else, right? Don't hide behind other people have, like, I have never said people have NCCDS. There's no NCC derangement syndrome, right?
Or even just the ones that were nice, but indicated they were so unable to see my...
And think about what Trump's essential thing is. What is his core thing? I am the victim. I am being treated unfairly. I am the most unfairly treated president in history. I am a perfectly fine president, and the reason that I have all these charges against me is because people have Trump derangement syndrome. Is that really a model that you want to be following? Please stop following your leader. God.
That they thought I shouldn't even make a response at all. I got some comments here I got that these were in website chat and I banned them.
Anyway, let's look at these. We got more. There's more DMs coming in. I've had these DMs redacted just because I don't know who all these people in this thread are, and I don't want to, you know, get anybody more involved in this. I definitely don't want to, you know, spur any hate towards anybody. So, you know, in case it has to be said, right? Because, you know, there's probably more people watching me today than normally watch me. My policy is don't harass people. I don't want you to harass people, especially not on my behalf. And I'm gonna ask you not to. In service of that, I have asked that the names to everyone except for Xanderhal in this thread be redacted, because as far as I know, they're not big fish, and I'm not in the business of doing anything that might get harassment thrown in the way of small content creators or just random Twitter accounts. So here we go. All right. The Shoe Mutual, who quote tweeted Shoe's post, made it about gay people. And then person here says, dude, you just blocked your website hosts. Like, this is like Elon Musk level of cutting off nose to spite face. Xan says, she unfollowed me and threatened to drop my site recently because of the Keffals things. I figured this was, so we're talking about White Nervosa, right? I figured this is just making her dislike of me clear. I don't know if this is the same person or a different person, but they're saying it's her. I think it's a different person. It's her saying that she does not condone your actions because they have real consequences, Xan. You took a week off to continue saying the same thing over and over again, and you are not learning anything from your sub count dropping. People are tired of it. Xan says, Keffals is literally, and I literally buried the hatchet yesterday. This is me having to deal with the drama from Shu sending her fans to hate brigade me with PDF accusations, quote unquote, not being her fault. And I got a second. Okay, Xanderhal says, Keffals and I, okay, so this is what we just read. And somebody was responding saying, that's good to hear, at least the part about burying the hatchet, right? So what he's referring to, I think, is that Keffals raided him after this stream. I think she watched part of his stream and like essentially agreed that that was going to be the last word, and then Xan agreed, Keffals can have the last word on that. I'm not. So they both agreed kind of like not to say anything further about the situation. I think that's what's being referred to as far as burying the hatchet. He literally did not. He's actually lying through his teeth about all of this. Xan, seriously. So somebody denying that he buried the hatchet. Xan, seriously. I maybe don't follow you as close as some other streamers, but I'm still been fond of you for quite some time. Your enthusiasm for Minecraft, and being honest, that's probably why I ended up like hanging out in Xanderhal's community way back before Vosh, before any of this stuff, right? When he was just, somebody with a story about leaving the alt-right pipeline before it sucked him down, right? But he was a Minecraft streamer, right? Helped me get into it after years of putting it off. I'm not a fan of Shu either, but or some of Kay's other friends, but why? This other person says, I just don't understand why you're doing this and why you think it's okay. It's like, it's one thing not to apologize, but why are you speedrunning a Fallen Titans arc? Can anybody help me out with that? What's a Fallen Titans arc? Oh God, wait, no, I know this. Fallen Titans was something that Demon Mama said about Destiny. I think that the year that she or when she debated Destiny, maybe after the debate, she said something like, this is going to be the year of Fallen Titans. And like it looks like she might have kind of it's kind of a prescient comment, although she didn't realize that some of the Titans were going to be her own network, because that's what we're seeing here. I don't know how Xan comes back from this. Keffals has been exposed as being completely dishonest and disingenuous. Vosh has now got all this extra baggage from Shu and from Keffals and all the rest of it. Yeah, I think Fallen Titans arc is about right. But does anybody know? Does it come from like a game or something? I'm guessing Demon Mama got it from somewhere too.
Xanderhal, get help, because you are fucked up. You're doing the thing you claim to be against. Spread false abuse allegations. To be fair, I did that. It was on accident, and I apologize. Good job. Way to go. Feel ashamed. I can't fucking believe I donated. This is from a different person. I can't fucking believe I donated to you twice, you massive piece of shit. Making me feel like my autistic ass can stream from your complete BS. Give it 1 month and you'll just be another Keemstar drama YouTuber. Fucking crumble. And there were like nicer messages like this that just kind of, still felt pretty bad.
Okay, so Spark the Blood is telling me that Fallen Titans was a YouTube series by Quentin Reviews. So is this like a video? Oh my god, I should know what Quentin Reviews is. That's a big YouTuber. Is it video game reviews? Is it...
Hey, apologies for the message, but I really do think the best bet in this drama would be to just ignore this. IDK if you're going to make a whole segment about it again or not, but it'd really come off petty for you to make another one. Keffals had made 5 by this point. So hopefully you don't, and just continue to make good political content. Prayer emoji. Hope this message reaches you in good stead. They were nice, but it's like they indicate they have so little faith in me. It kind of... that almost hurts more than the insults, you know? I wish I had the time and risk durability to respond to every point she's made about me here, but I have no doubt the chat will have reminded me of plenty of her claims and lies and force me to respond to them when this goes live. It's literally impossible for me to keep up with 6 streams and a 2-hour video's worth of lies and misinfo about me, but I hope I've demonstrated her dishonesty clearly enough that you can tell what game she's playing now. Really quick, if you've watched this far, please make sure to include the word corkscrew in your comment if you make one, so I know you watched this far. With how much people have indicated they don't even want to...
So yeah, this is weird, right? This is weird. How he's ending this is like, I hope you understand how disingenuous and dishonest Keffals is, right? And then she raids him, and he says, "We buried the hatchet." That to me is weird. To me, what this sounds like is that they haven't buried the hatchet, but they've been asked to make nice. And I don't know whether they were asked by Vosh, I don't know whether they were asked by White Nervosa, but asked by somebody with some leverage.
Hear my side of things. It won't surprise me if most of the negative comments on this video don't include that word. That tells me they watched to the end. As much as I hate to tell you this, there's a lot more to the story that happened behind the scenes that I'm not at liberty to tell you. The most I can say in regards to these things is that when you're a content creator, you learn some stuff about other content creators and then are sworn to secrecy about it, even if it's not that serious. I always call this forbidden knowledge, and while it's not my right to make info like that public myself, I'm still allowed to act on it.
Okay, so I'm guessing the forbidden knowledge has something to do with these DMs that he wants to release, but he's being told by White Nervosa not to release.
The problem is, when that info isn't public and you act on it...
I just don't know why they got mentioned if he didn't actually release them, right? Maybe he did. Maybe some of the stuff that he showed was...
people that
stuff that he wasn't supposed to show.
The info you do may not see your reasoning as acceptable. I hope that despite being forced to leave a lot of info and receipts out of this story for the safety of others involved in this situation, you'll trust me when I say that behind the scenes, Keffals has burned some pretty close mutual friends because of the way she's handled this. If they decide they're okay with the drama and choose to make it public, then so be it, but I hope I made my case well. Unfortunately, I have a lot of people who hate me, and when they smell blood in the water, they also jump into attack. One of the original things used against me by people from Keffals' community is my supposed hate obsession with Lance. From the Surfs TV. Lance was friends with the serial abuser and disgraced YouTuber Illuminati, who was outed broadly as such after she falsely accused Legal Eagle's editor of plagiarism. He defended her claims against Legal Eagle, which was already quite dumb, but what really upset me was when he made a whole video supporting her now proven lies about her former coworkers she abused and calling her victims malicious liars. So here's the screenshot of that video. I gotta kind of zoom in actually. Illuminati debunks the malicious claims from former Sad Milk team. Her receipts are insane. That was her original apology dunk on the Sad Milk team video that got like viral hate, and he defended her. I covered this awful video full of abuse apologia when it came out, and Lance quickly began getting hate for it. His response was unbelievable. He just deleted the video and to this day pretends like he never made it. He did respond to me though, and in said response he refuses to play any part of my video talking about this and rewrites history. The new story is that he just defended her against Legal Eagle, which is cringe but certainly not too bad if that was what had really happened. He knows he can't turn this into a W, so he's tried to make it a smaller L. So here's his quote tweet of me. I really enjoyed the new H-Bomber Guy video and thought the call out for the Legal Eagle fiasco, which I've apologized to him publicly for, was great and deserved. The rest of the video on plagiarism is required watching for anyone so do check it out. True, you should check it out.
Wait, why did he bring up Lance? Can anybody help me with this? Why did he bring up Lance? Spark the Bless says about Quentin Reviews, it was about celebrities of the old internet that had fallen. That had fallen off. I see. Makes sense.
Yeah, L for Lance. Because of his successful rewriting of history on this topic, I've been framed as the one who's obsessed and can't let a grudge go, which kind of contributes to this overall idea that I'm super unreasonable and on edge and super ready to burn bridges all the time. Well,
so yeah, I covered the Xan versus the Surfs thing. I don't think I ever put a video out about it. I probably should have. But you know, I feel like largely, although yeah, like Lance did make a big mistake, you know, he made a loyalty mistake just like Xan has exhibited here in terms of supporting Illuminati, which he never should have. But that being said, I think he did that out of, you know, loyalty, a mixture of loyalty and just not knowing what had gone on. And, you know, it sounds like he's apologizing for that. So, but yeah, no, Xan was absolutely going for blood with Lance and coming at him in a very bad faith kind of way.
Stay out of it. One of the many people Illuminati abused knows what Lance said and appreciates me calling him out.
This guy is just cooking drama. I mean, they all are.
Lance and his friends were part of her wave of harassment she sent to them to cover her own ass. So I do.
Are we going to watch Slanders? Wait, this is that. This is Michael S. This is Slanders coming clean about Keffals, right? So just a summary for everybody. There was an apology. The apology was about signal boosting the allegations of abuse leveled at Keffals by an ex of hers. Since that happened, Keffals basically made a counter allegation of abuse and you know, the R word against this former partner, and it's something that I'm not going to cover just because I've got a history. I've got, you know, it's stuff that is triggering to me personally, right? And I can't guarantee that I won't start crying on stream if I cover stuff like that. So I'm leaving it alone. Also, you know, you can look at it yourself and you know, make your own decision. I tend to you know, believe victims, and in this case you got, you know, allegations going both ways. So take that as you will.
He needs to make a public apology to them all. Also, if
yeah, Lance definitely apologized and retracted his defense of Blair. True.
To support the creators who were financially abused by Illuminati, their channel links will be down in the description below. On top of this, another Xan hater named President Sunday tried his best to clout chase off of this. We got the first tweet from President Sunday. Xanderhal, you're a man-child, so perhaps it hasn't occurred to you that you making yourself look absolutely pathetic could endanger the income you get from being a social media character. Consider growing the fuck up. Very good. It's a little ironic since President Sunday and Keffals hate each other, but hey, content is content, and I'm their mutual enemy. He began defending Shu on Twitter and claiming that her husband isn't a fascist, and that she never pedo-jacketed me or Demon Mama.
Okay, this is true, and I actually don't know about this, right? Because he's defending eudaimonia, right? I'm not entirely sure that he's got, my connection to eudaimonia is as an antagonist. That's why I criticized all of his material on my channel. That's why I don't, okay, so maybe it is the same eudaimonia. I was sort of wondering about that, because there is somebody that, like, named eudaimonia that pops up in President Sunday's chat from time to time. I wasn't sure if it was the same person as...
He's actually a modernist, Catholic, authoritarian, liberal theocrat, but I don't think we're ready for that conversation. My connection to eudaimonia...
Yo, President Sunday defending a Nazgul. That's interesting. A modernist, Catholic, authoritarian, liberal theocrat. You just say Nazi. Just say Nazi. It's easier.
Is as an antagonist. That's why I criticize all of his material on my channel. I'm just doing so on the theory level with him. He's actually a modernist, Catholic, authoritarian, liberal theocrat. He actually said that with a straight face. I cannot believe it. He wanted to debate me on whether...
Like, literally, that's like something ContraPoints would make fun of. Like, oh no, I'm not a Nazi, I'm a civic nationalist, right? It's like, you know, there's all these little, like, words that they try to use for, like, you know, they try to recodify. Oh my god, Pizza Cotta! Thank you for the resubscribe. Look at that. Twitch killing it with 6 sub points. Are we gonna hit 2 sub goals in one day? Is that even possible? Is that even possible? We'll find out, I guess.
So would only give him the attention he wants. How do you debunk a clout chaser? By sending someone else to chase his...
Wait, if we hit all 3, does that make this like a triple-double, technically speaking?
My good buddy Ethan/RK finally started doing YouTube after...
Take that, YouTubes!
When he agreed to do a debate with Sunday on whether Shu pedo-jacketed me. Here's the thumbnail for that video. It'll be linked down below, by the way. Explaining social convention to a weirdo, and then plus chatting and the rest of the stream stuff. And the cool Wojak thumbnail as well is a reference to It's Always Sunny, because of the implication. Yeah, Ethan's the go. It was absolutely hilarious. I haven't seen much from President Sunday, but apparently he's never gotten that ass mad during a debate before. At one point, he starts yelling over Ethan to keep him from reading out this tweet exchange. And it's the tweet exchange where Shu pedo jackets me, where I quote tweet the Nazi that she's friends with, and she says I unfollowed her over pedo shit, normal and cool. He also tries to call me a hypocrite for still working with Brianna Wu on political advocacy despite something awful she said about Demon Mama and her partner. But as I've said before, I've never been asked by either of them, not even when eating fried fish with Demon Mama on my couch, that they were made uncomfortable by me working with Brianna. Also, I work with people who sided with Lonnie. Like, in that whole thing, okay? It's political action, like actual, real political action. Like, that...
You wouldn't understand.
Actually working...
You wouldn't understand!
Progressive victory. Like, yeah. It's not that... Like, there were literally people in that group that backed Lonnie, my abuser, my ex.
We're doing real political action, President Sunday! You wouldn't understand!
I suck it up and work with because it's for the actual betterment of the political status of this country and the, like, improvement of people's rights.
Yeah, the betterment of this country, improvement of people's situations. Oh my god, oh my god. Working with Progressive Voice, right? Working with a transmeds super PAC is good for the country.
I am still working with Keffals on that, I believe. I don't know if Keffals is on there yet.
So Keffals, I guess, is, like, I mean, from what he's saying, is on board with that. Vosh is still on board with that. I think Destiny's still on board with that, right? This is the one thing that they all agree with.
But I think she will be working with them. Like, I don't have a problem with that. Like, I will absolutely still work with Keffals on actual political action. Don't get me wrong. Also, to be clear, the people wronged in this don't want it to be made a big deal. I hate to even have to acknowledge it, but I feel it's important because claims have been made about me for it. But Sunday just kept bringing it up against the wishes of the people who are wronged. So it just feels, regardless,
Just
look, the people that are, if the people, you know, we're talking about Demon Mama, I guess, who are wronged by it, you know, in terms of the awful things, the, you know, just mean girl shit, you know, times 10, and the transphobic shit that they said about Demon Mama and her partners, right? You know, he's just saying that, like, well, if they don't have a problem with it, look, if I've learned anything from looking at the situation, it is how deep the leverage is, right? Just because somebody doesn't openly state that they have a problem with something, just because somebody doesn't feel like safe, like calling that out, doesn't mean that they don't have a problem with that, right? There's a lot of leverage at work to try to make all these people play nice with each other, even when, like, when they know that they shouldn't, right? Even when, like, that, just like the shit that Brianna Wu said, the shit that the weird accusations, speaking of boosting accusations, this is somebody who literally boosted, you know, PDF type accusations against Demon Mama and her partners, right? So, you know, no, that's disgusting that you would still work with her. And the only thing I can figure out is that she's got the power. She's able to leverage this, right? That Brianna Wu's got this super PAC, and they need to be, that's their only way of, you know, attaching themselves to the Democratic establishment, and they want to do it so bad, even in light of Joe Brandon's, like, absolute pivot, absolute villain turn on immigration, and you know, his terrible, you know, genocide enabling on Gaza, right? They're still like, no, we gotta attach ourselves to the Democrats. It's very important.
Let it die, is what I've been asked. At this point, I've had to say this so many times, I'm pretty sure it's impossible for them not to know that's—
I think Zan is mad at Lance because Lance called him Slanderhall, probably. He does hold on to that.
If they want to pursue it. And I wouldn't blame them if they did, but they haven't. And that's, of course, approaching me and asking me not to associate with Brianna Wu. If I was asked that, I would. I really don't think we have time to debunk any more bullshit in this video as much as I would like to. It's so sad to me that this whole last week, or this whole last 2 weeks, really, the entire left is obsessed over the friendship of me and Keffals, while someone else in our community went through one of the most traumatic experiences ever, and people talked about it for like half a day. I haven't really talked much about this, but it kind of really stressed me out a bit, like, right before I got caught up in this whole Keffals.
And chat, again, I'm sorry that, like, I really didn't mean to watch this much of Xanderhall's stream. I'm only doing it because of what we've learned from the tweets from White Nervosa, right? I'm trying to put this together. I'm trying to make sense of this. I feel like it's staring us right in the face, right? The connection is, like, right there. I've just got to see it. I also want you to see, you know, the quote-unquote burying the hatchet, which comes in the form of Keffals rating Xan, you know, during what's basically a drama stream on her. He has shown in no uncertain terms, and I think successfully, how disingenuous and how dishonest Keffals can be, but at the same time, kind of exposed a lot of his own hypocrisy. So neither of them come out of this situation looking good. The only thing that makes me feel bad for Xan is that his tragic flaw is his loyalty. His loyalty to Vosh, his loyalty to Keffals, his loyalty to all kinds of people that are just dragging him into bullshit. Did Keffals remove the Haas manifesto? Well, maybe. I don't know. She might want to content. She might want to. I don't know. I doubt it's about me if she did. We'll see. I mean, I hope not. I hope not. It's juicy. I'm sure that somebody covered it.
I will not tell you the whole story here since they have both done so on their own platforms. My friends Hunter Avalone and Holly were attacked by a man with a shotgun.
But yeah, Zinal, that's where we're going next.
And Holly was shot in the leg and injured. The situation has been awful for them, and now the worst people you can imagine are dogpiling them because they see them as vulnerable. For those that don't know, obviously I've known Hunter Avalone for quite some time. We've been publicly friends and all that good stuff. But Holly, I've actually been friends with for longer than Hunter and Holly knew each other, as far as I know. I know Holly through a mutual friend, and like we're not like best.
Good news about Maine?
I wouldn't say that, but like we've played like maybe 20 hours of CS2 together, you know? She's in my Final Fantasy 14 free company. You've been on her stream. I have been on her stream, yeah. It was a stressful thing.
So you're talking about Hunter Avalon and his wife?
And now, although this is lightened up a bit,
or partner,
obviously, because you know how these people are. The worst people on the internet are harassing them. This is John Doyle, who's a neo-Nazi, by the way, who tweeted, "I'm happy that my good friend Hunter Avalon and his girlfriend."
Maine blocked Trump from the ballot. Oh my god. Oh my god. So we're still waiting on the Supreme Court to possibly weigh in on the Colorado decision, which is going to tell us whether, you know, this, you know, taking that. Okay, so Maine is actually more significant than Colorado. Colorado, it's pretty certain is going to go Democratic. And just Colorado not being available for Trump probably doesn't hurt him that much. Maine, on the other hand, has 2 districts. One of those districts is slightly leans to the left, the other district leans to the right. So with Maine, if the entire state decides to block Trump from the ballot, and this isn't just like taking him off the ballot and letting people write him in, right? He can't be written in. Any votes for Trump don't count if this goes through, if the Supreme Court is okay with this, right? But there is one district, one part of Maine. Maine splits up its electoral votes, is what I'm talking about, right? And there is one of those sections of Maine that is likely to go for Trump. So that would, that would result in Trump losing, some electoral votes that he would have gotten not a huge amount, but some. So that is very significant. Thanks for bringing in that news, chat. We're gonna be talking about the Nikki Haley thing tomorrow. We're going to be talking about more news stuff. I'll try to get to like this feels like it's not of substance. There actually is some substance to it, in terms of, how the left handles its shit in terms of, bringing in people like Shu, who we should know better than to work with, who just like everything about Shu is like this giant red flag, that tells you this is not like this is not a leftist. This is either a right-wing grifter trying to, grift on the left, or at worst, kind of a third positionist. Although I feel like calling her a third positionist gives her more credit in terms of her theoretical and ideological grounding than Shuan Head really deserves. But regardless, I do think there is something at stake here. There is something, important to talk about. However, yeah, I will admit that it feels like salacious drama. It feels like drama. Clowns to the left of me, Jokers to the right.
Are safe.
We're almost through with this part, though.
To hurry as he lets his woman block the door from their estranged lover. This is obviously a massive twisting of reality to make it sound bad to people who are on the right,
Here, I don't think that...
Lover after having suffered a gunshot and reform his anti-police positions. Fucking ghoulish. So I quote tweet him with something absolutely true.
This is just about... Not just about Hunter. I shouldn't say just about. Yeah, I mean, what happened to Hunter Avalon and his girlfriend, wife, I'm not sure, is terrible, right? In terms of getting, physically attacked by an ex of hers. But yeah, this isn't particularly relevant to what we're...
She has medical bills and moving fees to cover. And I hope you all had a good holiday break. I'm so lost. Listen.
Okay, so that's the end of the Xanifesto.
The end of this drama to funnel attention to something that actually matters, because the fact that this nothing drama happened at the same time as someone by like tons of groypers and neo-Nazis. Nick Fuentes was head.
Yeah, there are some pretty bad people
like responding to them in the future, just sort of in passing. But this is really
there are some pretty bad people like harassing Hunter, and
all I plan to do is like my final statement in regards to this. Keffals has apparently messaged our mutual like friend wanting to like talk in private and like work things out, and I'm totally fine to do that. But I still think I'm in the right to like respond to the shit she said about me.
Interesting. Wait, what was that?
Keffals has apparently messaged our mutual like. That's basically the long and short of it. She's told more lies about me, and I'm sure I'll get to like responding to them in the future, just sort of in passing. But this is really all I plan to do is like my final statement in regards to this. Keffals has apparently messaged our...
So at this moment, Keffals is, I think, watching Zan's stream and commenting. I don't think she watches the entirety of it, but she watches some of it.
Mutual like friend wanting to like talk in private and like work things out, and I'm totally fine to do that. But I still think I'm in the right to like respond to the shit she said about me. I actually had to rewrite that script a couple times because I'll admit there was some pretty spicy stuff in there that was going to be included, but once again, for the safety of other...
So I think he's talking about what White Nervosa was alluding to, right? This is forbidden knowledge again. I don't know if it's the same. So the stuff that White Nervosa brought up was, there were some DMs that Zaman wanted to include, and it sounds like, according to White Nervosa, maybe did include that that the party that had those DMs with Keffals didn't want made public. I think that's the forbidden knowledge that he's... At least that's my best guess.
Involved, it just couldn't be included. So, like, I just decided to stick with just giving my side of the story, and that's it. But at the end of the day, listen, guys, do you still think she is the new DJ Mule? Because I still feel like the guy is a much larger piece of shit. I think she's the new DJ Mule, and what I meant by that, and still mean by that, is the sense that she is now the most prominent hater of me, I feel like DJ Mule's been dethroned by her as, like, the prime person who hates me. Like, no one's made more hate videos on me than Keffals besides maybe my stalker. And I don't think Keffals is a stalker. She just really milked this for drama. And I guess that's the final point I'd like to respond to. I have done 2 pieces of content at all about this, okay? My first stream, in which I just basically vented a bit after my conversation with her after her first stream about me, and brought Tipster on as a sign of good faith in order to give Keffals' side. literally went radio silent on anything Keffals related besides occasionally responding to chatters because I didn't want to feed into her. She continued to make 4 more segments on me. And I admit the stream she made correcting the false allegations of her being an abuser, made by her abuser, that I very mistakenly retweeted. I just, much like in cases with her where she's seen like severe allegations towards someone she doesn't like in chat and repeats them because...
So, I mean, you can see if you're a Keffals fan and you're expecting an apology from Xan, this is not going to be satisfying because what Xan did was apologize for that. Yeah, I was wrong about that. That was not true. I disavow this now. But... you know, look at Keffals has done the same thing, right? So that's not going to be satisfying to people that think that Xan owes Keffals an apology. I'm not so sure he does. I'm not so sure he owes her anything, right? I feel like he has an overabundance of loyalty and it gets him in trouble, and especially his loyalty to Keffals and especially his loyalty to Vosh.
Holy shit, I don't like this person. This seems damning. I just got an own. But then it turns out they're not true. I pulled a Keffals. I unironically pulled a Keffals, and I apologize. I truly do. For multiple reasons, I apologize. A, because, you know, that's fucked up to do to Keffals. I've been in the position that she was in, like getting Darvoed by your abusive ex online and people believing it and supporting those allegations. I've had that happen to me, and you guys know how I feel about the people who, like, supported Lonnie, right? Or at least the people who supported Lonnie and didn't do their due diligence and fully coming out to say, that was wrong! I was wrong to do that, like I am now. And it just sucks as well because, you know, this is also applies to another situation, the Dream situation. I don't know all the details, but from what I can see, Dream apparently did a pretty good job of debunking the claims that he's a groomer or a pedo, and I feel really bad that I've jumped on the bandwagon of shitting on him and, like, making fun of him and giving, like, he did not. I don't know. I'm not, once again, with how muddy the waters are.
Thoughts on the Dream situation? Has anybody watched Dream's video yet? I watched some of it.
It's not just the Keffals thing. I feel a responsibility.
What I saw seemed convincing, but I honestly have not weighed into the whole Dream. There's a lot of accusations against Minecraft speedrunner Dream, and we're not talking about cheating at Minecraft this time. We're talking about some, you know, inappropriate behavior with younger fans. So I don't really have a fully formed opinion on all that, but Dream did put out a video.
To be more careful about this kind of stuff with everything. So if I talk about the Dream stuff in the future, it's going to be after doing some deep dive research, because I don't want to make that mistake again with anybody. You know, I have a responsibility not to promote that kind of shit. I've had it done to me too many times, and I know how it feels. You know, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I really wouldn't. But yeah, I mean, I apologize for that wholeheartedly. And on top of that, I want to acknowledge a comment I saw earlier from someone that I wanted to get to, but it kind of would have derailed me, saying, I think it's weird your friend goes on Kiwi farms to look at videos of animals getting abused. I'm going to pretend you're being good faith, okay? I'm going to pretend you're being good faith, because I imagine it's possible someone could have heard what I said and interpreted any of it that way. So for those that don't know, Kiwi Farms is a doxing and harassment forum. Who they dox and harass depends on what board or thread they're on. It's a bit like 4chan. You guys know how, like, 4chan isn't all Nazis and crazy weirdos, like there are...
Yo, he's not making his case. Let me show you how familiar I am with 4chan too. Like, he's right about that. From what I understand is that there's different subreddit thingies on 4chan, and the really bad one that everybody knows about is Poll. And then there's also different chans. Like there's like a more alt-right version of 4chan called 8chan. So there, yeah, I get that, like, maybe not everything on there is like the same thing, and some people are just like talking about anime and stuff. There's an LGBT board. I think I've talked about that ad nauseum. It's mostly you know, trans people expressing self-hate, unfortunately.
Are actually boards on 4chan that are kind of not Nazi hellscapes, really. The same is the case for Kiwi Farms, but it doesn't change the fact that 4chan and Kiwi Farms are hell sites that just, the world would be better if they didn't exist. 4chan
True.
Is far more sanitized than Kiwi Farms? True. However, they do that harassment and doxing to people who abuse animals. And while it's not my favorite pastime to harass and dox people, or even look at the harassing and doxing of people that are like animal abusers, like, it's not for me.
Like, here's the thing. Do I think that, like, Xanderhal's defense of Kiwi Farms as being, like, there's, you know, good people there, right? Do I think that means that he himself is, like, a, you know, creepy-ass Kiwi farmer? No, I don't. But I think it's a silly thing to say. Like, it's a silly thing to equivocate about.
If it's what someone's into and they're not, like, a right-wing weirdo because I know their beliefs, because I know them well, like, that I know they're not a Kiwi Farms weirdo, you know? Especially if they're getting the info on, like, my stalker, who's also Keffals' stalker, by the way. Like, the info that Maddie was collecting for me was on the stalker that stalked both me and Keffals. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure at some point, like, in the future...
See, I don't like this. Like, my friend was using Keffals sorry, not Keffals, KF. My friend was using KF to collect information on a bad person, right? I'm still not like, okay, I guess that's cool then.
You know what might happen? Because Ethan was kind of implicated in a lot of these lies. Due to
Ethan, his friend, not Ethan from H3.
Like, him getting clipped. Ethan, aka RK, will likely do like an actual full response to Keffals' stream where she clipped him and I talking and give the actual like full context. Because to be fair, like Maddie's my friend, but like not like super close. Like we hang out in a Discord call sometimes, right? Like I don't know all the details, but as I've had it explained to me, she was doxxed and had her nudes leaked on Kiwi Farms, and that's kind of how she became acquainted with the site. And I'll admit, I browsed the site particularly to find out if more info on me got doxxed a fair amount after I first got my shit leaked on there. My whole address, my family's address got doxxed. I browsed Kiwi Farms to see if more info was leaking. Does that make me a Kiwi farmer? Because Keffals did the same thing. I don't know. Regardless, the hypocrisy is clear, and it just feels so disingenuous of her to pretend like she's just like defending herself here when like I've been radio silent besides that very mistake of a retweet through all of this. And like some responses to chatters. But that's really all I have to say about it. If Keffals wants to make a response to this, I honestly will give her the floor to do so, unless she really goes over the top with like lies or like mischaracterizations of me, which I'm gonna be really good faith and say I don't think she will. She messaged our mutual friend saying she wants to work things out and bury the hatchet and not be at active hostilities, and I'm fine.
So either Keffals saw stuff in Zan's Xanifesto that she didn't want to answer to, or she's having the leverage of the website that she also uses, the website that also doubles her income potentially, versus donations and subs on a site like Twitch or YouTube, pulled, right? Like it could be that either she's having some kind of leverage exerted on her, or she's or she thinks Xan has something on her. And right, we did have that implication of whatever these DMs are that Xan did or did not leak that White Nervosa is mad about. So maybe there's something with those at this point. Maybe those hadn't. I'm a little bit lost here. I was hoping that we'd have a clearer picture by the end of this, but basically what happens here is that Keffals raids her chat into Xanderhal. She's been watching Xanderhal stream. She raids in there. He's like, is this a hate raid? And the chatters say, no, this is a olive branch, right? They all start posting doves and olive branches. So, you know, it's a sign that Keffals wants to bury the hatchet. Xan says that he is perfectly willing to let Keffals have the last word, and he doesn't anticipate saying anything more about the matter. And welcome back, Twitch chatters. Welcome back. Sorry you got sucked into another ad break. Understand that you can get out of that ad break by using a Twitch Prime sub for free to get yourself out of the ad break, or by paying for a sub for yourself, or even if you're lucky enough by being gifted a sub from somebody very generous. Although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in chat. Okay, I am like just done. So now Zanal, are you still here, Zanal? Somebody on the Twitch side is telling me that maybe Keffals removed the Hassan manifesto. I guess we'll see. Oh my god, I hate typing in. I actually typed in Keffals. Okay, this would be Keffals live, wouldn't it? Keffals live. She's got... Wait.
We don't know. And I don't trust him.
Wait, does she have a video about the... She has a 9-minute video about the 9-hour video. That's amazing. Okay. So, what are we looking for? Looking for this site, this channel, I think live? Yeah, no, she didn't take it down. So for those of you who might have been worried about, I don't know, I don't think Keffals is like worried about me covering. I think she wants people to cover the Hasanabi thing, right? But I hate to disappoint you. It's a nothing burger. It is a big nothing burger. It is a bunch of, it's a bunch of Keffals being like,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
She was treated so unfairly by Hassan. He didn't give her the free clout that she was expecting. And also, did you know that he's ableist? Yes. Hassan is sometimes ableist. I know, total news there, right? If you don't know who I'm talking about, Hassan Piker, biggest political streamer, I think, maybe just on Twitch, but maybe in the world. I think maybe, yeah, bigger than Destiny, bigger than Vosh. And, you know, he has this aesthetic of trying to appeal to normies. In service of that, you will hear him a lot of times, like, you know, it's not like a intersectional leftist space. It's not like a space that's oriented around marginalized groups. It's oriented around quote unquote normies, which, you know, seems to mean, you know, people, you know, people that are more privileged and less marginalized, right? And so as such, right, you know, something like just randomly calling people he doesn't like mentally ill is something that Hassan will do all the time. So, you know, the you know, what she's gonna hit us with is that you know, Hassan is not a real leftist, right? He's ableist. He, you know, his chat like makes fun of addiction. In other words, she's accusing Hassan and his community of being normies, which is just such a weird thing for somebody whose, you know, go-to insult is the R slur. It's just such a weird thing after Keffals' whole arc this year that she would even think of, like, she basically turns into the woke scold or the Tinder queer that she used to bemoan, right? So, Keffals, you got to pick a side, like, right? You can't be like a woke scold when it's convenient, right? And like a shitbag leftist when you feel like saying slurs. But that's what she's doing. It's incredibly disingenuous. Here we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
We've missed you. Not.
I keep seeing people say stuff like, oh, this is clickbait. This is clickbait. You have so...
Oh, it was. It was. So check. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, maybe this one isn't. Oh my God. I don't know which one I'm clicking on. Let me go further into this. Okay. There's the start of the stream. There's the... Oh, she's calling the Hasaninabi manifesto. Okay, so this is it. Yeah, I was worried for a second because if you don't know, the stream that she did yesterday implied that Hassan had responded, right? Implied that Hassan had responded to her drama baiting. If you know anything about Hassan and his policy of no free clout, you know that that's not true. Hassan did not. I think he might have like liked a tweet or something like that. There's no real substance to it, but she was using that to clickbait to get people to watch her video talking about all of her classic enemies that are not like large figures like Hassan, talking about a foreign man in a foreign land, talking about, I think, Roslyn, right? Just trying to scorch the earth on her enemies. So that's what was yesterday. This was the day before yesterday. This is indeed the Hasaninabi manifesto, or as I like to call it, the Hasanifesto.
I saw them fucking chew me up and spit me out. And I don't need them. By the end of this stream, I will have reached the highest grossing month in my entire career.
Super villain energy.
I watched as Hassan's community mocked me relentlessly last year. They held me up as a hero when I was fighting against Kiwi farms.
They held you up as a hero when you were standing up for against anti-trans legislation, when you were raising money against anti-trans legislation, and when you were fighting the biggest bully on the internet. Yeah, that's because what you were doing was objectively good, Keffals.
And then when I couldn't take it anymore, when I needed to get help, I saw them fucking chew me up and spit me out.
Okay, so that narrative is like that. This is what happened. I fought for trans rights. I got attention to a really serious issue for trans people. I raised money for that serious issue to fight for trans people. I fought KF at great personal risk to myself. And then I had a problem. I needed help. I was dealing with addiction. She's skipping over something really freaking important, which is like the people that she hurt along the way, which is literally doing Kiwi farm style ops against queer and trans people, suggesting that her community make fake Twitters and infiltrate the quote-unquote Tinder queers on Twitter, right? And just like, so I can't even, I've like lost track of all the shit that Keffals got up to at that time, right? Keffals, do you think that it might be possible by some weird chance that that was what the Hascord, Hasanabi's community, etc., and Hassan himself maybe even turned on you against? Do you think that it's possible that you essentially became a liability based on fucked up shit that you did to people? No, it's definitely because they hate me because I suffered from addiction. That's what she's gonna go with, right? And yeah, she gets made fun of in the Hascord for that, right? And I disavow that. That's fucked up. But like I said, I don't always agree with Hassan. Things like ableism, things like, generally like how, and I don't even know with Hassan, it's not an issue of Hassan. Hassan did get this straight. Okay. Please keep this, the important fact here is that Hassan did not make fun of Keffals for, any sort of addiction related stuff. There were some mods in the Hascord that made fun of Keffals, for drug use, right? And that's wrong, but it's also not surprising, and it's not out of line with what the Hasanabi community is, right? Unfortunately, you go into most normie spaces and they're going to be pretty ableist, right? In fact, if I say ableism in like a normie space, the reaction that I get from people is rolling their eyes. They're like, "Oh my God, you think that that discrimination against disabled people is like a real problem out there? You are such an SJW," right? That's the attitude that I get. Like, in the Hascord, it's probably not quite that bad, but it's still there, right? Hassan, when he's like going off on somebody, he'll be like, "This is mental illness. You are mentally ill." And he's not even talking about anything to do with mental illness. He's just using it as a pejorative. Is that ableist? Yes. Yes. And I think if I talked to Hassan and I asked him himself, "Do you think that's a little bit ableist?" He'd be like, "Yeah, but look at your community. Look at how tiny it is. Look at the group of people that it appeals to. And then look at my community." And, right. And I disagree with Hassan over that, right? I think that, in a lot of ways, it's a similar issue to a lesser degree to the Vosh community. But again, Keffals being hypocritical, right? Any of the ableism, any of the shit that you could accuse, the Hasanabi community of doing is stuff that the Vosh community is doing in droves, and you don't seem to have any problem with that, right? So this is massively dishonest, massively disingenuous, but let's see what Keffals has to say in her own.
Them, because the community that we have here is better.
We've got supervillains here. Yes, that's right. I don't need them anymore. I have transcended my humanity, Jojo. That's it. Confirmed, chat. Keffals put on the stone mask, okay? Keffals put on the stone mask and she transformed.
So,
she's transcended her humanity.
We've got a lot to go through.
Through the use of an ancient cursed object.
Let's start off spicy. I'll read all of the super chats at the end of the stream. We've got a lot of stuff.
We've got a lot of stuff. I'm going to get Hassan good in this 2 hours and 22 minutes.
On today's stream.
Oh my God. How much of this can we watch? I don't want to watch the whole thing.
I do want to address the Twitch chatter. So someone said, "You don't need them. Our community is superior, legit cult speak." Oh, no, you can be part of Hassan's community. In fact, I encourage you to be part of Hassan's community. People in my community might be able to influence them into having better positions.
In fact, you know what we should all do? We should all make picker accounts and we should go into Hassan's community. We should infiltrate those Tinder queers.
I'm not going to tell you who you can and can't watch.
I'm not going to tell you that either. Wow. That's what I always say.
So, like, you weren't kidding with the Twitch adverts? Yeah, I cranked the fuck out of the Twitch adverts before starting this because I knew that Twitch chat would be full.
Okay, so now this was a pretty good troll move. I can relate to this, right? During the whole Dylan Burns thing, we were facing a lot of harassment ourselves. And essentially, you know, it would be like if I scheduled a stream, it would be in whatever stream that I scheduled, right? So what I did was I scheduled a stream on YouTube, and then I did a stream on Twitch. And all the trolls, they went for the honey trap on YouTube. And it was the weirdest thing. It was the weirdest thing. The trolls were trolling each other. They were all fighting each other in my YouTube chat, waiting for me to come on stream. Meanwhile, I was on stream already on Twitch. So I kind of got to give, you know, just like, I mean, some supervillain props maybe to Keffals. Like, you're a bad person. You're a dishonest person. I wouldn't trust you, you know, as far as I could throw you, which is not very far. But I still, you know, this is a good troll move, right? So she cranks her ads to max on Twitch, right? Anticipating that the people that go into her Twitch stream are going to be Hasanabi heads. And they're going to be mad. And she's going to make money. I don't know how much money she made off of them. I'm guessing this isn't quite as interesting to a Hasanabi head as she wants to think it is. Sure, there's some drama frogs over there. There's some drama frogs everywhere. But I don't know how much like real ad money she made off of those. I would guess more likely that the people in her Twitch chat might be like Destiny heads that hate Hassan too. So I don't know if she's even monetizing off the right people, but it's you know, it's a good thought. It's a funny joke.
Hassan fans, and I want them to give me as much money as possible if they're going to come in here and talk shit. Site chat's hosted through the YouTube though, so none of you have to worry about that. All right. I'm just about ready to get into it. Let's go.
Got to get that super villain energy.
I'll show you how this all started. It all starts with DM leaks from Hassan's editor. Now, this needs to be
That's right, Valerie. We're watching the Hassan bad one.
clarified. Hassan has multiple channels.
Yes.
He has Hassanabi, his largest channel.
True.
He has his Hassan channel.
True.
He has the Fear and Podcast channel.
Also true.
And he has the Hassanabi gaming channel.
But nobody watches it. No, they do. The gaming frogs watch it, right? Do the gaming frogs watch the gaming channel?
So these are Hassan's two editors.
True.
Ostinox and Comrade Lamb. Ostinox runs the Hassanabi and the Hassan channel.
Yo, we got a Pepe Silva! Are we really doing a Pepe Silva? Like, I've always said that the reason that I don't go into detail on the White Leaf Network is that to really, like, illustrate, like, how everything works, it'd be, like, literally, like, tying yarn, and you know, thumbtacks and, you know, like, connecting things, right? It looks, you know, it's kind of wild how it all looks, but, I mean, I feel like it's a better strategy to just show you their tweets and show you, you know, kind of what they're now letting out, what they're leaking as far as what goes on behind the scenes, rather than, you know, sounding like I'm putting on a tinfoil hat or anything.
And Comrade Lamb runs the gaming channel.
She talks about everyone but Hassan. Thanks for the spoiler, but you're right.
I have DMs from both editors that I have to show you all. But we're going to start with Comrade Lamb. July 20th.
But I mean, this is the thing, is that like when you've got DMs, when you're releasing DMs, like it can be pretty devastating, right? If somebody was saying one thing in public and they're saying another thing in private, right? And you've got the DMs with them, you know, it makes sense to release the DMs. With Keffals, I think that at this point, everybody who ever, oh my god, wow! Everybody who ever DMs Keffals assumes that whatever it is going to be leaked. My dogs are goth. Thank you for the gift membership to Sasha G. Sasha G just became a sponsor, and you got all the emotes, right? Let me. You got all of these emotes to use, and that's only the beginning, right? You've also got. Well, you might know. I think you've had a membership before. Why am I telling you? I'm sorry. I'm wasting everybody's time, chat. Let's get on to the drama. Soul Life. Thank you for the gift membership, Vicky Klee. You just got a gift membership from Soul Life, and you also got the emotes.
I said hello to him, and he responded this. Oh shit, hi. Just want to say, you are extremely brave for continuing what you're doing despite everything. Much love.
I don't even know what she's trying to show here, right? They supported me when I was doing good things, and then when I was hurting people, when I was being an asshole, they didn't support me. What hypocrites! Oh my god, you really showed them.
So, you can tell from this point, things haven't gone bad yet.
Wait, this was July? Oh, thank you for pointing that out. This is July 20th, 2022. So this is like, this would be like 2 weeks after the weird accusation, the first documented case of fruit jacketing, although I'm sure it's not really the first case, right? At least with White Nervosa, right? Attacking me. That happened on July the 4th of 2022. And then this is a couple weeks later.
Until December 19th, just a week ago.
Oh my god, I can't believe that Comrade Lamb posted a One Piece meme at you. Compared you to Sanji.
I got sent a One Piece panel. All respect for you. I've lost. You don't deserve to be called a cook. And Comrade Lamb says to me, in a year and a half, you went from being a victim of this website to sicking it on someone else over petty shit. Fuck you.
Based. That's a correct take. That is the objective truth.
Yourself. To which I responded.
And also extra points for the One Piece meme.
Suck my dick. Oh wait, I don't have one. Get a job, I guess. And then I remembered who I was responding to. And I said, oh, I didn't realize who you were. My bad. You were if Ostenox wasn't funny, talented, or even acknowledged by Hassan or his community.
You're Hassan's editor, but you're not Hassan's best known editor. Therefore, you suck. What the hell? It's just randomly toxic. Like, right? I can't even take it seriously. I can't even get mad at her about it. It's just weird.
I wanted to keep that one at the very beginning to let everyone know that this isn't drama farming. This isn't clickbait. We've got much more to go over. But for the people who don't know who Hassan is, I've included...
Oh no, that wasn't Ostenox, that was Comrade Lamb. We're gonna get to some Ostenox DMs in a second. But like I said, don't expect any great revelations from anybody's DMs with Keffals, because Keffals has been like showing people's DMs for more than a year now. People should know, I think people do know, that if they DM Keffals, that's not gonna be private. Or at least when it's convenient to her, it's not going to be private, right? And even if you don't say anything, it's not below her to like show your DMs, pretend that there's something wrong here, when like literally all she's showing with Comrade Lamb is like, hey, I support you. You are fighting the good fight. You're so brave, right? Yeah, going up against KF is brave, right? Or it seems brave. I mean, I guess you could have different motivations for it, but you know, at that point, Comrade Lamb, like everybody else, was operating under the assumption that those motivations were noble to stand up against KF, right? And then you know, a year from then, you have you know, Lamb turns around and is basically saying, you have become what you were fighting. Like you are no longer Keffals, you are KFals, right? That you have become the farms essentially. And, you know, that she had, right? That's a very base take. There's no, right? There's no, what are you going to disagree with? Oh my God, I can't believe Comrade Lamb used a One Piece meme. That's terrible. Oh my God, I can't believe that Comrade Lamb made a completely objective observation about what you have been doing in the past year, right? Isn't in the video she plays a police officer? What? Her explicitly she plays a police officer telling her explicitly not to record the conversation, but she records it and makes it public. Is that in this video?
So we can catch up with the lore, so to speak. Who is Hassan Abi?
Good question.
Taylor Lorenz wrote a piece on Hassan back in 2020 about how he rose to fame to become one of the biggest
progressive
leftist pundits on the internet.
Chat, can we all collectively humegalol Hassan Abi?
How Hassan Piker took over Twitch. The 29-year-old progressive political commentator has risen to the top of the platform after 80-plus hours of live election coverage. On election night, Hassan Piker, 29, was dressed in a navy blue Bernie 2020 sweatshirt and a Democracy Now! Baseball hat, when he plopped down in a chair to address his digital audience. I told you guys like 100 times that places in the Rust Belt have a lot of mail-in ballots. They're not counting immediately, he said. What you're seeing right now is incomplete data. The words that followed were peppered with expletives. Since then, Mr. Piker, a progressive political commentator known for his frenetic on-screen presence, has been the most watched streamer on Twitch. He spent more than 80 hours this week in front of his camera with tons of tabs open on his computer, reading out news and providing analysis for his left-leaning, millennial, and Gen Z followers. Many say they find his candid, slightly chaotic style more relatable than that of the buttoned-up cable news anchors. Born in New Jersey and raised in Turkey, Mr. Piker graduated from Rutgers University in 2013 with a double major in communications and political science, and took a job working for his uncle Cenk, a founder of the Young Turks, a progressive online news and commentary program. Now,
yeah, she's literally reading out the Taylor Lorenz article about Hassan.
Did you know that Hassan actually ran a program where he was a pickup artist? We're doing a little trivia before we get into the nitty-gritty of today.
Yeah, what was it called? Oh, yeah.
People were unaware.
It's called Bro Tips.
I'll read the next part of this, and then we're going to be going over something.
I mean, some people are unaware, but it's not... I feel like a lot of people are aware.
Started off doing ad sales and business development for the program, but eventually wanted to make something of his own. In 2016, Mr. Piker pitched the idea for The Breakdown, a Young Turks video series on Facebook that would deliver political analysis for a left-leaning audience. His sharp criticisms of the commentator Tommy Lauren and President Trump's immigration ban proved to be a hit. Before long, Mr. Piker had gained fame as Facebook's resident woke bae, a title he said he resents. But by 2018, Mr. Piker was experiencing diminishing returns on Facebook and seeing the rise of right-wing news dominance on the platform. He also noticed the algorithm shifting away from video. He set up a Twitch channel in March of that year and began streaming sporadically. I wanted a place where I could have people congregate every day, he said. So, in 2013, Hassan hosted a pickup artist show on the Young Turks called Bro Tip, where he taught college boys how to score dates with women. The show was scrubbed from their archives soon after. Let's watch.
Now look, when we talk about PUAs, when we talk about pick-up artists, right? The bad thing about PUAs is not that they give advice to, like, young, mostly, like, heterosexual, I think maybe exclusively heterosexual guys on dating, right? The problem is that they tell them to do horrible things, right? They tell them to treat women like shit in order to pick up, you know, women that don't have appropriate boundaries to be able to resist something like that, right? That's what's bad with PUAs, right? They you know, hate and revile women and treat it as a game and, you know, just celebrate the idea of using women, right? That's what's wrong with PUAs, right? I'm guessing that maybe Bro Tip isn't like that, though. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't seen this in a while.
I just realized I had desktop audio still muted. I like to bop out to the intro tracks in my streams. Gets me hyped for the start.
On this week's Social Guru, we cover an old classic warhorse, the let's get out of here rule. This one's been passed on for centuries and helped even the Vikings get laid. I actually lost my virginity with this rule, by the way, I'm not gonna lie. So you're in the club, you finally use the 5-second rule because you're smart now, because you follow Bro Tip, and you start talking to this girl, it finally leads to hooking up, and you're bold enough to grab an ass cheek, and then maybe even get some hand play downstairs. What is the next move? You need to get out of there, and you need to get out of there fast. Hopefully with the girl. So you have to use these 5 magic words. Let's get out of here. You might think, wait a minute, there's no way this is gonna work. Yes, it does. Let's get out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd, meaning her...
Oh, okay. I eat my words. Separate her from her herd.
Crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cockblock you because they're fat and lonely. If let's get out of here...
Jeez, okay, this is bad.
It doesn't work. You exchange numbers.
This is bad, but this is also 2013. Look, don't bring up anything that Keffals did a year ago, but this shit that Hassan did 10 years ago? Completely relevant.
You leave, you guys talk later, and you continue on your conquest for the rest of the night. If the let's get out of here does work, you have successfully left the club with a hot girl, hopefully, in the cab, and you're going to your place or her place. Now, once you're in a more intimate one-on-one situation, it's much easier to get things moving forward. If you hadn't played the finger fun already in the club, now is the time to utilize those magic fingers. Take her back to your house, show off that impressive vinyl collection that no one else gives a shit about, and go into town. Once you bring them back home, it doesn't matter how...
I mean, I guess there's like if you put the right context to, you know, using your fingers without consent, yeah, is obviously a problem. He didn't say that, though.
Impressive your Spotify playlist is, or however many stamps you've collected in 21 years of virginity, the only thing that'll matter is your teacup pig. If you don't have that, it doesn't really matter what you have. You should move on to the sex as soon as possible. Pour a glass of yellowtail because you have nothing better. Put some Marvin Gaye on and get your freak on for the first time in your life ever. You're welcome. And that
yeah, I do think that whole like separate her from her herd thing though is really disgusting. But then again, I am criticizing the Hassan, not the Hassan of today, but the Hassan of 10 years ago. His dating and relationship takes are so much better now.
Concludes our bro tip of the week. Leave your comments and ideas and opinions that I really truly care about in the section below. And if you don't, I'm gonna come to your house and I'm gonna have sex with your dog.
I mean, look at that. Look at that. Love. Oh, that's really, yeah, wow.
I just thought putting this in as a little piece of trivia would be fun. Not related to anything I'm going to be talking about, but an interesting...
It's called framing. Yeah, we know what you're doing.
Hassan's lore.
We know what you're doing, Keffals. We know your game.
I want to talk about my relationship to Hassan. Because I haven't...
Because there is none? Is that why? You want to talk about a non-existent relationship to somebody that doesn't want to hear from you? Is that what you want to do with this time, Keffals? Are you sure about that? I don't think his relationship advice should be followed by anyone. I agree.
I've never elaborated on this. As of the stream right now, we're still mutuals. He's talked about me on his stream before. He's called me a friend of the show. We'll see where that goes. But as of now, I am...
Well, I don't know. The one thing where I wanted to, like, okay, so obviously, you know, really early on, he's saying, like, separate this, you know, your target from the herd. That is PUA language. That is gross. And that's also, like, sus, right? And like, you know, yeah, we're all fat and ugly and can't get any anyway. Like, it's not necessarily, it's mean. What, I mean, like, I don't have anything against, you know, some foreplay. In fact, sometimes I don't get enough of it. And so if you take that, like, by itself, you know, I'm almost like, yeah, you know, like, emphasize the foreplay. That's, you know, that's a good thing. But yeah, all in all, yeah, I don't know. He seems like he was a piece of shit back then.
Being given the destiny treatment by him and his community. You can't talk about me in his stream chat or the Discord. And let's talk about why that is.
He's intentionally being big bro-y.
Hassan first became aware of me around the time that Destiny was banned from Twitch. Now, as a joke, I took credit for getting him banned back in the day. I didn't, but a lot of people took that seriously. Now, to people who have been following what's been going on with me, you know that Destiny and I have talked in person. I even apologized for some of the shittier things that I did to him last year. But this is part of the lore, part of how all of this happened. Because of Hassan's community, and I want to give him credit where credit's due, I was able to raise a substantial amount of money to support the trans community. But I don't think, in retrospect, he was doing that out of the kindness of his heart. And I'll explain why. We need to go back to the swatting. Go back to everything that happened and talk about Hassan's response.
See, the thing about this is, right, Keffals, is that allegation that somebody did a good thing and maybe they didn't do it for the right reason. That rests a lot easier on you than it does on Hassan, because you've shown time after time that you're not a good person. And so then it makes people question, you know, your motives. But I'm not going to say that, like, I know that you didn't have good intentions in various, you know, things you did that were objectively beneficial. Because I don't know, you know, I don't know what's going on the inside, right? I don't see Keffals as Keffals sees Keffals. I don't experience Keffals as Keffals, and so therefore I can never know. So I wouldn't make that, you know, allegation. You know, for all we know, you know, she did things for the right. It's just a weird. Anyway, she's gonna. I was assuming she's got some argument to make here.
This was a video that was filmed in my hometown immediately following the swatting last year. Okay, so I'm going to address another Twitch chatter. I'm contractually obligated to address you. By the way, I cranked ads. You are giving me money right now. Thank you. So Firestar116 says, and now you're trashing him for clout. You're such a good person. I just thanked him for helping me raise money for the trans community. I'm sorry, but someone who is an ally to the trans community, they're not immune to criticism. Grow the fuck up, kid. Now,
But you know who is immune to criticism? Is Vosh. Any criticism of Vosh is Vosh derangement syndrome. Any criticism of Keffals is Keffals derangement syndrome. And if you asked her before the fight with Xanderhal, any criticism of Xanderhal is Xanderhal derangement syndrome. But so all those people are beyond being criticized. All of those people have properly earned their moral license and therefore should not be subject to any criticism. But no, Hassan, it's absolutely open season. Keffals has Hassan derangement syndrome. Oh my god.
Claiming she had killed her mother and was intending to shoot people at City Hall who were straight. The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
London Police Service confirmed the arrest to Global News. They added Sorrenti was released without charges and they are continuing to analyze her electronic devices, but could not offer any more information. Sorrenti says the hate she's been facing is because of her prominence as a trans woman and activist.
They want me dead because I'm a high-profile transgender activist. There's a big target on my back, and for the past year, transgender people have been at the focal point of a culture war.
It's not just the doxing, but Sorrenti takes issue with London Police Service's handling of the incident. Evidence bags she showed Global News indicates police...
So, back then, there was a lot of information that I couldn't release, and during this stream, for the first time, I'm going to be releasing all of that information for you all to see.
Police use her dead name, the birth name she had before transitioning, which is considered highly offensive. She also claims police asked her if she was a she and to explain dead naming.
The way that I was treated by the police really showed me they know nothing about transgender people or issues.
Police told Global News that this is an active investigation, but despite being a prominent name online and having run for office provincially and federally, Sorrenti thinks police's actions are driven by ignorance.
So I had a hate crime perpetrated against me, and instead of the police helping me, they victimized me for it.
As for the trolls and hate mongers, Sorrenti says she remains undeterred.
I'm not backing down. I know that the work I do is incredibly valuable, and thousands of trans people have told me that. I have people almost every day saying they came out to their families because of me.
How does it feel to let them down?
And if they...
How does it feel to attack your own community after saying this? This is just...
Stop the next time, they better manipulate the police into pulling the trigger.
Amar Khan, Global News.
So, I'm going to show you all for the first time.
So even back then, you can see that she's got this, like, flair for drama, right? Even in that.
Some of the things that I couldn't back then, that I can now. It's been over a year, so let's go over some stuff. This is the email. The email that was sent to every member of City Council as well as the mayor of my hometown. Hello, my name is Clara Sorrenti. I redacted the address. And I'm from, redacted, London, Ontario. I am a transgender person. My dead name is Lucas Roberts. I have had enough of you anti-transgenders being in positions of power and oppressing us. You finally broke me, you cisgendered, transphobic assholes. When this is over, the entire city will remember my name. I have killed my transphobic mother, and today I will be going out to City Hall and shooting every cisgendered person I see.
Okay, I feel like this is just gonna get me demonetized. Is there anything about Hassan in here? This is called What Happened. The email, the warning call. After the swatting. The Toronto target. This next one is Hassan's reaction. Okay, there we go.
I never gave a reaction to it. So this will be the first time I've talked about the things that Hassan said.
I'm going to talk about Twitch streamer, the largest trans Twitch streamer, Keffals, a friend of the show and a community member. Trigger warning, transphobia, swatting. I don't like that they covered this, but I guess she doesn't care that like this is revealed. Not a good thing to, in my opinion, it makes things worse. It makes matters worse. I've been on the internet for a very long time, but like revealing that, you know, you are openly revealing that you are swatted is not a good way to go about it. But, you know, it's there.
Okay, so what is this, right? This is actually good advice. In terms of harassment, in terms of online harassment, in general, reacting to it, acknowledging it, etc., and I've had to learn this, makes it worse, right? Now, if he's saying this to, you know, and it's kind of hard to see what context this is in, I don't think he should have said this on stream. You know, if you want to give her advice, that's one thing, but it comes off as victim blaming. I know that's not what he's trying to do, but there's just I don't know. Here's what's happening. He's a live streamer. He's reacting stream of consciousness, and he's saying something that I think does not need to be said on stream, even though it's true. And I think Keffals, knows this too, based on her, how she's handled this stuff, right?
It's their circumstances, so.
So, the first thing I'd like to say to this is, this was a hate crime. This wasn't simply swatting, and I have been out and medically transitioning longer than Hassan has been online.
Well, this is great advice from Hassan. Most people don't react to something like this or publicize it because it can encourage the behavior, but it's less helpful to do it from his massive platform. That's what I think. Yeah, that's exactly my, I agree, Zara. That's, yeah, best off-screen advice. Or, if you don't want to talk to, you're not on, DMs with the person, then just like try to relay it to them somehow.
This was an incredibly condescending way of responding to the situation. Now, here's the advice that he gave me.
We have to find a way to make it stop. Okay, guys, like, that's not gonna happen, okay? Please, that's not how this happens. That's not how this works. So I don't know what the fuck to tell you, okay? As someone who has, like, dealt with this shit, has been in the space for 10 fucking years, that's not how this works, okay? Yeah, let's do it. Let's stop it. Okay, good luck. Have fun. Try to figure it out. It would be great if you could figure it out. Like, I personally feel irresponsible even bringing this up. I'll be honest with you. A lot of you wanted me to bring it up, so I fucking brought it up. I personally feel irresponsible bringing it up because no matter what the fuck happens, bringing attention to it makes it worse. There's 39,000 people in here. God knows how many of them are fucking haters, Nazis, people from those fucking spaces who are now celebrating this. So there you go. And now it will only get worse. So we're done talking about it, so
I mean, he's right.
Never fucking bring it up ever again, okay?
Now, this is an incredibly tone-deaf response. If you are the victim of sexual violence and you bring your rapist to justice, that's not going to solve the problem of sexual violence, but it is important to talk about it.
That's not what he's saying.
If you are the victim of a racist hate crime and you bring the person who perpetrated it to justice, that's not going to solve systemic racism. But it's important to talk about it. It's important to bring these people to justice. And this was a transphobic hate crime. And he gave me the advice. This will always exist. So just ignore it.
Going after the person legally is different than turning, than acknowledging it on stream, which is just like, I have had to learn this, right? I made mistakes with this. When I first started getting harassed, I tried to charm the people doing the harassment. When they would come in here and try to F with me, I would try to get them to play trivia, right? And I would ask them questions about my past, because I was kind of like, wait, how well do you even know me? And it turned out that, by the end of it, they knew me better than I am comfortable with anyone. They knew like a disturbing amount about me, right? And me playing a fucking game with them like that, although I thought that maybe, they will just see how awesome my personality is and decide I am not a good person to harass. And even though I made their parasocial daddy, Dylan, sad in the pants, that it's just not worth it because I'm actually cool, right? That's how I thought about it. I thought I could just kind of, use my natural charisma, right? And honestly, saying anything to them at all ever was a mistake, was a huge mistake.
So I see the people in Twitch chat saying you were pushing for dehosting of Kiwi Farms at that point. No, I wasn't. This was in the same week that I was swatted. This is when it just hit the news cycle. This is before it was drop Kiwi Farms. Now let's talk about Hassan's hypocrisy here. I have no words to say. This clip will speak for itself.
Keffals haters are on a different level, to be honest. Yes, because she has done something that I did for the longest time that I realized I should have never done. Feed the trolls. It's not her fault.
Okay, again, in the context where Keffals is actually being harassed by these people, it's not useful to say this stuff on stream, right? It's advice that, might be helpful, if you give it in the right way and you make it clear that you're not trying to victim blame or talk down to them. But even then, it's not something necessarily they can hear. Yeah, I mean, I think this was a mistake on Hassan's part. You can see that he's doing it kind of unwillingly. Like I said, you know, streamer brain, stream of consciousness, and also like responding to the chat that wants him to address this stuff. He knows that talking about this stuff is harmful. He said as much, right? He really made a mistake in getting drawn into, you know, talking about this on stream.
Best trolls to begin with is because she's trans and outspoken.
But I think he is giving the best advice he knows from his own experience of being attacked and harassed. Remember, Hassan went up against Destiny's community before any of this, long before any of this happened, when he was a tiny content creator.
Okay, that's it. Notice how this community is demonstrably better when I don't fucking engage with every single drama farming weirdo who's trying to make a name for themselves by trying to make fucking YouTube videos being like, Hassan fucking sucks.
On that note, here's the Willie Mac Show. What's up, Willie Mac Show?
Hey, what's up, Hassan?
So we're skipping over to Willie Mac.
Not much. So I am not very familiar with what you do, but I believe you've done a couple videos about how dog shit I am, I think, right?
Be the trolls that will stay forever because they're pathological. Their obsession is not...
Okay, so she's trying to show a hypocrisy in him saying, like, shit is better when I don't respond to every drama baiting troll. He's obviously talking about, like, I mean, if he's talking about Keffals, we're not just talking about like trolls that like say fucked up, that say mean things to you in chat. We're talking about people that are trying to hurt you. The people that did hurt Keffals, people that you know, put her and her partner in physical jeopardy, right? So Keffals is trying to show Hassan is hypocritical because he says he's not going to feed the trolls, but then he goes and he talks to Andrew Tate, but then he goes and talks to Willie Mac Show. That's just a massive misreading, misunderstanding of what he's even saying here, right? Willie Mac, yeah, is a drama farming, you know, commentary channel, but that's not the same as like a KF troll, right? Andrew Tate is a scumbag and a scam artist, right? But that's not the same as somebody that sends you like threats or doxes you or swats you or whatever, right? There's a difference, please. Like, what the fuck?
Normal. Their obsession is not something that can be sated. They will never stop until they kill you, until they get you to kill yourself.
Oh no, he's not showing Andrew Tate. I thought she was gonna use Andrew Tate as a, so she's using Willie Mac, you know, to contrast with what he's saying. You know, he's saying, you know, don't feed the trolls, and then here he is talking to Willie Mac. In a way, yeah, that's feeding the troll, but it's not in the same way that he's talking about here. And here we're not talking about like, you know, trolls. We're talking about, you know, people that are doing like scary real life stuff against Keffals.
And it's not like a hidden thing. This is their desired, openly stated purpose, okay? All right, so let's move on to something more fun.
So,
Keffals haters.
Hassan, first of all, needs to take his own advice. And second of all, comparing a transphobic hate crime to people making drama videos about you is brain dead. This was a disgusting response. And the reason I never said anything about this back then is because I needed the allies on my side for my own safety. I was fearing for my life. I wanted this man in my corner. He has a massive platform.
I'm not clear that that's what he was comparing to that, right?
But Hassan has a bit of a weird streak when it comes to trans people and criticism.
Oh, is this the Catboy collector?
When he was getting criticized during the Hogwarts Legacy drama of the end of that year, this is what he said.
But I truly feel like the backlash that will come of this is just not worth it because goddamn, trans posters can be very, very, very unhinged. And God forbid, you don't want them coming, because they're not going to go after fucking Nazis and shit. They're going to go after me if I play it. You know what I mean? They're going to be like, fuck you.
So when I go after the Nazis, his response is, just ignore them. They'll never go away. And then when trans people criticize him, he's like, why aren't you attacking the Nazis? Why are you attacking me?
Yeah, he wasn't telling you not to pursue, you know, like legal means against people that are putting you in physical danger. He was saying that the more you react on stream, the more you publicize, you know, what's been done to you, the more information you give to them, you know, about what worked and what didn't work. And the more you encourage them, because this is a feedback loop that they operate on, right? The goal in dealing with, any kind of harassment is essentially to make it so boring that the person doing the harassment stops doing it, right? That's saving, somebody doing something that's a crime that you can prove, that can be investigated. That's really the only way, to kind of deal with them. You don't get them back. Generally, you get them to go away.
And this is actually one of the calmer ways that he has responded to criticism from trans people, even within his own community. So, for instance, here is Hassan's meltdown after he was criticized by a longtime trans community member for doing terrible in a debate against Christian, right-wing TikToker Christian Walker.
Okay, and just to say this is this is Catboy Collector. I agree. I agree with Catboy Collector's sentiments in this debate. What Hassan did essentially was debate Christian Walker on trans issues without really, knowing enough to effectively push back on all the bullshit, all the transphobia that Christian Walker was bringing out, right? I do think that was a mistake. I do think that was irresponsible. Listen to how it's phrased though, right? Because it's almost like Catboy Collector was designing this to piss off Hassan, right? That doesn't excuse what Hassan says back, but it is.
The trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe, knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a vosh at trans debates.
You aren't exactly a vosh at trans debates.
I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay? There you go. Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer, okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck.
So could that have been said in a more diplomatic way? Yeah, but no, Hassan is, this is not a good moment for Hassan. The irony, though, of this is that I think that the person who made that comment ended up apologizing to Hassan, which is kind of backwards.
Now imagine your first response to a member of a marginalized community that has an incredibly high rate of depression, incredibly high suicide attempt rate, is that over the most mild criticism. Like, that was such light criticism, because Hassan himself has admitted repeatedly he is bad at debates. Like, this isn't exactly forbidden knowledge, so to speak.
We need a forbidden knowledge sound.
Now, here are my DMs with Austinox. What I said back then, August 11th. So, for the time frame here, the swatting was on August 5th. This is 6 days later. I said, I saw Hassan cover me on this, but I kind of disagree with him. Going this public basically means the cops will not fuck with me again. Hold on, NBC interview, they're calling. To which Oxenox responds, he's got a long history with...
Okay, wait, this is Keffals. I saw Hassan cover me on this, but I kind of disagree with him. Going this publicly basically means the...
being swatted was happening to him a lot at one point. Good luck on it.
Okay, so yeah, so do you see? Hassan wasn't talking about, like, he mentioned people, cutting a drama video about him, but in terms of his experience, in terms of what's happened to him, it's the same thing, that happened to Keffals had happened to Hassan a bunch of times. And, he knows from experience that publicizing it is going to do nothing but encourage the people doing that. So, Keffals makes maybe a good argument that going public with what the cops did to her means that, like, other cops are, I don't know, maybe you're going to be more careful. In reality, like, probably every place is somewhat different, but I can see what she's saying about that, but it's such a, it's kind of a tough choice, actually. Because going public with it encourages more of the harassment, right? But maybe it disincentivizes the cops, doing what they did. I don't know.
I responded to Austinox. It went well. I really want to try and get this into American national coverage because in Canada, at least, it's looking like this is going to spark some big discussions. To which Austinox replies, yeah, it's worth spotlighting, but does encourage more people to go after you specifically. I hope wherever you move, the police will take it seriously this time when you tell them about swatting concerns. So, the common thread here that I really hate is people who are trying to take the context, or they seemingly ignore the context that this was a transphobic hate crime. The perpetrators of this were using the police as a weapon. We can go back to the original email. And they did a few things very, very, very specifically. They put my dead name in the email. They attached a photo of a handgun. They said that I killed my transphobic mother. They said in the email, trying to tell the cops I'm a pedophile, impersonating me, stealing my identity. This wasn't a normal swatting. In a normal swatting, there isn't identity theft. In a normal swatting, your devices don't get seized. When my computers were seized, I lost my livelihood. I had no choice. If I was told by my defense attorney that it would have taken months to get my devices back from evidence, I would have been unemployed. In a normal swatting circumstance, and I use normal in scare quotes, the police show up, they scare the shit out of you, and they're gone. That's not what happened here. So.
Good morning, Dr. Gibson.
I'm gonna. Devil's Haters.
So she's basically turned the drama stream into a formula. And the formula is you make a PowerPoint. Like, right, it's essentially a PowerPoint presentation. And not just with Hassan. I think this is like with a video on Foreign Man. Like everything she does is like in this format now.
Well, my issue is the transfer.
Here's where things got confusing. So despite him saying that he never wanted to talk about this again, when I decided to escalate this into a campaign to get Cloudflare to drop kiwi farms, he actually retweeted that I was organizing a protest in front of the Cloudflare office in San Francisco. Now, I respect him for that, but here's the thing. It wasn't until I was winning and had the press on my side that he changed his position. This was an optics move on his part.
Or it wasn't until he became aware of it that he...
That's why he supported it. It was clout brain. He was the clout chaser.
He was chasing Keffals' clout. That's what she's saying.
And I was a trauma victim. I was the victim of a hate crime. And on that note, I want to talk about the consequences of letting the trolls win. Because if I followed Hassan's advice, I would have shut the fuck up. I would have just slinked away. I would have let all of those bad things happen to me. But you know what came out of following through? You know what came out of following through with all of the things that I did? Through all of the pain, all of the fear? I disagree with the news. The articles that say that the officers investigated themselves and they found that they acted appropriately. But as a response to what happened, to making it as public as I did, some huge things changed. Because of me coming forward with everything, Canada now has a national swatting database. It did not before. Because I spoke up publicly, this is a thing that will help every single Canadian swatting victim in the future. And if I followed the advice of Hassan Piker and just ignored it, didn't go public, that wouldn't have happened. As a result of this incident, London's chief said a new system was put in place to flag locations or persons who have been the subjects of previous swattings. The information is maintained in a national database and available to any officer throughout the country to help guide the level of response. And because of talking about this and making this as public as I did, the police were pressured into updating their policies around transgender people in my hometown. Now, do I think this is going to stop every incident in the future from happening? No. But the fact that I actually went forward with it, despite people telling me not to, I changed things on a local level, I changed things on a national level that is going to help countless people.
Oh my God. You know, this is like, all this is doing for me, right? Because, you know, what she's trying to do here is say that, you know, if you want to, I'm open to the fact that maybe there's definitely an argument to be made about like what you do in that case, right? There's an argument to be made about like making something like this public. If it does blow up, if that actually does happen, right? If it does get attention, puts pressure on the police both to lay off of her and also to lay off other, other streamers, at least create this, to avoid embarrassment in the future. So I'm open to that argument, right? But she's trying to sort of pivot that argument into it was actually Hassan who was clout chasing me, that Hassan did something bad to me. I'm the victim of Hassan here. When all Hassan tried to do was give her the best advice from his perspective. And I've also granted that, that is advice that would have been better given to her in person rather than, he himself seemed to know it, right? As his chat was demanding that he talk about the Keffals thing on stream, he's saying to himself that he knows that him talking about this, him blowing this up, generally is going to provide a positive feedback loop for the people harassing her. Is going to, essentially stimulate them to do more. It sounds like, though, what Keffals, so she had a different strategy, and her strategy was like, look, I will take all the harassment that KF has to offer, right? Because I'm going to use it to bring attention to them, right? And there's a strategy right there that, I won't say that it worked. The website is still up. Keffals herself has admitted that the majority of the most pernicious harassment came not from that site, but from another site, right? So you're not really getting rid of the final boss of the internet. You're not really like diminishing the virality of transphobic harassment like she claims she is. But, it is a legitimate question of, in that case, when she's worried about the KFers, the farmers, and she's also worried about the cops, like, how does she balance that? Because blowing it up maybe gets the cops off of her back, but stimulates the harassment from the Kiwis, right? And then, the other way around, has like the opposite effect, I guess, right?
Now, the protest never got to happen. And this was posted to the Kiwi Farms homepage. Blocked. What happened? Due to an imminent and emergency threat to human life, the content of this site is blocked from being accessed through Cloudflare's infrastructure.
So yeah, that's what she's saying. She got Cloudflare to drop them. They obviously found, other providers elsewhere, and they're from what I know, they're still up. And there's also there's a lot of these sites, right? They're not the only one.
Here was Hassan's second response.
Adrian Vixen and Raiders, welcome to the chat. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? How are you doing on this night? We are ass deep in drama here, right? This is Keffals giving her manifesto, her Hasanifesto, trying to say that Hassan has done her wrong and trying to, drop the dirty details, the DMs, as it were, on Hassan. So far, all she's really shown us is that Hassan gave questionable advice to her, right? We're kind of going back to back when Keffals was good, right? Back when Keffals was fighting against enemies like Destiny and Kiwi Farms and not attacking her own community, like what she ended up doing. And at this point, when Hassan's asked about what does he think about what's going on with Keffals, like his thing is like, I kind of wish that this wouldn't get blown up. Like, I don't have good feelings about this being covered as widely as it is, because in general, the more of a splash that harassment, people that are doing like real life dangerous harassment to Keffals, the people that got her swatted, for instance, right? generally the more of a splash they make, the more they're encouraged to keep doing it, right? But there's also a consideration which Keffals has pointed out, which is the consideration of the cops, right? How do you get the cops to get off of your back? And, you know, I'm not gonna, I think there's some wisdom in what she's saying. It's actually a pretty tough decision. I wouldn't want to have to deal with the decision myself, but right, you're either gonna, you know, you're either gonna get the cops off your back and have more harassment, or you're gonna, you know, still have to potentially deal with the cops, but maybe slowly disincentivize that harassment, right? So Hassan's done what works for him, which is to pay no attention to it and to not give it any air, not give it any, not mention it, not talk about it, not publicize it. Keffals has done the exact opposite. I wouldn't feel comfortable criticizing either of these people in this situation when you're in a bad situation like that, right? And, you know, like, I've not dealt with anything on this level, but I've dealt with, you know, harassment for sure. It's a difficult decision. There's I could see both arguments, right? What I can't really see is how Hassan is at fault for, you know, for being for her when she's raising money for against anti-trans legislation, when she's raising money for trans charities, when she's bringing attention to the anti-trans legislation in process in the States that nobody was paying attention to at that time, right? And then after she had turned against her own community, after she, you know, encouraged her her chatters to do, you know, to adopt picrus of black people and to go out and harass people on Twitter, right? After she started doing some kind of Kiwi Farms stuff herself, then he didn't support her. I know, totally mind-blowing, right? That's what doesn't make sense, right? But, you know, she is making a good argument as far as, like, maybe Hassan's advice isn't the be-all, end-all. I'm perfectly willing to grant that. Did I press the right button? There's the right button.
These are people who made it their lives mission because they're really fucking sick, depraved, twisted, in an awful circumstance themselves. Oftentimes, they make it their lives mission to, like, ruin other people. They make it their lives mission to hurt other people as best as they can through repeated online cyberbullying. Okay?
Yeah, this stuff is really difficult to deal with, and it's really scary to get, and I can't even describe it, right? I don't think if I even tried to explain, like, for instance, what, like, the reason that you didn't get a play-by-play on what happened to me is because I felt strongly that it would encourage the people attacking me, and I didn't have the ability, I didn't have the reach to do what Keffals did and actually blow this up into a big national story, right? You know, the harassment that I was experiencing, as scary as it was, as disturbing as it was, and as hard to deal with as it was, it's not going to make national news. So I was kind of left with, like, you know, where Hassan's advice made more sense to me, that the best thing that I could do is at least not let them see my reaction to their harassment. But I feel like it's a kind of a personal thing, and everybody's got to, you know, decide for themselves. I mean, I'm glad Hassan wanted to give Keffals advice. I don't think that, you know, the stream was an appropriate venue for that advice. Maybe the advice could have been given more. It sounds like Ostenox, you know, tried to, you know, say, tried to relay that in DMs, but you know, in Hassan's defense, he's on an 8-hour stream. People in his chat are begging to know what he thinks about it, and he's giving his real opinion, which, you know, like, is like, I don't like giving them attention. Like, when this happened to me, I cut off all attention, and that was how I dealt with it. Keffals deals with it in a different way. It's understandable. I don't want to victim blame. I don't want to, you know, second guess people's strategy. I think, you know, you do what you have to do to survive in that situation, because it is not, like I said, there's no way for me to explain to you the psychological toll that kind of thing takes on you.
Trans people to kill themselves, and they were successful on numerous occasions that they also.
It really disgusts me that he would say all this now, but then back then, he was just telling everyone to shut up.
Also, Videngale, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 7 months. Videngale says, I can't stay because I got to lurk, but yeah. Oh, Videngale wants you to start a hype train. We'll see if that happens.
It went so far that immediately following the swatting, I was banned as a topic of discussion in his Discord server. The victim of a hate crime.
So openly promoted, like they saw that as a W. Until it was brought to the forefront by Keffals. Let's be real, okay? Let's be clear. Right now, this website is for really designated, dedicated weirdos, right? Real dedicated fucking weirdos. But not having this website makes it even less accessible.
So now we see what Keffals is upset about, right? Like, she's banned as a topic in Hassan's website after the swatting. I'm guessing because Hassan's assessment of the situation is that more attention to what's going on is going to cause more harassment. And you know, maybe this is his way of kind of keeping those people that are going to do that harassment out of her Discord. She banned debate bozos from her community because she can choose who she wants to ban and not. Yeah, he's allowed to ban topics he wants. Well, yeah, but like this is now we're seeing what she's really upset about, right? Was like the difficulty in, I don't know, getting free clout.
It makes it harder to regulate, certainly, but it also makes it even less accessible. So you have to be like really just like fucking invested in this. Like absolutely incredibly invested in this. Be able to find it, to seek it out. Because Kiwi Farms made it accessible to join in.
Yeah, like no shit.
ZX227, yeah, that did happen, but it happened a year ago? No, it happened, was it 2 years ago? It was 2 years ago, yeah. This is old news that she's bringing out with Hassan and you know, kind of complaining about how he dealt with her swatting, how, you know, he thought that the best thing to do was to give it as little attention as possible, because in his experience, when he had gotten swatted, right, that's how he got the people that were doing that stuff to finally leave him alone. Keffals took another tack. She decided, you know, maybe because she was, you know, sort of in the news from all the fundraising and the rest of the stuff, that making it a bigger story would actually at least give the cops pause as far as whether they were gonna, you know, go in, you know, and do like a SWAT with her again. So again, my assessment of it is, look, it's difficult to deal with harassment at all, especially, you know, the kind of harassment that Hassan and Keffals got in terms of real life swatting. And I don't want to question or second guess anybody's what answer they come to, right? You know, he's trying to give her the advice that he thinks works. She's got a different idea, and for all I know, she might have been right. Maybe that was the best way to go.
But it's frustrating because once the press was really big, he suddenly changed his tune.
They're a private company, and they privately decided, you know what, it's in our best interest not to fucking host it. So why are you still sucking that private company's cock? Or why are you still attacking the private company? I'm sorry that like the fucking doxing swatting website was taken down. I'm sorry that harms your...
Remember? Never... The same as Sonny was like...
No, do you see this? I mean, like, it sounds like he's got somebody in chat who's complaining about the drop Kiwi Farms, the campaign to get Cloudflare, the host of Kiwi Farms, to drop them. You know, I mean, I don't know what she's got to complain about here.
Fucking ever again. Is now being a cheerleader.
A free speech sense.
No, at that point, though, you know, this was your tactic. This was what you were running with. There is no, like, getting you to be quiet about something that's already blown up into a huge news story. And in that case, when it has, and you aggravated, you know, essentially got more attention from the people doing this stuff, but maybe made it, you know, maybe kind of got the cops off your back, right? In that case, the best outcome then is that this website actually does get dropped. He's got a chatter in there that's like probably arguing free speech or something, like, we can't allow websites to be dropped just because people don't like what's on them. And it's like, it's a harassment site, right? So once Keffals has made that choice, right, he's cheering for the best outcome, which is that something real actually happens and that this website gets dropped. Because if not, now she's got, like, you know, some of the scariest people on the face of the earth after her. And even if she does, even if she, to the extent that it did get taken down, it got taken off of Cloudflare. They got on another hosting service, then that hosting service dropped them, and they're kind of, they were disrupted. They were not ended. And like I said, unfortunately, there's a lot of other websites. So if they lose that platform, they've got like other ones to go to. And Keffals herself has admitted that that's not even the one that is the most egregious and dangerous as far as doxing. That one is, we shall not speak its name, right?
Abilities that do not even really exist either. They're a private company and they
But this, of all of the things that he said in his response, was the most tragic. Because Hassan predicted my future. But I didn't think it would come from his community.
or some shit like that. But that's what these guys do. They know how it works. They know how misinformation works. They know that people will be motivated. They want to make sure that you are just like not a good person to be around. Because no one wants that stench. No one wants that stink on them. No one wants like a psychotic fan base of, designated hate watchers to constantly be monitoring your every movement. That's how they take away your allies. That's how they take away your friends. That's how they make you like a pariah, even if you've done nothing wrong.
No.
But the thing is, Keffals, like, you're not the person that's done nothing wrong. Right? And if you're going to claim that you are, then I feel like there's some apologies that you made that were maybe disingenuous, right? This was the thing with Keffals. This is what really lost her the support of Hassan and his community, is the fact that she turned on her community, she attacked her community, and she in a lot of ways seemed to emulate the farms, right? She became that which she fought against. Like all the things that she complains about Destiny and his community about, like she's basically, I mean, that's a big part of her support network at this point, right? It's just like she turned. She did a heel turn. She did a legitimate wrestling heel turn and became a supervillain. And yeah, they're not on your side anymore. Nobody wants to be on your side, right? That's different than Kiwi farmers lying about you and getting people to abandon you based on misinformation that you're spread. Unfortunately, Keffals, the reason that people don't want to associate with you anymore, to the extent that they don't want to associate with you anymore, is not because of things that you didn't do. It's because of things that you did do. It's because of people that you hurt. And I thought that in taking accountability for that she had acknowledged that to some degree. Now I'm wondering if that was even, real at all.
If you've been following with my content recently, and you watched the stream that is now labeled on my channel, "This needs to fucking stop." A big part of the reason I had a spiral and that I needed to go to rehab, it wasn't just Kiwi farms.
Was it Hassan?
It was because of people in his community. It was because of big leftist content creators who didn't do the research and took the bait from sock puppet accounts run by Kiwi farms users.
Oh my god, no, here we go with the fruit jacketing, right? This is what she's done, essentially. Because she fought Kiwi farms, then it becomes convenient that anybody with even a valid criticism of her is fruit jacketed, is called a Kiwi farmers. You're against Keffals, and Keffals fights Kiwi farms, therefore you must be a Kiwi farmer, right? That's why nobody can take her seriously. That's why nobody wants to be around her. That's why nobody trusts her. That's why nobody will, that's why she doesn't have, actually, ironically enough, any interesting DMs to divulge in this drop, is that everybody knows that she's gonna just, take your DMs and turn them into drama when it's convenient. That's why nobody says anything to her in DMs that they wouldn't say publicly.
Intent on isolating me from the left. Intent on destroying my reputation.
Yo, you, Keffals, are intent on isolating yourself from the left by hating on the left. You, Keffals, are intent in driving away all your allies and supporters.
On making me be the toxic person they wanted me to be. So I had no allies left.
Oh my god, this is so disingenuous. This is so disingenuous, and we've already seen her, be disingenuous in the conflict with Xanderhal. Now we're seeing this again. Now we're seeing her literally trying to retcon history, omitting her whole heel turn, omitting the people that she harmed, the people that she actually, at some point apologized about that. But now I'm wondering if any of that was real at all, or if it was just to get the heat off of her.
And so many people on the left
Yo, you know, like, I was kidding when I started this, right? I started out with, like...
I did everything right and they indicted.
But that's what she's saying. That's unironically what she's saying here.
They took the bait. I expected better from them, and I was disappointed. But through this experience, I learned and I grew. And now I don't expect better from them. And I have paved the way, building our own community that's not a part of their entire sphere. Now we get into the fallout. How all of this turned out the way it did. Hassan Dick Rider's being transphobic as fucking chat. I'm not surprised. Like, we saw how Hassan reacted when trans people criticize him. He gets fucking weird really fast.
So, I mean, some of the criticisms she's making against Hassan are true, right? You know, like, he doesn't try to run like a intersectionally leftist community. A lot of what he's doing is outreaching to quote unquote normies. And that includes, you know, not being seen as in any way gatekeepy or woke scoldy. So, you know, just like casual normie ableism is pretty normalized in his community. But it's even more normalized in, like, this is Arsler Keffals here, right? Of all the people to make that criticism, she's like the last one. She's the last one to have any standing on that. Somebody who literally, like, the Arsler has become, like, I don't know, her fucking brand, right? It's weird to hear her say that stuff.
We banned 2 addiction chambers thus far, I've seen on Twitch. Yeah. No, I expect that. That's been a big thing from his community, specifically. You know, everyone on the left, they're all pro-mental health until it comes to drug addiction, and then suddenly they turn into fucking Hitler. It's insane. That is my metric now for the left. If you come into chat and you shame me for the things I did,
no self-awareness whatsoever.
To struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder, you're not a fucking leftist.
I was just saying the Arsler to help me deal with post-traumatic stress disorder, right? It was the therapeutic Arsler.
A LARPer. When the White Leaf sites were first made, I ditched looking at Twitch chat. Yeah. So actually the White Leaf site that I have plays a part in all of this too. The reason that I moved to White Leaf in the first place was because White Leaf has IP banning abilities. YouTube chat, Twitch chat, they don't have that. But because the White Leaf brand is so associated with Bosch, people started turning on me simply for using White Leaf. And I'm going to get into that in a bit. We have a few more people to talk about. Holy shit, addiction isn't dealing with a problem, it's running from it? Yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock. What are you fucking dumb? What do you mean by that? Yeah, just such a... I love these idiots so much. It's a medical issue. No, yeah, they're really... It was like how Hassan was trying to condescendingly explain how the victim of a hate crime should react to being hate crimed. It's fucking disgusting. Fuck. God. Hold on a sec. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't liked the stream yet. We still have a bunch to get through. He wasn't telling you how to react to being hate crimed, he was giving you advice on how to react to being swatted. You can't uncouple these two things. Like, if someone gets stabbed and they die, you can't just talk about giving advice if you get stabbed in a non-fatal way. These are two different things. Like, Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up. The swatting was done as a hate crime. Holy fuck. Oh, okay. Make sure to like the stream on YouTube, and we'll get going in a second. Why are people so toxic like that? It's just kind of a given the topics. So, this starts around the time I got back from rehab. And I messaged Austin Knox. Hey, are you around? And he said, what's up, Clara? And I said, I sent this message to Hassan. I did DM him. He didn't get back to me. I'm really upset with his mods. And this is the message that I sent to Hassan. Hassan, do you have a moment to talk? There's something I really need to talk to you about involving your moderators. They are engaging in actively harmful behavior, and I want to see if this can be resolved without escalating into drama. And I told Austinox privately. They are spreading lies about me that originated from Kiwi farms.
Okay, so there she's talking about stuff that she did live on stream before everyone's eyes, like the Picru invasion. Right? She's trying to take every criticism of her and say, well, that must be because you got disinformation spread by Kiwi farms. No, Keffals. It's because you were an asshole to a lot of people in a very public way. And people tend to not like that, right? It's not that they got lied to by Kiwi farms. It's the shit that you did.
And are actively being harmful.
It's when you turned your back on everything that you stood for at one point and became the thing that you fought against. It's when you stopped being Keffals and became Keffals.
He responds.
That's what people don't like.
He's not great about responding to DMs, and I said he's not. I'm messaging Frogan too. Austinox said, I'm not a mod, but I can forward to some of the ones I know if you want. But if it's something they're posting on Twitter and not as mods in his chat, that's not something he controls. And I said, it's all in his Discord. Austinox responds to that, oh yeah, if it's harmful stuff in the Discord, maybe just send him a screenshot. So let's go over the Frogan stuff now. My DMs with Frogan.
And again, Frogan's somebody that's been attacked in the, you know, light of the whole Ethan Hassan drama, right? So by going after Hassan, what is she doing? She's embracing the Destiny fans, right? She's playing to that crowd. That's why it's Hassan. You know, if this all seems random to you, if this seems like, you know, Hassan is somebody that helped her out and that stood up for her, and then obviously when she toxified her own brand, didn't want any part of that, right? But what she's playing to now is the crowd that hates Hassan, like, as a reflex. Including DGG, including Destiny. This is what I mean about she became what she hated. She's literally, you know, she's literally been trying to become BFFs with Destiny.
Okay. So, I said, hi, Frogan, do you have a moment to talk? This was on April 26th, 8:58 p.m. She said, hey, in the middle of moving right now, so I can't be seen, but can text. What's up? And here's what I said to Frogan. I wanted to talk about Hascourt. I'm really upset to see moderators there spreading rumors about me that were literally lifted from Kiwi farms about me not going to rehab. I found out this isn't new, and moderators were spreading rumors about me not doing a lawsuit and stealing money last year. This is very—
Okay, so at this point, like, I mean, if the moderators were spreading unsubstantiated, because, like, her not going to rehab, as far as I know, there's no, at least if there's anything, if there's any receipts of that, if there's any proof of that, I don't know what it would be, right? So, you know, in light of that, like, those do sound like some irresponsible rumors to be spreading. She kind of needs to show the moderators doing that. So far, all I've seen is her showing moderators. There was one moderator that made fun of her addiction, which is fucked up. But given, you know, how Hassan runs his community and the kind of normalization of you know, of just kind of a dirtbag mentality, right? That is not unexpected. In fact, that is something that Keffals would normally call woke scolding if somebody did it to her, because she's ableist. I mean, like, this is like the freaking queen of the arsler here, right? Talking about, I can't believe that somebody would make fun of my addiction. Yeah, no, it's not good. It's bad, right? And we on the intersectional left, you know, don't agree with that, like, right? But that Hassan and Hascourt is not exactly the intersectional left. In fact, it's specifically made to appeal to quote unquote normies.
Very upsetting, and I just needed to reach out. I know not everyone has to like me, and there are legitimate criticisms people can make of me. But these are—
Oh my God, are you serious? Are there legitimate criticisms that people can make out you without being fruit jacketed, without being accused of getting those criticisms from KF, right? Because this is what she's done, is she's turned every single criticism of, oh, if you're against me, you must be with, yeah, she's doing the, you're either with us or against us. You're either with me or against me, right? She's, and if you're against me, that must mean that you're pro Kiwi Farms, since I'm against Kiwi Farms. That's.
Farms. I look up to Hassan. Obviously not anymore. And there are few online communities I feel safe in. I don't want to start drama or do callouts, but I needed to address it.
I don't want to start drama. That's the funniest thing she's ever said.
How stressful it can be. So, I'll show you how she responded to this. You have to realize that when you're an online personality, there are going to be people that like you and some that don't. Ignore them. You went out of your way to name search yourself in the server and are sending me stuff from months ago. Quite frankly, I don't understand why you even come around in the server since you don't like Hassan, or me for that matter. Anyways, according to messages from your mod signal chat that people have sent me. I know you say I gatekeep Hassan from people, but the only time I ever will is when I say keep him and the community out of your drama.
Okay.
This is the moment I lost all respect for Hassan and his community. All I asked for was a crumb of compassion. As someone who, quite frankly, I don't need to be condescended to by Frogan, whose most notable achievements in her live streaming career is being a Hassan mod and winning an award for not being a big streamer. I didn't even qualify for the Rising Star Award. She has absolutely no idea what it's like to be in my position. And I did like her. I gave her a hug at TwitchCon. But she's also lying. This is what she said about me while I was in rehab in Hoscourt. After my friends convinced me to go to rehab so I didn't take my own life, while I was getting active treatment, she's sitting in Hassan's Discord, shit-talking me.
Wow, you know, what I'm surprised about here is that there is a line in Hoscord as far as ableism. I know it's kind of normalized there, but yeah, there's a line that, you know, they draw, obviously, and you don't... I know you can find examples of Hassan calling people the R word, right? But you kind of have to go back for that. So despite the fact that, yeah, there absolutely is ableism in Hoscord and Hassan's community, I don't think even he would deny that. They did draw the line, I guess, at, you know, using the R slur. And good on them for having some standards. Too bad that Keffals doesn't have any.
She's just a snake. It's just incredibly two-faced.
But not as two-faced as the top of the hour ad break, which you might have just seen. If you're in my chat and you don't have a sub, that's what you just experienced. You experienced 1 minute and 30 seconds of possibly unnecessary ads. What do I mean by unnecessary? I mean that if you have a Twitch Prime, you can use that to get out of those ads, right? And you can do that for free. It doesn't cost you any extra money. Saving that, you could pay for a sub for yourself for $5, or if neither of those options work for you, there's some chance that somebody might be generous enough, especially considering that we're damn close to hitting 2 sub goals in one day, and that might be appealing to someone out there in Twitch land, right? You're more likely, though, to be on the receiving end of a generous gift like that if you are active in the chat. Can't believe Frogan betrayed Keffals after a hug. Yeah, it's the top 10 anime betrayals for sure, for sure.
I had never said anything mean to her before. And I don't even know what signal mod chat she's referring to.
Yo, she doesn't like you fucking being an asshole. She's like seen your content. She saw what you turned into and she didn't like it, right? And she's commenting about that, right? Like, it's, even if you are not somebody who thinks that there's something wrong with, you know, using a word like the R slur as a pejorative, right? Even if you somehow rationalize that that's okay, isn't it a little bit cringe to be hurling a literal playground taunt at somebody? Like, it's just not something that, you know, a 30-something-year-old streamer should be doing. It's cringe, Keffals. It's really fucking cringe, right? And what's even more cringe is that you think it makes you cool. You think that's like, I don't care what people think. I'm gonna say the R slur. Look at how edgy I am.
But I know how she got it.
Look at me being edgy.
We have to talk about Solio. Because Solio is my former head moderator and the person who leaked the mod signal chats. So, to give context to who Solio is, I used to be friends with Mike from PA.
Oh god, that's Mike from PA.
Had Solio as one of his moderators.
That's an old picture.
When I got a White Leaf site, and when I started associating with Vosh, Mike started pressuring Solio, and honestly, just attacking him. One time, Solio joined a VC in Mike's Discord, and Mike's response was, hey, now that you're a Vosh orbiter, when are you going to put the hit piece out on me? Just publicly shaming him. Solio's eventual response was to disassociate from me. But before he did, he said something very strange to another one of my mods. He told another one of my mods to watch out because I might lead him on. Now, for context, Solio is almost 30 years old and a virgin. Maybe not anymore if he's not good for him. But at the time, he was very much an incel.
Oh my god. Oh my god, yeah.
If you don't know, Solio has a history of this. So Solio's claim to fame online is getting into a fight with Destiny 2 years ago. And he's in this video, Lefty Fan begs Hutch to disown Destiny in bizarre debate. I want to show you some of the old DMs, because Solio's grudge against Destiny ended up being used. He basically used me as a vehicle for his grudge against Destiny and ratcheted up the conflict between us. So this was March 23rd, 2 days before I got a Kiwi Farms thread after Destiny was banned.
Is this like the second mod that's like taking a dive that Keffals is throwing under the bus, right? You know, hey, the thing that I did that I now wish that I could take back, and I'm trying to, you know, be BFFs with Destiny now. Yeah, that was because of this mod. The mod told me to do it. What was I supposed to do? A mod told me, and I always listen to what mods say to me to do. I always, like, it's the mod's fault. The mods led me wrong.
And I need to say this right now. I'm not blaming Destiny for me getting a Kiwi Farms.
Oh, like, far be it from you to say anything bad about Destiny these days, right?
Destiny was also,
since you live up his ass,
a victim of that site. His family was doxxed because of that site. To blame him for that would be victim blaming. And that's part of what I apologize to him for. But what Solio did was use me to try and hurt him. And then when Solio felt slighted by me for being friends with Vosh, he leaked the signal chats to, I guess, anyone he could in order to...
I mean, look, at that time, like, that was Team Keffals, right? If you were Team Keffals, you were against Destiny. And Keffals was leading the charge on that. I don't know how she goes up. She's going to pawn that off on, oh, his old Solio. It's a Mike from PA mod that, like, soul hacked me and warped my mind and made me think bad things about Destiny.
To further alienate me from other people on the left. So Solio was saying, I enjoy modding for you. Being able to fuck over Destiny...
From other people on the left? Destiny's not on the left. What do you not understand about this?
...is an added bonus. This was March 24th. You're a copy-paste in Hassan's chat. Yeah, Hassan mentioned Destiny being banned, and then the chat started spamming this. Also, congrats on the follow. Because Hassan followed me immediately following the conflict with Destiny.
Wait, I'm trying to...
Wobgoblin gets involved, because Wobgoblin...
I'm trying to put this in the proper, like, chronological order here. I'm a little confused, though.
Is, in every single conflict for some reason.
I mean, I don't know that it's a good, like, I'm not, like, I'm saying she's throwing the mod under the bus. For all I know, like, I don't know anything about this mod, right? So I'm not, it's not out of the question that the mod, you know, was also a piece of shit. I literally don't know. So, but yeah, that's, I mean, her blaming her actions, her entire strategy, her orientation of being anti-Destiny on, like, a mod that worked for her that also worked for Mike from PA, It's ridiculous, and you can see what it's for. I don't think Destiny's gonna buy it though, right? Because that's who the intended audience is. It is Destiny. It is wanting Destiny to see that it wasn't really me that hated you. It was my mods. My mods made me do it, Destiny. So you can totally trust me. Yeah, I am sure he will trust you, Snakels.
Can't avoid this fucker. By the way, this is a recent screenshot. Apparently, Wop Goblin was in such a... They were fearing so much being targeted by Kiwi Farms that they not only unlocked their account, but revealed their first name. Incredibly terrified behavior.
Well, it's perfectly consistent according to your advice of how to handle harassment. Did she realize that in saying what she did in the beginning against Hassan, she was going to undermine her argument against Wop Goblin? That's hilarious.
So, this was an October 5th tweet. And these are mod signal chat messages. So I know that Solio sent these over to Wop Goblin. So I discovered why Keffals has no problem with Vosh's pedophilia. My jaw dropped when I read the second picture. She's actually so vile. And let me read these to you. You can tell.
Is it post in your L's time, Keffals? Is it post in your... It's time to post your L's? Okay, let's do this.
It's searching for Hassan. He was grabbing anything that he could in order to attack me. But as a trans person, a very visible trans person on the internet, yeah, I have gallows humor. I get accused of being a pedophile all the fucking time. And sometimes when you get accused of vile things on a regular basis, you start coping with it with weird fucking jokes. So I said my racism is central to my pedophilia. For instance, I would not have sex with Hassan Piker even if he was a child because he is Turkish. Like...
So, I mean, anybody trying to present that as, like, this is literally what Keffals feels, like, obviously that would be bullshit, right? But it is... it's a fucked up joke to make. I don't know. I mean, like, I understand the concept of gallows humor. I sometimes employ it myself, but I don't... It's just a weird thing to say. And kind of after you see it, you can't unthink it. And the fact that that's like how you like to joke around in Discord is like permanently, you know, etched on my brain now. I don't know what to say. I don't think it's intrusive thoughts, Michael S. I don't think that... I mean, it is a joke, but it is a very fucked up joke.
I don't even know what anti-Turkish racism looks like. Like, I never grew up around any Turkish people or people who hated Turkish people. I have no concept for or context. It's such a shitpost. So the second message here, tweeting, I only have sex with girls with small breasts so I can close my eyes and pretend I'm having...
It's just weird to be like, hey, let me tell you a joke, and you do something racist. And you say something fucked up about... I don't know. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. It just makes me uncomfortable.
Sex with a preteen and immediately losing 50,000 followers. Like, yeah, is it a fucked up joke? It's obviously a fucked up joke.
Yeah, I don't think that she actually means it, but I do actually think it's a fucked up joke.
But how can you not tell that this is a joke?
I can tell that it's a joke. It is a fucked up joke, though. And I gotta say, Keffals, it is a fucked up person who tells fucked up jokes like that.
Okay, let's keep going. So, jokes are supposed to be funny now? Well, I just...
Yes!
A lot of people who think it's funny.
I don't think it's funny. Like, the more offensive your joke is, and this is me just relating, like, what comedians, like actual people who do stand-up, you know, much more successfully than I do, right? Who make more money at stand-up than I do at streaming. So, you know, very successful stand-up comedians. This is what they say, that in terms of telling an offensive joke, the more offensive it is, the funnier that it needs to be. And if its offensiveness stems from punching down, stems from taking, kicking a marginalized group while they're down, then it sucks. And it's not you know, it's the wrong kind of gallows humor. It's reverse gallows humor, right? Gallows humor is supposed to be the person that's on the gallows making the joke, right? When it's executioner humor, that's like doubly not funny. That's doubly not funny, right?
So, I don't know, you're a fucking Twitch chatter. You should suck my inverted tranny penis. Oh fuck, now I have to delete the Twitch VOD. God damn it. Okay, I want to talk about the toxicity of Hassan's community. Don't worry, this VOD will be public over on YouTube. But Hassan has a rule in his community called no free clout. And he applies this.
So here we go. She's finally got it. What really bothers her. Hassan has got a rule called no free clout. He applies it to Vosh. He applies it to Destiny. He should apply it to Willie Mack show. He unfortunately did not.
He applies this to Destiny. I'm sure there are a handful of...
He should have applied it to Christian Walker. He did not.
And it basically means that you're a leftist that has criticized him. And he cannot tolerate that.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. What she's complaining about is not that he doesn't like being criticized and he's fragile and he by reflex comes back at you with some inappropriate shit. It's that he doesn't respond. She wants the free clout. She wants Hassan when she criticizes him and calls him a tanky, or like she didn't actually. Whatever she says about him in her anti-Hassan videos, right? She wants him to get mad, right? That would be free clout. That's what he doesn't do. He doesn't get mad. He doesn't comment back. He doesn't get into the back and forth with Destiny. He doesn't do it with Bosch, right? He doesn't even do it most of the time with like somebody like Shapiro. It's only like on a rare occasion that he'll wait, maybe Shapiro's the wrong person to name as an example there, but like, yeah, in general, he's thinks about platforms, and even in a negative sense, right? When you talk about somebody on your platform, to talk shit about them, sometimes, especially when they hate your guts and they're courting an audience that hates your guts, you might inadvertently help you help them out. So right, it's totally understandable. Like, right, this is a no drama policy. Do you notice this? That's what she's complaining about. We in the White Leaf Network, we like to do drama. We need to do drama. We need to do drama. It's the only thing that keeps us relevant. It's the only thing that made us relevant in the first place, right? The fact that there's this big streamer that, try as we might, we cannot start drama with is a huge problem.
Much publicity to people on the right. From debating Charlie Kirk, to debating Christian Walker, to platforming Andrew Tate. He has given so much.
Platforming Andrew Tate is kind of funny, right? Because that's not exactly how that works. But yeah, I do think he's made mistakes in terms of, Christian Walker, there's people that he should not have brought on. Willie Mack, right? What was that all about? That was ridiculous, right? What did you think was gonna happen? Like, Hassan expected him to come on and like make an argument about, okay, you say Hassan sucks ass, why do I suck ass, right? And then Willie Mack was like, well, no, but did you see my video? I made a whole video about how you sucked ass. Why don't you disagree with that? And Hassan was like, because I didn't watch your stupid video. And they just screamed at each other. It was such it was a waste of time.
Publicity. And he has pushed back against people on the right he disagrees with. But when it comes to people who have beliefs that are more similar to his own, he just treats them like garbage.
He treats them like garbage by not jumping and rolling in the mud with them? What?
So I was trying to go back and collect all of the vile things that were said about me. But if you've been following some of the recent controversies with Hassan, he had a very big public falling out with Ethan Klein, the co-host of his podcast Leftovers, which is no longer. Leftovers was canceled. Hassan...
Oh my god, I hadn't heard. Thanks for telling me, Keffals.
It was so vicious. It drove Ethan to the point of tears. And Frogan was the instigator for that.
Frogan bad. I guess.
Ethan gave me his platform during all of the Kiwi Farm stuff, and I've always respected him for that. He deserved a lot better. But because of that, a lot of the history of Hascord got nuked. And I only have so much to go over. These are a bunch of different mods from Hassan's community. These are some of the screenshots I sent both Austinox and Frogan, and was told by both of them, shut up and ignore it. So, the first tweet was me talking about how I needed help, and I was looking into inpatient rehab. And talking about how I wanted to share with my audience my plans and saying thank you to everyone who supported me, I love you all. And one of Hassan's mods says, gonna make it into content right after too, and laughing at me. Here's one of Hassan's mods saying cocaine probably, and another Hassan mod replying, hey, calm down.
Wait, what?
Yeah, not Keffals.
Wait, I'm trying to relate the first one. Currently looking into inpatient. Oh. Oh. I'm trying to interpret that one. Oh my God, Zara! Zara, thank you for the tier 3 resub. That is 23 months. And meow. What? You just destroyed. Look at that. That time the sub counter counted your... Look at that. That's a double. Chat, we got a double. The only thing left is a triple double. I don't expect that to happen by the end of the stream, by the way. We're swiftly approaching the end of the stream because I promised people on Twitter that I would provide them with a less than 9-hour VOD to view to catch up with the entirety of the, or as much as we can, of the Xan drama and the Keffals drama. I tried to hurry this up as much as I can, but yeah, I'm still taking a long time. I have a lot of thoughts on this. I have a. She said, "Shut up" to her mods. Oh hell no! Wait, where is she saying? Oh, she told her. Wait, do I need to rewind that? Did I miss that? But I thought her mods controlled her. Remember, her mods were the reason that she was mean to Destiny. She wasn't really mean to Destiny. Her mods made her do it, chat. Her mods made her do it.
Gonna make it into content right after too, and laughing at me. Here's one of the plans and saying thank you.
Wait, where does she say shut up to a mod?
Was me talking about how I needed help, and I was looking into inpatient rehab. And talking about how I wanted to share with my audience my plans and saying thank you to everyone who supported me, I love you all. And one of Hassan's mods says, gonna make it into content right after too, and laughing at me. Here's one of Hassan's mods saying cocaine probably, and another Hassan mod replying.
I mean, look, that's a cynical way of looking at things, and even if somebody gives me reason to doubt them and has been dishonest in the past, I don't want to make that assumption about somebody who's going into rehab and stuff like that. I guess I understand where this comes from. It's definitely not something that I would say or want encourage anybody in my community to say. But it is based on how dishonest Keffals has been, what a content brain she has shown herself to have, right? I mean, there's a reason, like, right? I'm not gonna say this, right? But there's a reason why people do say this.
Hey, calm down. It's the IDF, not Keffals. They may have the same reactionary mindset, but they're not the same. They said that I was worse than the IDF. So there was another Hassan mod saying, never ask Keffals what she needs a break from. And the context here, which I couldn't get because Hoscore got nuked, was them saying, they kept making jokes about how cocaine doesn't make you racist, and that I needed to go to rehab because I was racist, when a person from a marginalized background is having a mental health spiral, and they very publicly need to admit that they need help. Your response is to kick them when they're down. That's not how leftists act. This is how people on the right act. This is how people who are groypers act like. So, there was a lot of comments like this. Here's one of Hassan's top mods, G-Boozer. Her not going to rehab was probably the most predictable shit ever. And another mod saying, wasn't that what the break was?
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. Hey, Chromatic Mage. We're getting towards the end of the Hascord here. No, not Hascord. What do I call this? The Hasanifesto. Yeah. We did the Xanifesto earlier. We're doing the Hasanifesto now, but we are so glad to have you join us. Yeah, if you aren't already following both Chromatic Mage as well as Adrian Vixen, make sure to correct that by following them. These are two really cool streamers who I like a lot. and you can too if you just follow them. And yeah, welcome everybody. Yeah, we're ass deep in drama, unfortunately. You know, this is some toxic shit that's going on right here. 'Tis the season, I guess. It's a Christmas story, a tale as old as time, a tale of Keffals Scrooge, of Tiny Tim Xanderhal, and of Hassan Piker, the ghost of Christmas present. In other words, this is a Christmas story, and we're hoping that 3 ghosts will visit Keffals overnight, and like her whole life will change. And she'll stop being an asshole to literally everybody, and she'll stop lying. But we're not sure. We're not sure if that's actually going to happen. That might be wishful thinking. That might be a little bit of, the opiate of the copiate of the masses that I'm inhaling right there, the incense of the season that I'm getting high on my own supply of. But I like to think that there's always a chance that people can change. But yeah, she's in the middle of showing these are Discord messages from Hassan's Discord. This is from Hascord, and this is the big smoking gun. Nothing that Hassan said to her, nothing really that any of his editors or anybody, chiefly said to her. You are going to see some like just kind of shitty behavior, right? And some people that are really jaded about Keffals in terms of not believing that she is earnest in what she's doing and that she's doing stuff for content, right? As well as, some stuff that really goes over the line in front of, as far as like making fun of, issues that she's had with addiction. But again, the person making the criticism here is the person that made herself the queen of the Arsler. And as far as, that kind of, that the sort of casual ableism and stuff that flies in Hassan's Discord, which if you know Hassan, that there's some he frames things sometimes in an ableist way. He doesn't have a problem. I don't think he would even deny that, right? And I disagree with that. But like for Keffals to be making this huge call out about people not being sensitive towards something that she's dealing with, when all she's done is like attack marginalized people for the past like year or so, it's a little hard to take. It's a little hard to accept, but we're giving it a chance. I'm trying to give her credit where credit is due. Earlier we started by hearing about Keffals, Hassan's take on how to handle harassment, and apparently Hassan had gotten swatted too, and his big thing is like, do not give it any air, do not give it any attention. Every time you acknowledge it, you are encouraging it, right? And while it's not something that he really needed to deliver in public, like the wisdom of that is there, right? And having experienced it myself, I could see the wisdom in that. Keffals took a different tack. Her tack was that, look, if I blow this up so big that it spreads and it gets lots of attention, then at least I'll get the cops off my back. And she did, because of what happened, because of the controversy that started with the police department that was used to go after her in her swatting, right? She probably, had less worries in terms of the cops coming. They're probably, kind of consider it twice the next time somebody tries to swat her, right? But at the same time, obviously she still had to deal with all the harassment, all the kiwi farmers and the rest of it, right? And like my take on it is that, look, I'm not going to question the tactics, the strategies adopted by somebody facing that kind of harassment, because it is worse than you think, right? It is impossible to explain to somebody who hasn't experienced it, and it is incredibly taxing on one's mental state. So, both for Hassan, who experienced it, it sounds like more than one time, and Keffals, who, also experienced it. I'm not going to question either of, how they take that. That's part of her argument, was that Hassan was maybe talking down to her in terms of his advice. I think that he gave her advice that's not necessarily the obvious choice, right? you know, she's in a double bind there, right? And one way or the other, she's either going to have to worry about the cops, or she's going to, you know, make the harassment worse. And so it's hard to really judge, you know, which would have been a better option for her to do. You know, at this point, she's painting a narrative where Hassan supported her when she was doing good things, objectively good things that maybe most of you remember, right? Things like raising money for trans charities, fighting the good fight against anti-trans legislation, fighting against shitheads like Destiny and horrible websites like Kiwi Farms, right? But then when she started being an asshole to everybody, when she started attacking her own community, when she started joking around about doing a Kiwi Farm style operation to leftists and marginalized people on Twitter, right? That's when she lost a lot of people, including Hassan and his mods, right? Some of their responses to that were completely appropriate. Some of them, you know, you could say went a little over the line, you know, in terms of, you know, criticizing her, you know, some things that she is dealing with an addiction to, right? But it's just not, she's not really making the case that she's trying to, as far as the picture that she wants to paint, because she wants to sort of rob the context. She's doing a Trump. That's the best way to describe it. She's doing
did everything right and they indicted me.
Right. They indicted me. I did everything right and they indicted me. I didn't do anything wrong and people made up lies about me. Yeah, except you actually did those things. You were an asshole and you hurt a lot of people. And a lot of people turned on you because of that. Just like Trump cannot hide behind, like, I can't believe where are all these lawsuits coming from? Where are all these charges coming from? It's because you committed crimes. It's because you broke the law, right? Why do people hate Keffals now? Oh my God. It's because Keffals was an asshole. It's because Keffals attacked, you know, her own community that she was advocating for. She became, in a lot of ways, everything that she fought against. And the aspect of this where she's like emulating Kiwi Farms is probably the worst of it, right? Not a whole lot of people want to be on board for that wild ride.
It's all about.
But, you know, for her, it's all about Keffals. And she was unfairly persecuted, and Hassan should have given her free clout, and you know, they should have stayed with her and supported her, even as she was doing the things that you know, that Kiwi Farms does.
And when I finally came back after inpatient care, one of Hassan's mods said, "Damn, Keffals already back on Twitter? She got on that accelerated sobriety plan. Hope she keeps on unashamedly shouting the R word at people. Love that for her." Because to people in this community, mental health struggles are a joke. I tried to kill myself. And this is how that community treated me. And this is why I don't respect Hassan.
That didn't sound like a joke. That sounded like they were calling you ableist.
And I don't respect Hassan's community because when I needed help the most, they threw me under the bus.
Yo, do you see the supervillain mode? Like, she's activated supervillain mode. Like, she's the whole stream. I don't know how long she's been on this supervillain mode, but she's definitely in supervillain mode, chat. I can tell.
So, here was another one of Hassan's mods in the middle here. We're one step away from Hassan follows me and didn't retweet my GoFundMe. Here's why he's not an ally discourse.
Sounds like weaponizing your mental health,
and
yeah.
Responding to a message that can be loaded. I mean, I hate her because of the GoFundMe. She raised thousands of dollars for a lawsuit that, from the looks of it, is not happening at all. The money was also supposed to cover moving costs. So, it is happening.
Hey, Dragon.
I've made it public. No one cared when I put it out in public. But it's still moving forward. It turns out, the legal process is incredibly slow. It's not content. But to continue, the money was also supposed to cover moving costs, which is already really vague. And instead of using that money for hotels and stuff while she was traveling, she decided to skimp out and stay with people, putting them in the same danger she was in. It's really weird to criticize me for trying to be responsible with my money. But the thing that really pissed me off the most, looking back on this in retrospect, when she went to Ireland, she stayed with Ellen from now on and got her doxxed. Instead of apologizing, she turned it into a photo op with the fucking cops. It's dire stuff in my eyes, and she blocks even the slightest criticism of her on Twitter. So,
okay, so now we get to hear about the Keffals cop story. Not just cops, but you know, cops from Northern Ireland.
Share a bed with Ellen every night. And the other thing, let's go back to what Austinox said. This is going to take a bit. I hope wherever you move, the police will take it seriously this time when you tell them about swatting concerns. And they did. They did take it seriously. To the point where I had a sit-down dinner with them. And when they asked me for a photo, I said yes. Because I wanted to be safe. I was under an NDA for over a year.
Why don't you just say the mods told me to take a picture with the cops?
The day the Queen died, Chelsea Manning was sitting on the couch beside me. I contracted her security company because she told me that there was a chance someone was going to kill me. That was one of the things that I used the GoFundMe funds on.
Oh my god.
So I was willing to do—
This is getting wild.
Anything.
This is getting really wild.
And none of these fucking LARPers have any fucking idea what that's like.
Wait, why are you mad at Austinox again? What was the point of that?
Now, Keffals, is Hassan platform Tate really a good point? It's not about— I don't care that he platformed Tate. I care about the hypocrisy of it. Wait a second. Is the Hoscord reg really in my Twitch chat? Wait, Gorby? Is That's really fucking sad, dude.
So this is the person that posted that meme with Keffals as the Roadrunner, and I think like a plate of drugs as the bird seed that Wile E. Coyote is trying to catch the Roadrunner with, and of course the Roadrunner eats the bird seed and runs off. That I think that was Gorby Chav.
But to that I really say, instead of asking me to disprove these claims, why don't you prove that these claims are true in the first place? The onus shouldn't be on me. Like, if I just go up to you and say, why did you beat your wife? You shouldn't have to prove that you— if I have no context of who you are, that's just a false allegation.
Did somebody just serve me a radish hot pocket? That's the best way to describe it. She's doing a Trump. That's the best way to describe it. She's doing
did everything right and they indicted me.
Right. They indicted me. I did everything right and they indicted me. I didn't do anything wrong and people made up lies about me. Yeah, except you actually did those things. You were an asshole and you hurt a lot of people. And a lot of people turned on you because of that. Just like Trump cannot hide behind, like, I can't believe where are all these lawsuits coming from? Where are all these charges coming from? It's because you committed crimes. It's because you broke the law, right? Why do people hate Keffals now? Oh my God. It's because Keffals was an asshole. It's because Keffals attacked, her own community that she was advocating for. She became, in a lot of ways, everything that she fought against. And the aspect of this where she's like emulating kiwi farms is probably the worst of it, right? Not a whole lot of people want to be on board for that wild ride. She's doing it. Nice. Thanks for the clip, Zara. I should have just said, though, keep it simple, right? I should have just said, she's doing a
Weasel.
She's doing a
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
So, I also want to talk about another person who's—
Oh my God, are we gonna get bad empanada lore? This is the one where it was just so obvious, so clear to anybody watching that she's a liar and doesn't give a fuck about it. Now, she's not the only one, right? We saw, Shark 300 lie about bad empanada without, really caring either. This is just something that the Vosh people do. And as much as, like, I've had dealings with bad empanada, he is not always the easiest person to get along with. He has sometimes been a bit of an asshole himself, right? I'll be the first to admit that. It doesn't make it right to lie about. Like, the lie that Shark was saying was that like Bad Empanada was trying to escape a sex charge in Australia, right? Just completely makes this up, right? And I have a video about it.
Bad Empanada on the George Jr. burner account, June 18th. Other people donated $250,000 to trans charities. Meanwhile, you stole the $100,000 that was donated to you, spent it on cocaine, then pretended to go to rehab to elicit sympathy for having spent a year doing nothing. So, you want to know where the rehab thing originated? It's also Punish Nico. I'm not fucking shitting. This stuff writes itself. So on April 18th, Punish Nico posted on Kiwi Farms. So the other day I said I just stumbled down quite a deep rabbit hole. Let's just say that rabbit hole I was going down has widened and become a cave system filled with all manner of gems. It's so good that I'm including a meme. This write-up is actually going to take quite some time, more free time than I have today if I want to format it the best I can. I know I just called out someone for essentially baiting/stringing people along, but I'm going to need a day or two to think about how to format it. Give me a pass for not posting it today, friends. It's too good to rush, but it's also so good that I can't help but share that I'd made a discovery, much like the first man to discover fire. And, I shit you not, the post is this long. And, their evidence was figuring out what my private locked account was.
Wait, what? That just like, sorry, I didn't catch any of that.
Based on what people were replying to that account. That was the evidence that I apparently lied about going to rehab. Kind of crazy how you can just disprove that in like one email. Before I started the stream, like at the start of my day, I messaged the clinical supervisor.
Wait, did I understand that? Okay, wait. Is that like the claim that was made was that there was like a random account that people were saying was Keffals, and it said something about, you know, faking rehab or whatever. I'm sorry. I really don't want to hear what this Kiwi Farm has to say. I want to have to go over it again, but here we go. The other day, I stumbled down quite a deep rabbit hole. Let's just say the rabbit hole I was going down widened and became a cave system with all manner of gems. It's good, so good that I'm including a meme. This write-up is actually going to take quite some time, more free time than I have. I know I just called out someone for essentially baiting/stringing along people. But I'm going to need the next day or two to think about how to format it. Give me a pass. I don't know what they're saying. For not posting it today. So they're saying they found something, they stumbled down a rabbit hole, but it's gonna take them a while to too good to, yeah, I don't know what is.
And I shit you not, the post is this long. And their evidence,
they gave like a preview,
was figuring out what my private locked account was and trying to figure out what was going on in my life based on
private locked account on what? On Twitter?
Based on what people were replying to that account. That was the evidence that I apparently lied about going to rehab.
Is this the account that President Sunday talked about?
Kind of crazy how you can just disprove that in like one email. Before I started the stream, like at the start of my day, I messaged the clinical supervisor for Addiction Rehab Toronto. Like,
yo, I hope the clinical supervisor is okay having his name on the on your stream.
Keffals, Regs are posting coke jokes in Hoscode right now. Can you show me? Just post it in the stream content channel. I'll take a look. These people are fucking Nazis, I swear to God. So here's what the clinical supervisor of my rehab said. Hi Clara, so nice to hear from you and amazing to hear that the path to healing still continues for you today. It's so amazing to hear stories of others who are thriving in their sobriety. I did not do much other than try to provide a comfortable space for people to do their healing. You did all the hard work for this. It was a real pleasure having had the chance to meet you and in that breath, learn so much from you as well. So I still have to have a call with him, and I'm gonna get my physical certificate. It's kind of crazy how easy it was to prove that. It's like, this would be really fucking weird to lie about. Because if I were to lie about anything, I would not lie about being a drug addict, considering how Hassan's community has treated me as a result of that. It's in stream discussions? Oh, I was talking at a different channel. Let me take a look. Yeah, so as we're doing the stream, this is what one of Hassan's top moderators just posted.
Oh my god, chat, okay, see, I feel so bad. That's somebody different. I said earlier that was Gorby Chav, right? That's not. It looks like that's a different account. I apologize, especially to Gorby Chav, because like I thought this was the. Okay. Anyway, this is somebody else named Gbuser that's that made this meme that here's the Roadrunner meme.
These are the people who have positions of authority in the largest progressive leftist community on the internet. These people are fucking disgusting. The people I went to... people while I was in rehab died. People I talked to and had dinner with every day died after they left rehab. And this is just a joke to you because you're just a sick fuck.
Look, like, you're right, Keffals. Like, right, people should not make fun of other people's, you know, struggles with addiction. That's fucked up. Also, so is everything that you've been doing for the past year and a half or however how long it's been since your heel turn. Wait, is it 2 years? Chat, is she 2 years into her heel turn? I can't even remember, right? But yo, Keffals, that'd be great. Call me when you have this this attitude towards other things, right? Call me when you have this attitude towards ableism.
And when I brought all of this stuff up,
the chat is literally calling Hassan's community the R-slur. Look at this. Like, what the fuck? Of all the people to lodge this criticism, this is right. This is true. You know, people should be more understanding of something like addiction.
when I brought all this stuff up, they just told me to ignore this shit. But I put it all out there.
It's not like Keffals has a problem with doxing. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to cover that tomorrow, right?
You can all see how fucking gross this is.
So Robin C, if I'm not mistaken, is referring to what Keffals did on stream yesterday, which was post a bunch of personal information about foreign man in a foreign land, and identifying information, right? And so we'll be looking into that and see what went on with that, along with looking into the whole Nikki Haley thing. Nikki Haley cannot simply state that the cause of the Civil War was slavery. It's impossible for her to say without losing all the neo-Confederates that support her, right? At the same time, we had Dusty Smith, of all people, get get raked across the coals by some British chud who thinks he knows American history and thinks that, what's wrong with this PragerU video here? I don't see anything wrong with this. And you might get a sense. You might get a sense from that impression, chat, what British chud I am talking about. But we're going to be talking about him tomorrow. We're going to be talking about Nikki Haley. And we're going to be talking about PragerU's weird children's history series that just puts history in teaches the exact wrong lessons that people should learn from things like Reconstruction.
I got banned from the Twitch chat. Gbuser, you can't just come in here at random and drop.
Wait, is that the same person? Maybe that is. I can't tell now.
Is this Orwell at Danimal Farms? I talk about hate crimes. I talk about drug addiction and death and trauma. And they act like fucking groypers. The reason I wanted to put out this stream was to show how fucking vile this community is. They're literally just making my point. The fact that they turned it into a meme like that. None of this shit's funny. Like, if you think shit like this is funny, you are a privileged fuck. This shit kills people. Like, all of these people LARP about being...
I agree that it's fucked up. I just wish she cared about more than just things that affect her, right? There's a lot of things that she says that are equally as fucked up.
Epic commies? You wouldn't last a fucking day in the global south. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, Keffals, there's something so precious. There's something so precious about Keffals telling people how they wouldn't last a day in the global south. Wow, Keffals, wow! I don't even have to make any commentary here. This is commentary that makes itself. It's self-evident.
Comparison to past month, dude. Actually, you know what? Fuck this.
Wait, Wait, he really said
Embarrassing the past month? Dude, actually, you know what? Fuck this. I can't argue with retards, okay? You're retarded. I'm being ableist, and you're fucking retarded. So there's no way I can argue with you on this issue. I'm done. Okay? That's it. It's just, I can't do it. I can't do it. I literally can't do it. I don't give a fuck if your parents die of fucking coronavirus. I literally cannot do it. I'm gonna cover the fucking rational disconnect video or a thread. Embarrassing the past month?
Dude.
So, I mean, that is an older Hassan stream. You can see from the Discord that they do draw the line, I guess, now. I hope now, at, like, you know, using the R slur. That's obviously not something that Keffals has a problem with, but I guess what she's trying to show here is that, look at this, Hassan, you know, uses the R slur too. Yeah, he did. Was fucked.
That's an old stream. Those people criticizing him for bringing it up all the time are so dense. It's good to see an ex-addict succeed. This stream, right now, just surpassed the all-time high.
Yeah, whoever said she was weaponizing it at this point, you're right. That's what's going on, right? Nobody should you know, shit on you for something like that. Like, that's fucked up, okay? But at the same time, now she's just like, this has just become her cudgel, right? Like the same way that Xanderhal uses the sex cult thing, she's using this, and it's ugly to see. And Keffals, if you're wondering why people are skeptical about you, why people don't trust you, this is why. This is it right here.
The all-time highest peak viewership of any stream I've ever done. I didn't get a single fucking raid. I just passed the all-time highest grossing month in my entire fucking career. And I did it with this community. I'm not a Vosh orbiter. I'm not.
Keffals, I got 2 raids during this stream, and I'm happy to have friends that support me like that. I'm sorry that you feel so alone, and that you have to do this, cause problems, create drama, hurt people 24/7, and then just rinse and repeat. And that's the only thing that you can think to do, because that's going to have a limited, what do they call it in economics? Limited returns or diminishing returns. Yeah. You're going to start to see diminishing returns in the new year is what you're going to do, Keffals. This is not a strategy that can continue to work.
Orbit no other streamer.
This is the crying wolf strategy. There's only so many times you can cry wolf before nobody wants to hear, and then, you know, when there is really a wolf, you know, I guess it eats you. Hard to get raids when your chat is only your White Leaf website and Twitch chat is ignored. Yeah, true.
This is our community. We're gonna make 2024 a fucking banger year. Countdown to the fact people use it. People accusing people of clout shit. It's stupid. I don't give
Also, thank you once again, Chromatic Mage and Adrian Vixen, for the raids. Everybody make sure to go follow them.
Fuck. The moment that they criticize me for struggling with drug addiction, they can't criticize me for being a clout chaser. They don't give a fuck about marginalized people. You want to criticize me for being a drug addict? You need to say that you don't give a fuck about marginalized people. Because predominantly, the people who struggle with drug addiction are from marginalized backgrounds. They're from racialized backgrounds. They're people who struggle with addiction. I think it's like something like 40% of homeless people have a disability. And the addiction rate among homeless people is significantly higher than in the general population. You can't claim that you give a shit about these things if you're willing to just isolate that.
Keffals is now like, hey, marginalized people, get over here. You're my shield, okay? You're my shield now, okay? I suffer from addiction, so I might as well be marginalized in 10 to 12 ways that I'm, you know, obviously not.
And then act like I'm a fucking degenerate for trying to cope.
It's so weird that she wants to wear that, like
with a terrible situation. DGG has 400.
She wants to wear other people's marginalization like it was a cloak of invisibility.
Plus embedded right now watching.
What even is this? What are we watching? She's woke scolding. Yeah, by her own definition.
There's a lot I still disagree with him on. But he was willing to fucking talk to me. He didn't treat me like I was beneath him. He was willing to have a conversation in my face, and he was willing to shake my hand. And that's more.
Keffals, let me be real honest here. He doesn't have to treat you like you're beneath him, right? We're talking about destiny. Come on.
Has ever done. I appreciate people who treat me like I'm a fucking human being.
I don't think Destiny has ever treated anyone as a human being in his entire life. That is not, clearly you have not been paying attention. to destiny, or you have forgotten what you once knew.
Okay.
You were rightly skeptical of this dude in the first place.
I covered what I wanted to cover. I have a lot.
That's right, the manifesto. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like, talk about leverage. I don't know. Like, it kind of feels like, is there some leverage that that Keffals has got, or the Destiny's got on Keffals? Is it just that she, you know, wants something from him, or is it something more, right? We do know that shit's going on behind the scenes. Like, that seems to have been evident in whatever this weird, like, you know, olive branch was, that obviously isn't an olive branch because people are still fighting about Xanderhal-Keffals today. In the end, chat, let history record that we were left with more questions than answers about what's actually going on behind the scenes. But at this point I got a sense, right? And maybe more will come out. I don't really want to cover this excessively. I am so happy that tomorrow I'm going to get to talk about history. We're going to get to correct some misunderstandings of U.S. history and the Reconstruction era that were brought up recently by the likes of Nikki, Haley, and more. And hopefully, if we're lucky, chat, I mean, like, I haven't gotten the, like, I'm hoping to be able to talk to Cult of Dusty about this. So since his name was brought up, it was his content reacting to PragerU that got questioned. But we're going to be talking about all of that tomorrow. So it's fun, it's dramatic, it's juicy, it's salacious, and it's about history. And I love that kind of stream. I do think there's a point to this, right? I don't think it's like pointless drama. I don't think it's as pointless as it seems. You know, there is a real lesson to be learned as far as like loyalty versus like doing what you know is right. There is a real lesson to be learned as far as you know, accepting a grifter into your midst for clout and the ramifications. The fact that the face-eating leopard party will eventually get around to eating your face if you invite them in. So don't invite them in, right? But it's too late. It's too late for Vosh and Xanderhal and Keffals and all these sussy bakas, right? It's too late. We're going to have to leave it at that because I'm trying to keep... Oh my God, 7 hours and 30 minutes. I promised people a short VOD this time, shorter than 9 hours. I achieved. Unfortunately, it's only an hour and a half shorter, chat. I'm too long-winded. Thank you everybody for being here to support me again. I've had a lot of fun in this stream, despite the content being kind of difficult at times to deal with. You know, I feel a little bit traumatized myself, but I'm sure I'll get over it. Thank you for supporting me on Twitch, on YouTube, on Patreon, through your donations, through your subs, through your memberships. All this keeps me going, makes it possible for me to keep going, and your likes make it possible for me to keep growing. So make sure to hit that like button as well. And is there anything else? Current Katie is live. Oh, is that Katie's name now? Current Katie? Okay. Yeah, make sure to come be back here tomorrow. I'm thinking we're going to try to start at whatever time. Wait, what time is the good time to start? I always try to start at 11:30 or no, 11 o'clock. Wow, what am I even saying? I'm not sure. Like I had to push it back today. But I you know, I kind of wanted to stay out of the way of the Vanguard. And I also wanted to watch the Vanguard too. We'll be talking about some of the stuff that the Vanguard talked about today on show, so that should be interesting, and it should be dramatic. It should be spicy. I don't even know how dramatic, chat. I don't even know like how dramatic it could get, but we'll see. We shall see. And we also shall see what current Katie is doing currently. Current Katie current. No, current. It's Dat Katie. Although maybe she goes by current Katie now. We're raiding in to that chat, and we're gonna show current Katie our love and appreciation, right? Because I'm just happy to have made it through the stream alive. It was a tough stream for me, chat. It was yeah, I started at noon today, didn't I? Oh yeah, I'm talking about Pacific time too. But yeah, like 11:30 Pacific time. What is that? 11 o'clock Pacific time is 2 o'clock Eastern time. Right, that's what I'll shoot for. We might be later than that, but regardless, it is going to be a banger of a stream, as it always is. Like I said, you know, give my appreciation to Dat Current Katie, and much love. I will see you all tomorrow. Hi, Vodies. Hi, YouTube. You're still here, right? I just sent the Twitch chat away. It's a silly thing that we do after the end of every stream, but we like to share the, you know, I feel like people were really appreciative towards me today. I want to share that appreciation with a friend of the stream, Dat Katie, somebody that actually got the best of Vosh, like one of the only people I've seen get the best of Vosh in a debate. So go out and check out Dat Katie if you got the inclination for that kind of content. Yeah, again, I will see you all tomorrow, and you have my undying appreciation for, you know, helping me get through this and supporting me as much as you have. You are what keeps me going, right? So look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Until then, good night. Oh wait, should I show you my blue butterfly since people are posting those in chat? There's my emoji. Good night. Good night, everyone.